Okay, you confirm live.
Good luck, guys, and have fun.
Thanks, Christian. The mic's hot. Mic's hot? Yes, mics are hot. Okay, lovely. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Low Fuel Motorsports 24 Hours of Part 2. We get into it here, of course, partnered with 505 Games. A big warm welcome to everybody joining us. I hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. I'm Mike Noss, just previously on Christian Romano. Great stint there. We're in the midnight hours, folks. We get down into the nitty-gritty. I don't want to call it boring, but less exciting than before parts in a endurance race, and we can quickly go through the order as it stands. Currently, the 255 competition team is still up at the top where they started this race, and Abuladze is currently piloting the car in P1. Aiden Walshingham in the Jardier community down in second for the number 39 team. Sasha Wessner in third right now for the 258. Noah Soli Vasquez Rodriguez down in fourth with Leon Burnt behind in fifth. Krill Kalashnikov down in sixth. Max Franks in seventh. Thomas Reeder in eighth. Ninth belonging to Christian Winkler, and rounding out your top 10 is going to be Mark Offerman. That's the order as it stands, but currently, battle for P3 underway, and that's what's on your screen right now. Sasha Wessener alongside Aiden Walshingham and trying to negotiate the traffic here at Spa-Francorchamps. Very difficult to do at the best of times, and can always be a challenge. This track, though, definitely more on the easy overtaking side, so when it comes to getting the job done, there's pretty much a corner for it on every occasion, whether it's left or right here. In fact, how many corners are there, you ask? 19 of them, 9 to the right and 10 to the left, and most of them good for overtaking. Through Pouan here, or Double Gauche, depending on who you ask. Pouan, for me. Not going to find too many opportunities. High speed, high commitment corner, and through Sasha Wessner here, just looking to stay on the back and potentially send it into the bus stop chicane. Question in chat from Gil. Is this ACC? Yes. Yes, this is. Assetto Corsa Competizione is the name of the game. And that is what these 70, how many odd drivers? 71 currently, but I think starting was like 83 drivers started on this field here today. And that's not just drivers, should I add. That's cars. Each one of these teams is jam-packed full of talent. The P1 team, Abuladze, currently piloting it, but Philip Manar, no introduction needed. Sam Gaskell as well as George Boothby, two heavy hitters in the Assetto Corsa Competizione competitive scene. Of course, down in second, Jaroslav Honzik, Jardier himself with Valentina Berrier, Aiden Walshingham, and Milanowski. I always mess up the pronunciation. My apologies, Milanowski. It's a tough one. Bastian Richards with Leon Burnt, as well as a few others, of course. I'd be here all night, to be honest, if I was going through how many drivers are in this race. It's 71 times 4-ish, each with about 3 or 4. Crazy how close this field is. I completely agree. This is a tight battle. It's typically around endurance racing, especially. You get to the mid phase and there isn't much going on. It's always going to be a little bit of a lull. But no, not on this occasion. We got a battle for P3 that's right around the corner. Battle for P2, excuse me. Not to mention that for 5th as well as down in 12th. That's the battle that we're currently looking at right now. Battle for 11th with Jan Ruschel, Dennis Adler, and Mex in 13. Also, race control getting involved here. Penalty for the 112, causing a collision. They get a 30-second stop-go penalty. That is a lot of damage. Here at Spa, this is not the Formula One pit lane layout that you have come to expect. No, rather than exiting pit lane right there, you go all the way back down and then back up the hill. A 30-second stop-go penalty having to be served in the next 3 laps. Otherwise, that will be a disqualification. The pit lane here, as I just said, it's not a short one. You're looking at about 92 seconds lost for that stop-go. 30 penalty. Ooh, Christian here looking to maybe get one himself briefly. He was trying to barge his way through that BMW, but manages to get on by without too much issue. The back markers giveth, and the back markers taketh away. It's the famous saying, Has there been any crashes so far? Yes, Nico, yes, there has been. Go back to part 1. Highly recommend checking it out. There's been quite a few. Far too many to name at this point, and more to come. In fact, there's one right now. Just we're down. No, never mind. That's Tony Mahoney in the pit lane. My goodness. Top 10 names in this lobby for sure. Sasha Wassner, my apologies, finally back on the back of Aiden Walshingham. There's the Jardier community banner flying high as we go down into turn 1. Wassner not too intent on making a move. Are we going to slingshot ourselves, though, down through the Kemmel straight, well, through Eau Rouge Radion and onto the Kemmel? That's the goal, and that's the plan, but no plan survives first contact, especially with the Jardier community. Let's see how it goes. Aiden Walshingham knows how to defend. He's been in this situation time and time again. You gotta cover that inside line if the other driver has any intent on getting by, and while looking at Aiden Walshingham's body language, he's parking it dead center of the track, so there is gonna be a bit of intent. Moves over, though, to the racing line, and Wassner not too intent on forcing the issue, pushing the envelope just yet. Really biding the time and waiting. There's plenty of time left in this stint. Well, not really, actually. I think these drivers do have to pit not relatively soon, but within the next 10 minutes or so. I think we're going to be seeing these cars making a trip down pit lane for a new set of boots and fuel. Tires, not the most issue or pressing issue here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's a very balanced track, as I said earlier, with the corners left and right, 19 of them, and 9 to the right, 10 to the left, meaning you're going to wear your tires out evenly rather than just wearing one side down. Krill here, back into P6. Well, he's been there for a while and looking right in the back bumper of the Porsche of Leon Burt. Where do you make your moves? Ooh, the back marker's getting a little diced up there through Pouan. That's never where you want to be. A little bumping and banging through the high-speed corners, and thankfully, everybody makes it through without issue. Leon there just getting by, and Krill nearly heading into the scene of an accident. Thankfully, heads-up decision-making from all parties involved, including the back marker, to stay somewhat out of the way. What place is the Jardier community in? Currently second. Aiden Walshingham under pressure, though, from third place as we speak. This is James Julian in pit lane, looking to make their stop now. This is always the fun part of an endurance race, when you join in the middle of a stint and everybody is doing different things, and Leon Burnt is giving a big squeeze there to Krill Kalashnikov, who's trying to make their way to the inside of the bus stop, and they're not taking no for an answer. Krill says, hold my beer, trying to commit it through the Belgian countryside, gets shoved every which way. That Porsche, the size of a battering ram. Krill not able to get by yet. Chucks to the inside, though, into T1, and my goodness, has he gone in too deep? No, but Leon with a switchback of the dreams. Textbook decision-making there from the Porsche driver. Back down Eau Rouge Radion again we go, and it's going to be at the top of the hill. The gloves are off at this point. Welcome into the world, Mike Tyson. Pretty much this is a bout of heavyweights reminding of Fury back in the 90s. Here we go. Krill looking to the inside, absolutely. Full send baseball, just don't drop it like Aaron Judge did in the World Series, and he doesn't. Krill gets on the brakes in time and locks that position up finally. It was a hard-pressed effort, and he's most certainly not out of the woods yet. Leon Burnt right on the back bumper and is not going to be going anywhere. Trying to repay the favor. You're not going to be doing it just yet. You do it in the Fangnas. Do you do it through Bruxelles? Where do you make that move? Well, not through No Name. As they go on, the battle should be somewhat relinquished, and immediately we're thrown into the ringer once again with Roland Keegs down in P28. He made the move on what looked to be a different category car. That's going to be silver versus gold, or silver versus AM, my apologies, versus red plates. There's 3 different categories out there, in case you were curious why the number plates look a little bit different. So this is a bit of a not battle, and there's no anything on the line here. I mean, to be fair, there's nothing on the line for the championship either. This is all about pride, ego, and who is the fastest team overall. Love the onboard cams. Big shout out there, of course, to our production welcome to everybody joining us as well here on the Assetto Corsa official channel. Ooh, back into the action here is everywhere we look. Keep in mind, folks, we're in the middle of a 24-hour race, and this is the action that we're getting. This is a treat. Right now, Christoph Barthel. Apologies on any mispronunciations. Blame my American name. Where is Grantis Karakis and his team? That's a great question. You're making me do homework and read through a list. Do you got a number? Well, there's too many names here. If you give me the number of their team, I can definitely make that happen for you. Looking through the few names that I'm seeing, I'm not seeing it. So there's a lot of, again, probably over 200, 300 names here in this race tonight. Testament, of course, to LFM, the platform that they have. Head on over to lowfieldmotorsports.com if you are looking to get into more ACC racing. Plenty of events to pick from there. Leon's picked this event, and he has picked his battles. And that's the thing, that's the art of war by Sun Tzu, of course. You always want to choose the place of your battles, and Leon didn't have that opportunity last time. It was Kalashnikov that forced the issue and really muscled his way on by. Burnt hasn't gone anywhere and is looking as aggressive as ever, rubbing a hole in the back bumper right now of that BMW. Goodness me, that's an Aston Martin. Either way, it is British engineering versus German engineering on the Belgian countryside. I haven't seen that since their extended holiday back in 1939. Can I make that joke on this platform? I just did. Either way, Leon plugging along for right now and just trying to use the back markers where he can. That'll be the goal and the plan, but no plan surviving first contact with the enemy, as always. Back in towards the mid-pack here as we go towards the, well, pretty much smack dab in the mid. Ricky Lafleur from CRT trying to get it by, get a switchback maybe, trying to sell the dummy onto the McLaren ahead. No, not on this occasion. That's a back marker. I'm pretty sure that, no, it's a, what are you looking at? It is for position. Yes, it is for position. Okay, my apologies. The white plate threw me off there. Dazan under threat from Lafleur. The Aston Martin on the back. Two British cars here in the Belgian countryside. No working together, though. The Aston, quite the dominant choice. We've seen, though, loads of diversity when it comes to the car choices out here today. And that's what you want to see. A big balance. The LFM, of course, having their own BOP, making these cars viable. That's why you see some Lexuses out there on the track, is the BOP bringing them back in. We also got some Bentleys, some Nismo GTRs. Why the heck not? Let's check out a replay here. This is going to be Dennis Adler going for a move, presumably, into Lecombe. Let's see how it plays out as we're going to go for a late braking maneuver down to the inside. Oh, goodness, lick the stamp and send it. And that is a textbook move if I've ever seen one. Dennis Adler there. That's where he has made that position up. Ahead now of Rochelle. Again, another one of those not battles. Different categories fighting it out. No real need. It's senseless violence, but Bentley on Bentley action. Goodness, I haven't seen this back since 2016. Another replay that we can check out. This is David Wall looking to the bus stop chicane under pressure from behind. It's an AMG in the background, running a little bit wide there for Wall, and he lifts off immediately and concedes not one, but potentially two positions there. A bit of a strange one. Into pit lane, maybe just telegraphing that he was going into lane on that lap. A very safe play, I suppose. I don't know, I'm just the commentator. I'm not the strategist. Philippe currently rocking 43rd position, up one from where they started, it looks to be. And in the mix right now with another Aston Martin of Mortiz. Comment from chat. I think AC will be around for another 10 years. I absolutely agree. This game is not going anywhere, folks. It is, well, again, look at this field. Tells you everything you need to know. It's nearly 80 plus strong in terms of the cars. And again, talking about the drivers, nearly 200 over, probably over. I don't know how many there is exact. Why don't we do the math? Let's just do some rough maths. This is commentator napkin maths, folks, so take it with a grain of salt. But we had about 80 teams to start off with, so we'll just say 80 times 4. That's nice, 320. There was over 300 drivers. I think I'm confident to say that. Now we're back with a bit of a story between these two. Krill managed to muscle his way by Leon Burt on a previous lap. Now Krill getting bump drafted down the Kemmel Straight. Leon telling him to hurry up. Now, that's a Porsche versus an Aston Martin, and the Porsche's out drag racing him. That is a rarity. That is not definitely something you don't see on every day. And number 290, my apologies, I missed that message. Number 290 is currently, if I look through my handy dandy note chart, I'm not seeing it because again, there are so many on here, but I'm really not seeing it. Hold on. Am I not seeing it or am I blind? I think I'm not seeing it. I'm assuming there must be a DNF then in for that team, maybe. Don't quote me on that. But I'm not seeing the name immediately out there. I'm looking for the right number, right? 290? Yeah, 290. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I see 300. And that's about it. Hopefully they're still out there, but I don't think they are. Why is the Aston Martin the most chosen out of all of them? Does it drive better? It's a great question, Sub-Narc. To be honest, I don't know what the actual data is on this, but I don't see... Holy smokes! Hold that thought. We are currently in the mix right now as Erikizi, my apologies, Hamada, going around the outside of No Name, trying to tack the throttle out next to a BMW, and is it going to work? Yes, it is. That's going to be the STR team, so Samantha Tan Racing getting overtaken there. A new livery for them? Decision being made, penalty for the number 64. 5 seconds for causing a collision. But anyways, why is the Aston Martin good? Why don't I check the BOP real quick, and that might tell me. The Aston Martin has minus 7 kilograms of BOP, the Porsche plus 3, minus 21 for the Bentley. Goodness me, that says a lot. Plus 27 for the Ford Mustang. Well, that also says a lot. Holy. Where's the McLaren? I'm not seeing too many McLarens. I know the McLaren is notoriously strong at this track, plus 9 kg. Interesting. Okay. So that, well, through testing and reasons, I mean, honestly, it's all down to a lot of preference. And one of the things that people don't often think about is typically most of these drivers, they have a car that they like to drive. And when it has a team of 5 drivers, you're not always going to have everybody agreeing on the same car. So typically you're going to pick a lot more balanced platform. And the Aston Martin being probably the most balanced car in ACC, it's not particularly good at anything, but it's not particularly bad at anything. It's just all the way around a very well-planted, not really oversteery, not really understeery, and easy to control machine that everybody typically knows how to drive. It's the oldest car in the game, right? It's the oldest car in the game. That's crazy to say. Man, this game came out, what? A simulator? This is a simulator? Yes. The simulator came out in 2019, I think. Don't quote me on that. Again, going off of memory. And the Aston Martin is one of the first cars, I think, out. Of course, later being added, the BMW and then the Meta taking over for that car. Remember when that was the most powerful? And then the Honda NSX. My goodness, that's a car that we don't see out there too much anymore, do we? Which is a shame. I'd love to see me a little Honda or Acura NSX, depending on wherever you're from. Nice machine. But the Aston being the dominant choice for the top 5, no doubt, but the Lexus still on top, and goodness, if there's any car that has stood the test of time, it is the Lexus. It needs an Evo, let's be real. We need a Lexus RCF Evo 2 or Evo 1, whatever you want to call it. A 5.0 naturally aspirated V8 with about 500 brake horsepower. What more do you want? It is pure, just Japanese excellence. I mean, in reality, it is an awesome car. It sounds awesome. It drives awesome. It is, yeah, a little outdated, don't get me wrong, but the BOP bringing it back into play. We're going to see a little move on here from the Lamborghini. Car that you don't see much anymore either, even though it's the Evo 2, one of the newer cars added into ACC, but heck, I can't even say that anymore, can I? I guess, yeah, with the recent additions, I mean, the Evo 2, pretty much old news. It's still new to me. Tough car to drive. Very tough car to drive for me. I was a McLaren driver back in my day. Drove the original McLaren 720. Nowadays, washed up racing driver. And full-time commentator. Here, though, is Joram Bottinger. Currently on the back of the red category. Or in the middle of the red category, I should say, but on the back of the Porsche of Seifert. Let's go back, though, and take a look at Oliver and see what sort of issues he's got into. He's all on his lonesome down the Kemmel Straight, and that can only mean one thing. Wait, we're not on the Kemmel Straight. We're on the back straight. Either way, heading down towards the bus stop. We're a little bit wide. Get back on track. Nothing to worry about. Just keep it between the mayo and the mustard, folks. A little bit of a speed token being used. Where's my mom's Prius? Goodness. Well, unfortunately, there are no Toyotas out there. Yes, Lexus, whatever. But no Supras, no Camrys, no Corollas, and most certainly no Priuses. Goodness me. They'd be causing a traffic jam right now. Okay, that's any Prius drivers, I'm partially sorry. Either way. How many cars on track? There are a boatload. A couple boats out there, too, in the boat leads, but 71 currently on the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, all sharing 4.3 miles or 7 kilometers. You can see everywhere on the track there's pretty much somebody, except for right now in the Stavalos. That's the only place that there isn't a car right now, pretty much. To remind everyone, the 255 competition started at the top. Team Nitro in second, the 718. Third started off with the Nitro Concepts for the 963. Currently, that is not how the order stacks up. 963, Leon Burton down into 6th. We saw the 255, they're still leading. And 71 is not. We started with, I'm trying to get down to it, it's slowly scrolling. But I will let you know when it slowly scrolls its way back down. It's got a lot to scroll through. I'll tell you the exact number here momentarily, but it was, I think, 80, somewhere around there that started it. So quite the event, to put it lightly. Back to the front, though. We have the battle resuming. Goodness me. Wassner and Walshingham. Try saying that 5 times fast. Back into the mix. Jardier Community still running in second right now with Wassner trying to get by, but really it hasn't been a battle, I'll say. It's been a discretion fight where Sasha looking to capitalize on any mistakes from Aiden, Aiden looking to not make any mistakes, and that has kind of just been the trend. I don't think Wassner has any intent on passing anytime soon. Looking at the stint timers, I clearly must have missed a pit stop. I really haven't, though. Wassner actually still needs to pit, and they got to pit pretty soon. They're going to be running low on fuel, if I'm not mistaken. They've been out for 1 hour and 15 minutes. No, that can't be right. That can't be right. I don't buy that. It's Aiden Walshingham as well. I'm calling cap on my timing towers. I'm not going to lie. 79. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Chris. So 79 was the start. 71 is the current number. We've lost 8 drivers over the course of the math. 13. No, 13 hours left. 6 hours. Something like 10 hours. Either way, it's been a minute. It's my second commentary stint of the day. So brain a little fuzzled. Got to watch about 2 hours of this race beforehand. And the position changes certainly on their way. The battle's not quite in the highest form right now, obviously, because we're in the middle of a 24-hour race. This is kind of the maintenance phase. You just want to make it through the night. It's currently 11:26 p.m. and the stars are shining bright over the countryside of Belgium. How does one qualify to participate in LFM? Well, if you head on over to lowfieldmotorsports.com, you can certainly find out a lot more information. I can't tell you all of the specifics on how to qualify for this championship because this one is well underway at this point, and I think it required a qualification to get into. Now, again, head on over at lowfieldmotorsports.com. That is going to be the place to find your information there. That'll tell you all about it. You can race in loads of different leagues, so they have a kind of ranking system. So think of it as not pub lobby. It's a ranked sort of pickup lobby system that they use here. My goodness, why am I so bad at explaining this? It's really not that hard of a concept when you actually execute it. You race against other people and you have a matchmaking and there's skill levels and you can report people for getting into crashes. Think of it like, if anyone played CSGO, think of it like a Face-It. In a way. It's a different type of matchmaking that allows, it's just a better matchmaking, basically, rather than just jumping into public lobbies. So that's going to be your best bet. You can get your own LFM score as well, or the LFM rank, throughout playing it, and these drivers are quite high in the LFM rankings. Quite decent on pace as well. Talking about fastest lap, 2:15.7 from Abuladze. Sheesh. That's pretty rapid. In fact, Abuladze is the only driver right now in the 2:16s. Nobody else is even touching the 2:16s. There's a 72-second gap right now between them and Aiden Walshingham. The 255 competition is built different, folks. I don't know what they put in their Wheaties this morning. Is it goat milk? Is it even milk? I don't know. But it's certainly enough to lead by almost a lap at Spa-Francorchamps, which is saying something. There you can see the gaps on your screen there. That is quite the comparison in lap times. Over nearly a second difference. Now, some fun facts as well. Spa, the oldest active track in Formula One. Hosted Grand Prix back in 1925. Now, it was not the same layout, let me just be clear. It was a monster, the original track. It was designed by Jules de Tyner and Henry Langlois. Van Oppen. It's a four-part name, my bad, didn't realize that. It used to be public roads through a countryside, and it went through multiple towns and municipalities. It went through the town of Francorchamps, it went through the town of Hey there. None of that, Christian. A little bit of bumping and bang, just a friendly reminder that we don't have clipping on before you enter pit lane. No harm, no foul, just a tiny bit of damage. Anyways, before getting rudely interrupted by that little bump, Francorchamps, Malmedy, and Stavelot, those are three towns that were initially carved through to create this racetrack. It was a fast-flowing 14.9 kilometer circuit through the Ardennes forest. Though by 1947, that was when it had its full length, and then by 1960, cars were becoming a little bit too quick, and they thought that let's add a chicane or two, and then cut the track length in half to make it a little bit better. And then by 1983, we had, actually, the Belgian Grand Prix then got moved to Zolder from 1969 to 1983, but then the Spa as we know it was born. And what a track it is. Ripe with history. Just played host to the TCR Europe as well. If you guys go over to the TCR TV, not right now, but of course later, you can see my friend Paul Jeffrey on the cams. He got to drive a lap around this track while talking about it. I am jealous. Paul Bohm is stranded. Oh, he's trying to make it into pit lane. Goodness, that was not safe. But we made it either way. That Ferrari certainly getting the structural fortitude of the racing trousers tested out. Gonna have to be making a pit stop for not just tires, more fuel in the coming stops. Mr. Commentator, what is your favorite track and car? Kyalami, my favorite track. I absolutely love it. It's just the fast-flowing nature of it. And my favorite car, goodness. Favorite, I mean, like in ACC? In ACC, it'd have to be the McLaren, but a Golf GTI Mark V is like one of my dream cars, believe it or not. I want to get one of those pretty bad. They're not that expensive, but they're not that cheap either, and I'm not that rich, so, and by that I mean I'm poor, and so can't quite do that. Sorry, mistaken about the cracks. Okay, number 420. Okay, let me fact check that one. Ooh, what do we got going on? Back markers fanning out of the way. I am also not seeing Grantis Caracas' number out there for the number 420. Just scanning. A lot of numbers to scan. But it's quite a big number and slightly funny, so I'm not seeing it, unfortunately. Someone is, in fact, the 362 has had a bit of an incident in Radion. What is going on? Let's find out, well, in a moment. 362 also, I think Tim Claughton into pit lane. Daniel Castanella into pit lane. So we have some drivers taking their stops now, shaking the order up even more. Favorite car, though. Favorite car. I mean, I can't, yeah, like, that's so I just love cars, first off, so let me start off with that. The Ferrari 458 is really cool, and I've got to sit in one of those. So that might be it for bias. I mean, I'm slightly biased, I guess, on that one. I got to also, didn't get to sit in, but I got to touch a 250 Testarossa. That was cool. Probably the most money I've ever laid my hands on. That car sounded amazing too, goodness me. Thinking about cars got me sidetracked here. Hey, it's an endurance race. We got time. We can, what's your favorite car, chat? Let me know what's your favorite car track combo. Silverstone, another really good track. I know that's controversial, but Silverstone, Brands, two of my favorite tracks. Beyond that, Suzuka, always a great choice. Maybe not the best racetrack, but a great track. Yeah, that's Glen. I like the Glen. Glen's good. But Kyalami is bar none my number one. Absolutely love it. Also absolutely loving the fact that we have so many battles still out on track. Now, a lot of these, again, are not the... I hate saying it. Not the most important. This is actually quite an important battle that we're watching on screen. Oh my goodness. I think that scared Mike just as much as it scared, well, Mike, myself. Goodness. The Calit Racing team also probably having a bit of a scare there. But that's a four-way battle currently between P20 down to P24. Mike Bugla nearly taking out the back of Zagar, my apologies. 911 GT3 or Cup on Brands is just the dream. That is not just a dream, it is also a nightmare. It's one of those, I guess, masochistic dreams that you might have. Yeah, the Cup car on Brands Hatch is a trip. Oh my. No traction control, of course, and you typically need it around a circuit like Brands. Hard on the throttle, lots of undulation, curbs, lots of weird off-camber, late accelerating bits, high-speed corners through Hawthorne and down the Derek Minter Straight. It's a tricky beast. Of course, the best-named corner in all of racing, Dingle Dell. Cannot forget about that. Favorite combo is the 24 Hours of Nords with the Aston Martin V8. Great choice. 24 Hours of Nords is such a good track. Actually, that's what I was commentating on earlier. So I got to watch a little bit of that on a different platform. It was very, very good racing, actually. Believe it was insane for the 1 hour race that it was. Just like we're seeing here, Mike, let's go. No biases here, but I got to cheer for my fellow Mikes. He gets on by. That wasn't much of a fight. Zagar lets him through without too much of an issue, and the CRT driver on through to look towards the back now of the manufacturer team of its predecessor, the, of course, Lamborghini Evo 2, rocking the 5.2 10-cylinder engine. I don't know why I just choked on my words right there. It's a 5.2 V10. Chill, it's not that hard. 585 brake horsepower with 550 newton meters of torque. If you are not careful with your right foot, you will tenderize an elephant quicker than a Quicks thing in Quicksville. The Audi, same difference. It's the gearing that really messes with me when I was driving the Audi. Very short. You have to shift. First gear is not even an option on that car. It's basically like driving a GT4. You don't have the choice to go down into that real low gearing, and when you do, you just have so much torque that it spins you around. Really disappointed, though, that Audi is no longer using this as their manufacturer car. Of course, the Audi R8 no longer being produced in GT spec, and I don't think it's being produced in road spec either. They've moved on, folks. They've moved on to other things. Is it electric cars? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not an Audi guy. So Audi people, why did they get rid of the R8? Because it's not a good choice, in my opinion. The R8's awesome. What's wrong with it? Are they doing more electric car stuff? Is that why? That'd be my assumption, but you know what assumptions can do. 24 hours, yep. And Zolder in the BMW M4. Oh my. Frederick. That is a spicy, spicy pairing. In fact, my buddy Sagar Bakshi would really like, you guys would get along well. Let's just say that. I think he is a BMW driver, is he not? I think so. And his favorite track is also Zolder. Of course, the chicane central circuit in Italy. Here's a nice little move. Ben Schmidt, what do you got for us? Got a nice little overtake. Porsche not able to contend. That's going to be Seifert down into 64th. Man, I have not said that in a while. That's fun. You love to see so many cars on the grid. And Ford Mustang GT3 out there strong as well. The newest addition to ACC. Didn't Audi have to pull the R8 back because Europe did? Really? Because Europe would ban it from production anyway. Why would they? Was that because of emissions or something like that? Is that, I mean, is it because it's a V10 maybe? Well, but Lamborghini still, the thing is they're still producing the same 5.2 liter V10 for Lamborghini, but that's produced in Germany now, which I guess so is, I mean, yeah. Weak sales, really? So it just wasn't sold that well. That's interesting because it was doing so well in the with the in the SRO sort of spec for a while back in 2020 and 2021, and then of course they picked up the is it an R8? What is the GT2? Is the GT2 an R8? I think it is. That was pretty popular. Weak sales, yeah, and Brand's transmission electrification. I see. Okay, I didn't read the rest of the message. Maybe I should read the rest of the message. Yeah, so that definitely makes sense. They're switching over because Audi has gone pretty hard on electric cars recently, which, you know, it's got to happen at some point. I guess we're at that time in the race. We can talk random electric cars. I've been loving Formula E. I actually was just down for an event for Formula E. Really, really cool series. And one of the reasons people always ask, oh, why do you like Formula E so much? Is because there's over 200 overtakes per race. Like, goodness me, and it's the same length as a Formula 1 race. If you guys haven't checked out the Formula E series, you certainly need to. It is fun. Those cars, they are stupid quick in acceleration. I think their 0 to 60 was in 1. No, that sounds wrong. 2.8? Can't be 1.8. It was really ridiculous. They're all-wheel drive this season, though. They are extremely efficient, and they're looking to start adding pit stops as well. So that's going to be awesome. Formula E ever evolving every year, every race, those cars are getting better. They're not allowed to change their hardware every race, but they are allowed to change their software, and with all the AI companies and all the different data analysts coming out, The amount of information that can be extracted out of a race car and then translated back into quantifiable data is ridiculous. And that means, of course, more data to process, and more processing data means that you get better cars and better racing. Oh my, a little bit of a backmarker kerfuffle, but everybody getting off somewhat well. The stewards will have a look at that and then probably shake their heads at it and do nothing more. Favorite road car is the Lexus LFA. I love it. Love the sound of it too. One day, hopefully, we'll see it with a more realistic... Oh, hold on. Oh, my chat's so small. I wish I could make that bigger. We'll see it. More realistic choice. BMW M3 and E92. Yep. Got to get that little two-door. Or four-door, I mean. My bad. Other way around. M4 is the two-door and way too big. Lexus ISF track. Wait, what? Oh, Donington. Was really great. Gallardo. The Gallardo! Oh, what a throwback. What a throwback. That is a car that I have not seen in a minute. What does that thing have in it? Do I even have that in my notes? I don't even think I do. I didn't even write down what it has. The Jag as well. Classic. Can't forget about the Jag. Is that a V8? I think it was a V8 in the Gallardo, wasn't it? I can't remember. The GTR, just obviously a classic. Who doesn't want a hermetically sealed car? Plus something about the V10 they were using for the new models. Okay. Is that the V10? Lambo is not using it. I thought they... Oh, because they ceased production on the Hurricane. Man! They're getting rid of all the cool cars. Everybody's getting smaller engines. What is this? What kind of... The manufacturers, all these engineers, they're getting too efficient. What happened to my V12s? What happened to my W16s? Okay, that's maybe not. Where's my American V8? No, I'm honestly not the biggest fan either way. The Ford Mustang has that big old American V8, the 5.4 liter Coyote engine, packing a massive punch in a massive platform. The Lexus LFA sound though, yes. Bet Audi regrets the big switch towards electrification. I think everybody, yeah. We won't get political, but yeah, definitely. I mean, they're like, okay, the real talk though, electric cars, yes, they're going to be the future. I mean, the thing is everyone's saying, oh, we're going to run out of petrol in however many years. Like, yeah, at the current technology, we will. The problem is, we're not problem, but the beauty is we're able to literally squeeze oil out of sand nowadays. Which is, and I'm not even joking, it's part of the process, how we can get more, so we're always finding more. Gas cars aren't going anywhere, folks. Let's take a look, though, at some replays real quick. Ruben Dawn through the back straight, under pressure from Milan Kiss. Flashy of the headlights. That's never a good sign when you're that far behind. Deep down into the inside. Oh, nicely done. Textbook little conversation that those two had. And that's why Ruben Dawn is now behind Kiss. Into pit lane goes Abuladze, our leader. Finally, now I can actually say that they pit despite that my timing tower says they haven't. So now they officially have. No, Aiden Washington still hasn't. I don't buy that for a second. Abuladze. In fact, maybe I do. Let's see. How long have they been out? They've been out for 1 hour and 34 minutes? Nah. I don't think they... It's been a while since I've seen full stint timers, so I don't actually know how long they can go. Electric is not the future. Hydrogen, I'm sure. Something is the... I agree. It could be that. The infrastructure will be a tough one for that one. But, you know, stint timer at 48 minutes. Okay, thank you. That's... My timing tower is then absolutely lying to me. And, yeah, they have not been out for 1 hour and 48 minutes. They are into pit lane now, though. Aiden Washington has decided. Come on in. Hydrogen is making big strides. Toyota doing some good stuff with it. Gotta give a shout out. I'm a massive Toyota fanboy. So, hey, if Toyota thinks it's right, I can't I can't disagree with them. I'm not, you know, I'm not a scientist, so I'm not really the one that's qualified enough to have an input on it. I am qualified enough to tell you, though, that Danielle is not getting overtakes done yet. Abuladze, I think, or Kai Pa here, holding on. It's all efficiency and carbon neutral, though. Yeah, look at Porsche making e-fuel. Oh, actually, I don't know about that. So, okay. That's something to follow up if you want to keep the loud combustion. Okay. Is that sort of like what, I'm assuming, what, not Mobil, but, was it Mobil? Shell. What Shell was doing as well. Making synthetic fuels and trying to make them more efficient for Formula One, right? That's Formula One's goal, is to become carbon neutral by every year, it seems. I mean, the goal is to get there, right? But, you know, I think it was 2026 is when they said they were going to be carbon neutral. I don't think that's happening. Maybe one day. That's the goal. As long as we're working towards it, eventually we will get there. In the meantime, motor racing will continue, folks, and I'm glad that it will. Gotta love me some motor racing. Have I seen the H24 project for Le Mans? Checking. We got time. This sounds interesting. It sounds like a hydrogen-powered Le Mans car. Ooh. See, I'm very interested to see this type of stuff. So I like this. Did it race? I remember hearing about it. Now that I'm looking at the pictures of it, I remember briefly hearing about this, but I don't know what exactly came about it. Synthetic fuel, e-fuel, even combustion, no changes for it. Gotcha. Okay, allegedly. Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, the one thing, you know, I mentioned it before, AI coming out. That's a massive stride as well in developing some of these new technologies. Here's a nice little another change of positions. Just a quick little swapperoo. Kiss, moving their way through the field quite quickly. But with AI and the amount of just information that we're going to be able to process soon, and the amount of developments that we're going to be able to have, is truly incredible. Where is... Okay, hold on. Trying to just process. So we're back out here. We're currently looking at Tauscher, who's now behind the wheel, and they are ahead of the Aston Martin. So they actually got ahead through the pit stop. The overcut worked wonders, but look at this. We got hot tires for the Aston Martin, and we got cold tires and a brand new driver behind the wheel. Michael Tauscher getting thrown into the line of fire immediately. Let's see. How do you handle Tauscher? Gonna have to weave left, right. Which way is it gonna be? He's just trying to get heat into his tires. He needs every bit of grip that he can for the upcoming corner complexes. Thankfully, the Fangnas, tough to overtake through in the back markers. Are they going to play dividends here? Are they going to absolutely do the head in here of Danielle? Let's keep an eye on this here until we get down to the bus stop. This is where the move will go in theory. I'm going to try it. Danielle, in the Rajoli Esports, goodness me, I apologize, Danielle. He's got the run. He's got the slipstream. He pulls out of it, though, and the back markers are going to either work wonders or they're not going to work at all. Fully side by side and bumping and banging in a straight line. You never want to see it. Back down to the inside. No, Tauscher is not going to be going for that. He is a little more calm-headed, as I say that. Goes right into the back bumper of the BMW. Pay no mind to me. Job done, or Aston. Job done. We're back to where we were pre-pit stops. And Tauscher, he's now got some warmer tires. And more than likely some warmer tempers, if I had to guess. No love lost between these two teams. They were at each other's throats before the pit stop, and they continue the trend after. This is going to go on for the next 48 minutes until they have to go back down pit lane, and then we rack them up and do it again. Tauscher, the Nitro Concepts, good run, takes to the outside, holds the racing line, a little bit of a defense there from the Aston, holds the inside hard, moves over to the left, though, at the right time, and that's going to be enough done for the defense for now. More back markers, though, on the way down to Bruxelles. No avail, though. At least not yet. A little bit loose there, though. Panfiorov, we're going with it. Panfiorov, a little bit loose at the wheel there. The loud pedal sort of squiggling that back end out every which way. That's just going to be Tauscher really giving him a chance. He's going to be licking his lips at the chance to get a bite of this morsel ahead of him. Backmarker wants nothing to do with it. He says, just please, let me out of the way. Please, I go. And that's exactly how it goes. Tauscher. Unleashed. Oh, into the Fangnas. Not where you want to be getting that close. You want to be that close on exit, not on entry. Slow in, fast out. That's the name of the game. Now, the Porsche. Really good at the fast out thing. Not that great at the fast top speed thing. Thankfully, we got a slipstream. Tauscher, nice and close. This will be a real tell right here. Are we going to be seeing these two at each other's throats for the next 48 minutes, or is Tauscher going to give? I don't know yet. I don't want to say it's the latter. I suspect the latter. It would be smart of them to go for a little bit more of discretion being the better part of valor, and I think that's what we're seeing. Tauscher settling in the long run here. These two are even on pace. There's no need to battle. Let's take a look at the replay. This is what led to Adler gaining another position. It's been an up and down road here for the Bentley squadron. Flock, Herd. What do you call a group of Bentleys, folks? Let me know. I haven't thought of that one. A unit of Bentleys. I like that. That's what I'm coming up with. It's just ARs. No, this is not quite. We're just talking about AI. Sorry. I got sidetracked. I was just at an AI conference, not like, 2 days ago. So, kind of, AI is hot on the brain. Wow! 2:15.7 from Abuladze. Jeez. Yeah, no one's catching that right now. Back to chat. Just catching up here is... Big thank you to everyone joining here in chat. We got a lot of active chatters. Hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. It's a balance. Everywhere I look, I either have chat or I have battles, just like we have here. Aston Martin alongside Ford Mustang. No, Davis, you gotta give. Oh my goodness, he is driving at 125% right now and trying not to crash the car. It worked. I mean, I can't fault the fact that it worked, but it only worked because Hank decided to back out because he saw... Hank looked death in the face, and Hank said, I've seen you before, and you can go, sir. I want no part of that. Smart choice. Let's see. Thank you very much, BT. And thank you very much, Sin. You guys are very, very kind. Don't get the AI racing for the only purpose of testing platforms. Anything serious when it risks drivers. You know, I've discussed this actually on a previous, on a different live stream, on a different platform, but AI racing I don't think will ever take off. And here's why. I think it will because a lot of software engineers are going to want to defeat a human. I think that's going to be the goal, right? Is develop a race car that can beat a human, and eventually that will happen. Don't get me wrong. I had a lot, when I was at that conference, self-driving was promoted a lot, and I'm not going to lie, I'm not the biggest, I'm hard to convince. I'm a little skeptical on the whole self-driving thing at this current moment. Now, 40 years in the future, we'll talk. I can't tell you what's going to happen in 10 years when it comes to that stuff. So, I don't know. Self-driving seems a long ways away to me. Just driving is such a complicated thing. There's so many different variables that have never been executed before, and I don't know how AI is going to be able to collect that data if it's never been executed because new things happen. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not an AI expert. But when it comes to the actual like AI racing series, I just don't see that ever happening because people want to watch racing for the drivers. You want the story, you want the people, and you want the drama. And AI, what, are you going to watch two robots argue? Come on. They had a robot at the conference out in Charlotte, and it was, oh goodness, it was creepy. Anyways, overtake attempt. I don't know if it's going to work out here from Benny. Kind of all over the place on that move. No real semblance here. But now, looks like we might have a little bit of a chance. Bostelman in the 911. Holds on for now. This Evo 2, though, is looking very sharp and aggressive. And like it wants to drive through this Porsche at the best of times. But right now, not able to contend. Good run, though, through Kemmel, onto the Kemmel straight. No, not a good enough run. You're gonna have to wake up pretty early in the morning to catch Felix out and get a move done from that far away. Yes. Sophie from the certain... Yes, exactly. You know who I'm talking about. The first game of the video game, she is faster than... She is creepy, though. Was it Sophie? I thought her name was, Oh, what was her name? Either way, hold that thought. This is a very important battle that we're watching. This is Tauscher going for it and looking like he wants it now. This is Danielle trying to hold on, but he's going to be holding on by a thread, it seems, and firmly grasping the rope behind is Tauscher, and he's grasping the inside line, trying to muscle his way on by. A bit of a you reap what you sow situation there. Daniel, you seed the sows, oh goodness, you sow the seeds of aggression, and you get hit back. Here we go, though. This is the best overtaking chance on the track, and if there's ever a driver that's certainly going for the move, it's this driver here, or this team in general, the Rajoli Esports, bump drafting Tauscher down the straight. Are we going to pull out last second? No. I'm actually shocked. Is this Tauscher, or is this Daniel accepting his fate for the time being? I find that very hard to believe. just going to be completely honest, I do not see that being a reality. The whole mindset of racing fans needs to change. Yeah, but also when you have, NASCAR that exists, how do you change that mindset? Don't get me wrong, I love NASCAR. Let me just start off with that. I do very much enjoy watching NASCAR racing. I just don't like watching crashing. That's kind of, I'm here to watch racing. I'm not here to watch crashing. And it's kind of promoted in that series, and I'm not that big of a fan of that. But either way, back to the battles at hand. This is for P22. And looks like it's going to be made, not yet, that is Zagar. Going slowly. Yes, it is. Okay, Zagar allowing Castanella through, I think. The back marker dance, as you often call it. This is Vincent. Vincent currently on the back now in that Bentley... What? Fleet! A fleet of Bentleys! What? How did I forget that? It's... Either way... You can tell it's a midnight endurance race. I'm not going to say the line. That's too far. Either way. This track, wanted to mention as well, has a lot of history on it. I mentioned that before. Founded back in 1927. It's had some good races. Just like this one here, this is going to be Vincent getting by. I don't think there's going to be too much of a contention there. Voss, not really too thrilled on going for the defense, just allowing it to happen. Fair play, not wasting any time. Less exciting for us, but the right choice, let's be real. This is Adam Wozniak, a little out of position, if you ask me. Down in 17th, the Aston Martin team. The Slow Racing Super Pro Max Esports. Wow. That's a team name. Talking about team names, my favorite team name that I ever created, the Morton Salt McLaren. A long time ago, livery that I made. What's your favorite livery that you've made, chat? Let me know. Michael Gross. Going for the move, maybe? Not really. He's a bit bottlenecked right now. The back marker's not really helping him, and, well, the Aston Martin behind, who is that? Couldn't see the number plate. Either way, front marker, clearly. Or that's not Leon Burnt. No, that's just a different Aston. Similar livery, orange and white. Michael Gross and the Cohesion of Wolves. Oh, that's a cool team name. Also, we're currently looking at Sasha Tubner and the Grand Touring Veteran Sim Racing. That's a cool name. Big shout out to any veterans if you're watching. Thank you for your service, of course, whether you serve in the United States or any other military across the world or police service. Of course, all men and women, all servicemen and women, we thank you very, very much. Once made a livery that made the car driving burger. Wow, that broke. You talking about like SpongeBob? Made a livery that made a car a driving burger. Yeah, okay, wow, I'm just dyslexic. I read that so incredibly wrong. That is unreal. Yeah, it's like, so, kind of like the SpongeBob movie. Vibes of driving a Krabby Patty mobile, right? Now, did you leave the keys in a bar in the middle of, where were they? Oh, what was that place called? Either way, the bubbles were illegal. That much I do remember. Nice little move there from, oh, maybe not the nicest little move. It was a move there from Coring. Got it done. Royal, not too thrilled on it, but he's going to try to come back? No, that's a Ferrari. He's not. Oh, goodness, this is dicey. I don't like what I'm seeing. So that's actually Royal getting the position back from Coring. I don't know what's going on here. We got some sort of dance. The 992 invented the colors of the RSR. Wait, what? 992 inverted. Oh, inverted. Gosh, I am not dyslexic at all. You are. No, sorry. I need to read better. This is that overtake that we were talking about. That was very close. Gross going for the move and getting a heavy squeeze to the inside. It's so difficult to commit. Oh, goodness. That is his best Sum 41 impression. He is in too deep. There we see him rejoining the circuit somewhat safely. I say somewhat because that's not the safest part to rejoin. It's just the nature of the track. It's a funnel. You have to rejoin somewhere. Samir Fosh. I'm assuming that's Sir Fosh. Another content creator out there. Actually, is that true? I'm assuming that's true. Chat, somebody in chat will correct me on that one if I'm wrong, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that's Sir Fosh. Samir Fosh down in 23rd position right now. 22nd make it as he gets by Castellana. He's had a bit of a hard day. Or have they? No, they're moving up the field. Castellana, I think, is pressuring Fosh right now. Yep, okay, cool. Tuning decision involving cars 81 and 24. No further action. That's what you want to see. Ignoring blue flags. You don't want to see that. It's tough here. Of course, in this style of racing, the sort of SRO endurance style racing, this is not like Formula One. You don't have the blue flags where you have to move over within 2 marshal posts. It's a little bit different. You actually have, you don't have a allotted amount of time that you need to move over. It's more of a precaution to say, hey, you have a faster driver behind you. Be aware. If you are fast enough through some corners, you don't need to just move out of the way right away. Race your own race. Let the faster car do the hard work. Now, it doesn't always work that way. Sometimes you want to be nice, hand it over. That can actually cause more harm than good. You want to just be predictable. That's the key. As a back marker, being predictable is everything. You go, whoa. For example, move to the inside there if you're that Nissan GTR, then you cause a lot of strife for other drivers, not just yourself. It's one thing to be in an incident on your own. It feels a lot worse when it's your fault on an incident than someone else. Trust me, I would know. It doesn't feel good. Been there a few times. That's why I commentate, folks. That's why I'm not a racing driver out on track with these incredible drivers. The skill level on this track is something else. Again, let's just take a look. For reference, let's see, what are the slowest lap times that we're seeing? This should tell you everything that you need to know. Slowest lap times that we're seeing are the 219s, couple drivers into the 220s. Still pretty good. Still pretty good. Not your run-of-the-mill pub lobby. It is a... I don't have an expression for it. I was going to say... I didn't want to say lobby again. I don't know what other word to use. It is a group of gallant drivers. I don't know. Wanted some alliteration, but not clever enough. Need some more caffeine. That's probably the key there. Remember, folks, stay hydrated. Caffeine, probably not the best at hydrating. It's actually the best at the opposite, but either way. We sip up, and we get ready to get to the top of this hour. 13 hours just about left to go. Plenty of action to come, and of course the morning, not too far away. It's quite far away. Maybe about another 6-7 hours left before we start to see the break of day. This is Andreas Molnar down in 27th, number 9079 BMW. Not finding the overtake just yet. That's Schroeder ahead in the McLaren. Looking to hold on for now, but now as we get down to the bottom of Eau Rouge and ready to climb Radion one more time. Are we going to be close enough? The run. Got him lined up in the sights. We're a little too far back. I'm just going to be real. Gonna wake up pretty early in the morning to catch out Schroeder like that. Of course, these cars, not equal machines. McLaren, notoriously quick in a straight line. At least it used to be. I don't think it is as much anymore, especially with the, well, I guess the BOP doesn't really add on any straight line speed hindrances. It's more through the corners where BOP matters, so it shouldn't have affected that too much. A bit of a wiggle from the McLaren. A little dance of death, as I like to call it. Never a place where you want to be. It means your tires are probably getting to be a little bit cooked. Or the pressure is mounting. We all know pressure, it can turn you into a diamond or it can crack you into a million pieces. And right now, Schroeder just doing what he can to hold on. It's Andras, really his race to lose. Well, his battle to lose. He seems to have the pace. He just has to get it done. Battling hard though with the with number 4 here. It'd be futile. There's no real need. You can see he's thinking about it, but just pulls out. Not forcing the issue. A battle here would be about as useful as using a Cheeto for a deadbolt. You're just not going to get much done. Michael Gross loses a couple positions himself. Or a position himself. Ray's up in a 57th. Wow. Again, still surprises me to say that. That's Tauscher. What the heck happened? He's all lonely now. Kai Pa, a bit up the road. And Dylan, way behind, miles behind at this point. 5 seconds nearly. Tauscher, well, something got lit under the seat of his pants there, as he is flying up the road. He barely had the pace to get by Danielle, and then barely had the pace to hold on to the position once he got it, seemingly out of nowhere. I'm wondering, there must have been a mistake for Danielle behind. Sure, we'll catch it in a replay if there was. And Dylan here, or Danielle, excuse me, back side by side, but not with the driver that he would like to be. And that is the Nissan GTR. Is that Winkler? Wow. No way. That's insane. Just checking, because if that is Winkler, that's pretty impressive. It is. Wow. So, an entire lap that Tauscher has? Here is Sebastian. Whoa, a tank slapper and a half. Ay, ay, ay. That. No, 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 no. Oh, gosh. That always scares me. Where are we going? No? Okay. Good. Good, good, good. Still waiting to rejoin. Wow, that's a brutal one. Chat is asleep. Best wheel for beginners. Let me just double check that I don't have any brand affiliation that I can't talk about. I don't see any sponsors anywhere. We'll send it. It's the midnight of an endurance race. So, what I would recommend is the Moza R5 bundle. I think personally, it's the best bang for your buck. Depends on what your budget is, though. That's the, if you are looking to go for the very, very budget option, hold that. Let's take a look at this replay real quick. This is Neil Kamdar. Ooh, a big drift, big drift. Oh, and a save. Oh, and then a snap. Wow, that almost looked like a technical issue. The 920 or the G29, great options. I started off with a 920. It's a good beginner entry-level wheel. The problem is if you want to upgrade later, then you just wasted. It's a good entry level. If you're looking to just get into it and try it out, that's what I would recommend. If you're looking to commit to it for a while, I'd say the Moza R5 bundle. It's just right in that middle price point. And honestly, if you are interested, you could message me and I could maybe get you something, at least a link. But yeah, Mike Noss on Discord if you are interested. But yeah, the Moza R5 bundle, great. The Fanatec has some good stuff right now, I will say, but just depends on your price range is really what it comes down to. But beginners, I wouldn't say that equipment matters all that much. You know, you have a lot of talk of people saying, oh, well, I have the R21 or the Hussenfeld pedals here and the Fanatec CSL DD there. And, you know, that's all great. If you're a beginner, absolutely. Those are beginner friendly too. It's just a little bit more of a, big save. Dave has got the, going for a bit of a spin there almost. But yeah, it just, like I said, it depends on what your goals are. What series you want to race as well. Thing is, if you want to race in a quote-unquote formula car, you do not need a formula wheel. Don't let anyone tell you that you need one. You don't need those fancy Formula V2s or anything like that. They're expensive, they're cool, they're awesome. I literally have a Formula V2 and a CSL DD. I also have the Moza R5 bundle, and I'm recommending the Moza R5 bundle. So that's, like I say, it's, I've used a lot of equipment, and it just depends. Just depends. But that'd be my shout. I also don't want to be too biased because I'm on a different platform. If this was my platform, it would be different, but yeah. Logitech has some good options, I will say. They have the new direct drive wheel too, which actually, I really like their Logitech direct drive wheel. It's not, it doesn't blow down the doors, but it doesn't, it comes short. It's a really good bang for its buck, to be completely honest as well. So it's also an option. But I think the compatibility is more limited that way. But don't quote me on that because I haven't looked fully into that. Lots of good options out there. Now's the time to buy as well. The sooner the better. For reasons, of course. Sim racing. A great time to be around. Who doesn't want to hook up a race car to their computer? You know, it's always funny. Just side tangent here is we have a couple battles, but again, these are battles that are not the most, I don't want to say, all the battles are important, but oh goodness, they're all dangerous and oh no, 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 what? How the heck did that work? The 164 Ferrari take a bow, I guess? That was a ridiculous dive bomb, and it worked. Wow, who was that? We got to give some credit and not credit simultaneously. That was absolutely insane. There, the 164 of Mirko. Let's take a look at that. I don't think he expected that as much as we did. Wow. he broke at his normal time, but everybody else broke earlier, and that was just, woof. I bet his eyes are currently lit up wider than a wide thing in Widesville right now. That was close. Can you speak about all brands, games, or are you held up by Kunis? I just like to play it safe, Yules. I can mention other things. I mean, we are, of course, here on the Assetto Corsa official platform, so we'll probably limit that to the most that we can. But, in fact, I didn't really think about that. It's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah. All brands are great. Disclaimer. I have to throw that out there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll keep that limited. I don't want to ruffle any feathers, so. But there, of course, I mean, we can talk about AC2. That's something we can talk about. Been looking great. They just recently had some updates there. Some new handling models, new cars, I think. No, not new cars. That was a little bit ago. Started with Thrustmaster 458 with no force feedback, and now you got the T300. You're thinking to change it, though? That's fair. The T300 is a good choice. That's the thing about sim racing, right? Is you start to get into it, and it's just like golf. You get a nice golf club, you're going, oh, well, it's the equipment that's going to help me get better. It's not. Let me just tell you that right now. It's not. The equipment is not the limiting factor. It's the time invested into it, and a lot of it. You can be a professional sim racing driver with a Logitech G920. You can be one with a controller. My goodness, anyone can do that. We had, back in, what, F122, who was it? That there was that the younger kid that was a controller driver, and a professional one at that. Kiss getting by no here. No issues to be found. But throughout it, anyone can be good at anything. How is the AI progressing? That's a good question. I don't know. I have not driven Evo. I've not driven, and we are here on AC official, so I gotta officially say the name, Assetto Corsa Evo. Okay, that's, no, I'll stop that. Tauscher, back on the back of paw. Somebody's gonna have to let me know on that one. I haven't driven enough. I need to get my wheel back set up. I have not been driving recently. I've been traveling a lot and have not had time. But I started off with a Logitech G920. Then I upgraded to a CSL DD, the original CSL DD, the belt-driven one, not the new fancy gear-driven one. That's really nice, I'm not gonna lie. Those are the ones that we use at events, and they're really nice. They're really expensive, though. And now I currently am using the Moza R5 bundle because it's just all the way around the best balance. As long as you have force feedback or a controller, you are not equipment limited. Exactly. Exactly. It's helpful. Don't get me wrong. Let me put a little disclaimer out there, because if you learn the principles, especially on the lower end equipment, for example, the Logitech pedals, this is why I can say that I can trail brake in literally any vehicle that exists, is because I know how to trail brake with the Logitech G920 pedals. They're not great. I'll tell you that right now. The brake in particular, not the greatest, but if you can trail brake with that thing, you can trail brake with literally anything. So the lower end, let's hold that thought. Well, let's take a look here. Oh my, that is a loss at a no! Wow! Oh, goodness, that's disappointing. Not Krause's fault, let me just be clear. That's nothing he could have done in that incident besides hold the brakes and hope. That's exactly what he did, and, well, that was the result. That's Kovacs, excuse me, off to the side, Kovacs to the left, Krause to the right, volleyed and thundered, and the Camel straight in the center, well, lives to tell the tale. And he's going to try to limp it back. That's going to be a long way back to pit lane. Meatball flag out, so guaranteed to have a pit stop. I got a little scared there. But I think for the most part, the LMLM, wow, that's hard to say, Racing Team Hungary is going to be safely on their way back to lane. They just have to be careful of the cars on their way through. But anyways, what I was saying, it's very nice having some load cell pedals. That if you learn on the Logitech stuff and then upgrade, I'd recommend upgrading the load cell pedals if it's within your budget, because my goodness, load cell pedals feel so good. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to tell you right now, brand does not matter. Most of the load cells are great. Fanatec load cells are great. Hussenfeld load cells, they're all great. They're all great. The load cells are the way to go. I don't think it's better equipment which makes you better, but worse equipment makes you worse, like a wheel with no F. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true to a certain extent. You need force feedback, and you need good force feedback. So that's where, for me, the lower end sort of Logitech wheels, if you're looking for the full simulation, you're not going to get that. If you're looking just to get into sim racing and be a little more, not arcadey, but you're looking to, again, test the waters for the most part, it's a very affordable way to do so. They're only a couple $100, and yeah, eventually you're probably going to upgrade it, but then guess what? You have an extra wheel and pedals that you can sucker your friends into getting into sim racing with. You say, hey, I have this extra set of pedals, I don't need any more. If you want to use it, hey, congratulations, you just got yourself a friend into sim racing. That's, I learned that one from experience. Oh no. What's happened here? Dan, having a bit of a day. Woo. Back marker. Oh, that's like watching on an icy day, watching a car parked on a hill and it's slowly sliding down. A very not spectacular crash for Dan. And he'll be back underway soon. It's just a bit of time loss, unfortunately. But we'll wait and see. Yeah. No, Joe, completely agree with you. Or is it Joe? No. Yas. Yas, I completely agree. Everywhere, what's going on? We got dominoes tumbling right now. What the heck? Nathan Gray having a bit of an incident there with, who was that? That's, oh goodness. You cannot park there, sir. You cannot park there. Fetcher, out of the road. Oh my gosh, what is happening? The gloves are coming off. Oh, Dasher, Fetcher. Oh, I want to catch a replay of that one if we can. Through no fault of his own, I don't think. Now, that's my first analysis. I gotta watch it back to double check. So that battle is going on. He's trying to stay left. He's still trying to stay left. No, that was not his fault. Don't drive into an object that you can see, whoever that Lamborghini was. Ferrari, whatever that car was. Fetcher, you're innocent on that one. Wait, I didn't think of hooking my friends into sim racing with my older wheels, right? It's a good strategy. That's hand-me-downs always work, you know? As long as you keep your equipment nice, you know, clean it up for them and then give them, hey, and just say, look, you can use it for however long you want. That's, like I said, that's what I did with my buddy. And, yeah, it's awesome. It's a great strategy. He does a lot of drifting now and stuff like that, which is really cool. I'm not the most into the drifting, but hey, it's all preference. Oh no, I saw that one coming. Wow, as soon as we turned the screen, no, what was that noise? Cop, Nop. Oh goodness, okay, let's see this. So down into Blanchimon, no issues. So what goes wrong? I don't fully understand that one. I don't want to call that one a racing incident, but I don't really want to call that one the fault of either one of those cars. That was just kind of a, I would call it just a lapse in judgment from both drivers, to be completely honest. So, yeah, I guess a racing incident? I don't know. We'll see what the stewards have to say about that. I'm not a steward. see as well, the temperature getting down there. 13 degrees ambient. That is a cold track. Grip is at a luxury right now, and we can see why. Or see the result, I should say. This is Sven chasing down the Ferrari, currently ahead. The Cavallina Rampanti, the prancing horse. Fun fact about Ferraris. The 2.9s... Okay, well, hold that thought. We got a replay. Let's take a look at what happened to Daniel Hayter. So this is flash of the headlights, so I'm assuming that's a back marker ahead. Sorry, buddy, but blue flags. Oof. Wow. That was close. I don't think the BMW really wanted to let that one go. Was that for position? Oh, that was. Wow. That was an opportunistic move, and to be completely honest, I don't want to call it unnecessary, but very unnecessary, actually. No, I'll just call it unnecessary. That was overly risky for almost no benefit. Throwing your neck on the line for a single position with 13 hours left to go. Well, yeah, I'll let you be the judge. There's about enough room for, a BMW-sized gap. That's about all there was to it. But what I was about to say, the Ferrari. A fun little fact about Ferraris, which is somewhat true and also not that true. So, for their GT cars, at the very least, this is true. The 296, very easy to tell the engine size and capacity of a Ferrari because the 2.9 is a 2.9 liter and the 6 is a 6-cylinder. So yes, you guessed it, the 488. Yeah, that's a 4.8 liter V8. Doesn't have a T next to it because it has twin turbos, but you just have to assume that it's turbo. Same with the 296. It also has 2 fat turbos. It's just assumed in the name, so 296 naturally aspirated. Either way, the 458 as well. That is 4.5 liter V8, yes. The 499, no, that is not a 4.9 liter 9-cylinder engine. So that's where they mess things up, Ferrari. Come on, you got to keep it consistent. Why you got to make it so difficult naming it? The 499, their hypercar, of course, and like... just stick to the trend. You had a recipe. Why don't you use it? I don't know. That's just a minor complaint from me. It's just a gripe. Look, I'm alone on an endurance stream in the midnight stint. I can complain about it. It's fine. To the 5 people out there who agree with me, I thank you. Probably not even 5 people out there that agree. Never mind. The one person that is out there that knows what I'm talking about and agrees with me, that you're awesome. Thank you. Now, why don't we talk order real quick? Haven't mentioned that in a while. For anyone that's just joining us here on Assetto Corsa Official, a big warm welcome to you. Thank you very much for joining us here. I hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. I'm Mike Noss behind the booth here, and we have 13 hours, give or take, left. 12 hours, 41 minutes, and 30 seconds to go. Currently, looking in battle for 39th, but that is 39 out of 71 drivers, 70 now, current drivers taking part. Our leader, Abuladze, in the 255 competition has been leading since lap 1. Valentin Barrier down in second right now for the number 39 Jardier Community. We have Andrea Hippauf in third with the 258. Michael Tauscher, the battle that we've been talking about for a while now, currently in fourth, the 963. Kaya Pa in fifth position right now for the 224. Kevin Braun in P6 in the 76. Krill Kalashnikov in seventh with Max Franks in eighth in the 718. Thomas Jansch in P9 for the 311. And rounding out your top 10, Jan Ruschel in the 888. That's just your top 10 of 70 drivers currently in the field. Battles happening. A lot of them not that important. A lot of them still to come. We have a long ways in this race to go. Anything can happen in motor racing, and it normally does. The gap to the lead, by the way, 85 seconds. Abuladze has done everything he can to extend the gap, and everyone in that team as well has just been on the ball. That Lexus, pretty much a different category at this point, I would say. Gonna be tough. to catch up to Abeladze, even for Barriere. The Aston Martin quite dominant here tonight, but no match for the Lexus. The Japanese manufacturing reigns king once again. For now, still could easily change at any point. But right now, it's going to be BMW on BMW... No, that's an Aston. BMW on Aston Martin violence here on the Belgian countryside. Let's see. Down into the braking zone. No chance, realistically. He's going to look to the outside. He'll turn to the inside, but you're not going to have an opportunity. Continuing low. Down to turn 1. Do we make it stick? More than likely, I would say no, but let's have a look. I think that was a background back marker move. Nothing to get too stirred, shaken, or mixed. What's the saying? There's a saying there that I don't know what it is. Either way. I agree. Thank you very much, Igmar. I appreciate you agreeing with my take that nobody even knows what the heck I'm talking about. So, thank you. You got some backup. Now, one thing that I did... No, that didn't... No, never mind. Never mind. That doesn't make any sense. Disregard what I was about to say. I'm just rambling. It's the ramblings of a madman. What happens when it's 3:33 p.m.? Sweet. That's the time to look down at your clock. Welcome to Kyrie? Kyrie. I'm assuming. Yes, there we go. We got there in the end. Welcome, Kyrie. Hope you're doing well. Currently joining us with 12 and a half hours left to go of the LFM 24 Hours of Spa, partnered alongside 505 Games Community. This is the round something of this championship. I know that we have a couple other endurance races coming up very soon, including, but not limited to, I think some Le Mans. I know that's right around the corner, which not in this sim, but throughout it, plenty of racing. This is a single event. This is a single event. Okay, my bad. My bad. This is a single event for Pride. There are no prizes on the line. Oh, change for the lead. Okay, don't get too excited, folks. Abeladze into the pit lane. Barriere leads this race for 1 lap at least. Bite. Trying to take a bite out of the bumper. Not quite. Outside line is what's going to be committed to. The run. And the Nissan not able to contend with the raw grunt of the American V8. Of course, the Nismo here, the Nissan GTR, built in a hermetically sealed factory. For anyone that's curious what that means, it means that it's dust-free. Not to mention the fact that as soon as you take it outside, it's going to be covered in dust, with dust everywhere, which is, you know, kind of how, like, cars are meant to be. Yeah. Also, nitrogen-filled tires. I think. I just did TV, POV, Jardy, or POV, and UK. Oh, very well, nice. Fan of the Jardier community, currently leading, but not for long. There they are. Valentin Barriere. Barriere. I don't know. Is that how you say that? Where's Valentin from? Because that doesn't... I mean, I think he's Eastern European, so that doesn't help me out, unfortunately. One of my weaker pronunciation suits. French? Shoot. Barriere. Okay. My bad. Fair enough. Not even close. Is it Barriere? Must be. We got some cheers for Abeladze. Is it Vyacheslav? Is that how you would say that? I've been scared to pronounce that name because I don't... But how would you... Is it Vyacheslav or how would you say that? I'll be honest. We're going to stick with Abeladze because I can pronounce it. And I'm still probably incorrectly pronouncing that, but I hope I'm correctly pronouncing it. That's the goal. but I'm American. That's my excuse. Into pit lane, and a long pit lane it is. Goes Valentin. Down with Andre Hippoff into the lane as well for the LFM Esports team. He's currently in third. Barrier in French, yeah. My bad. French is probably one of my weakest pronunciations. French, any Eastern European language, any Slavic-based language I'm going to struggle with. I mean, honestly, even the American names at this point, I'm starting to struggle with because I put too much spaghetti and meatballs now on American names. If your name is Spanish, I probably got you. Other than that, it's a struggle. It's a struggle. Thomas Jansch. Again. Another one of those that's hard. Up 7 positions, though, for the Mad Cap Racing. It's a mad dash so far. Also leading in the silver category is Jansch. Sam Gaskell back out and behind the wheels of the Jardier community and not in the lead. Oh, no, he is in the lead. My bad. It's 255. Whoops. Wrong person. Barrier stays behind the wheel. Sam Gaskell now behind the wheel, and Hippoff now behind the wheel as well. Tauscher stays in. That's smart. He was absolutely rapid. I'd keep him in for another stint as well. The fellow Mike back out on track. Jansch feeling the pressure from Rochelle, but really shouldn't fight this. There's no need. These are 2 Bentleys. Might as well work together. They have no affiliation. Let me just be clear. They're not sister cars by any stretch, but they are not in the same category. The one thing you can see, that is a silver plate versus a pro plate or a white plate, meaning that there is no real position on the line here. This is all about just pride and talking points, really, and, well, not having a car in front of you for the 888. Now, that will allow the 888 to climb up the road, but 77 seconds to road is a bit of a stretch. Rochelle, he's got 20 seconds to the back there of Offerman. And Bite, also 10 seconds back. If these two squabble for too long, Offerman could be involved with this. If I'm Rochelle, I want to get by. I don't think I want to be behind Jansch. So it's going to be hemorrhaging time, and it's a position that you should have in reality. In theory, you're the pro plate. Now again, theory versus execution, 2 very, 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 very different things. Like Ben Schmidt is finding out right now. He'd like to defend this position. Oh goodness, what's happened to Tino? Not again. I think this isn't the first incident we've seen this BMW involved in. It's going to be a pretty unforced one. Oh, there you can already see the car going. Yeah, just a bit of understeer that turned into oversteer, and thankfully, a slow motion crash. Really nothing to write home about. But the result is the same. He's into pit lane. Sebastian Vall, I don't know about this one. He's going to go for it. It's a different category, so Sharpay not really going to go for it either. Again, another one of those not battles. It's a battle, but it's not a battle. It's a not battle. Ben Schmidt also has a nice chance here to get a bye at Wagner, which would open the door for him and allow a bit of clean air. Oy, I don't like that. Ben trying to force an overreaction out of Wagner, I suppose, but all that really resulted in was him picking up marbles on his tires and losing about 5/10. Not quite where you want to find yourself at this stage. Oh, speaking of, Thomas, another bit of issue and strife for the no skill, just luck, and clearly no luck to be found on this occasion. What's happened here? Outside line for, oh, it's just the same incident that we saw. Almost like there's an oil slick down on track. And still, just getting back onto the circuit is Franking. Is that a trip down pit lane? He just came out not too long ago. Unlucky. That is not how you drew it up at this stage. Seeing if I could catch it beforehand. I did not see where he was in his stint timer. But I don't think he was too long out. That is a unscheduled stop, and we'll be adding one to the tally, more than likely. Jan, currently with the Bentley behind, but this is the order that it should be. Rochelle is now through, and Jansch is in the background. Well, this should, in theory, stay this way, and I think these two are going to become good friends by the end of this. The Boatley runners. This may not be a full marina. This may not be a... Why am I forgetting the word again? What do you call a group of boats? Anyways, I said the word earlier. I've forgotten since. A fleet. Yes, a fleet. That's the word. That is, in fact, it. Yes, a fleet of Bentleys. It's not a fleet. It's a... Is there a word for two sailboats being together? That sounds like what that word would be. We're Googling it, by the way. Wow, there actually is a term for two sailboats. Okay, that is... I am adding this into my vernacular. It's called a... catamaran. Wait, what? Hold on. What is this word? It's a catamaran? A catamaran. Am I saying that right? We're checking? It is... Hold on. How do you do the thing? There we go. It is a catamaran. Yeah, that's how you say that. Yeah, okay, so it's a catamaran of Bentleys. And here, a catamaran of Aston Martin. Okay, that's enough of that already. I've beat that term like a dead horse at this point, and I just figured it out 5 seconds ago. That's another word for you guys. A word of the day, folks. Catamaran. Two sailboats in... that are parallel to each other, joined by the deck. That's... No, a catamaran is not a type of boat. No, it is two sailboats next to each other. Wait, they are? Oh, they're those bad boys. Oh, so it's a boat united by two wings, which is just at low speed. So it's like those, the Red Bull boats. I don't know what they're called, but like what they race those down in like the UAE and stuff like that, right? Is that what a catamaran, or what a catamaran is? Catamaran is a type of boat. Oh goodness, I'm getting lied to on both. No, it's not. I've just looked it up. It is not what I'm talking about. That's just like a sailboat. A catamaran is a boat. Okay, it is a boat. Maybe we don't use that term. Maybe we... Yes. Okay, that's helpful too. Very common. Oh, it is. It's very... So it's in... is a Spanish, a very common sport, and it is exactly... Oh, okay. Sweet. That's a cool sport to watch. That stuff looks dangerous. A couple dangerous... I recently found out about phone booth boxing, which, yes, it's exactly what you think it is. And yes, it came from the country that you think it came from. And no, it wasn't America or the UK. UK, I'm not going to lie, was the first one that I thought of, but I was wrong. It was my third option. We've seen a bit of phone booth boxing, a knife fight in a phone booth earlier between P3 and 4. Since then, Thatcher has fallen off just a little bit. Still need to find a term, though, for two boats, or two boatlies. To be fair, I don't really know much boat terminology because I don't really like boats. Not really a fan of them. I don't trust them. As was it, James May, I think is who said it, is I don't trust boats. You can't trust anything that isn't necessarily where you last parked it. And he's right. 100% right. Oh goodness, we got 3 wide. Exiting stage left this time is going to be that Porsche. Okawa not able to get by. Lang holds on for now, but it's going to be side by side down to the first corner. Late on the brakes, I think so. Who is that in the background? Do not get involved. This is not your battle at Ford Mustang. Okawa gets by. Ketamans have a sail in the middle, and the driver must. What does that mean? So it's a driver? So boats? See, isn't it a... So it's not a... It's a captain. Isn't it a captain? You captain the ship? You don't drive a ship? Do people get mad at those? Do nautical people get mad at that? I won't say what I want to say. But you know what I want to say, chat. You know what I want to say. Duo Bentley might be a tweeboat. I hope that's not offensive. That sounds a bit rude. Either way, I'm having fun with this. I enjoy this. Chat, you guys are entertaining. I like it. A big warm welcome to everyone that's just joining us and wondering what the heck are these guys talking about. We're talking about, well, to be honest, I can't really tell you. We're talking about a lot of stuff because it's 12 hours, 22 minutes left to go. Now there's battling everywhere you look. Again, look at that delta. You see Bischoff and Val, they're all right next to each other. Prahl and Connellan. There are so many battles currently happening, but they end really quickly. There's a lot of people carving their way through the fields on alternate strategies, doing pit stops here, doing pit stops there, and it really makes it... No, it's just confusing on who is who. We'll eventually, of course, find that out with 12 hours left to go. It'll be down to the last hour that we really find out whose strategy did what. The only thing that I really know right now is that Ben Schmidt's going really slow, and we're about to find out why. Let's see. This isn't exactly what... You don't want to be here, sir. You don't want to be here. This is the wrong neighborhood, Ben Schmidt. All right. Safe rejoin. Terrifying position to be in. Safe rejoin. Best looking Bentley is the number 499. Anyways, no matter what, it's going to be, or if they are going to be two side by side or not, I like it. I like it. Some love for the liveries. There's some good liveries out here. That is the one thing that is to be said. Even the Cryonics here got a good livery on it. Look at that. I love the color scheme. That kind of, not teal? Is it cyan? Is it teal? Is it light blue? I don't know. The world may never know. Somebody does. A color theorist knows. I'm not that. But the way that it pops, the purple, I should say, the way the purple pops with the green contrasts and the blue and the perp and the like silver-ish kind of color. I don't really know what it is. It's a very light blue. Pops hard. And there, that's cyan? This wing is cyan, right? Chat? I hope so. Or it's teal. It's one of the two. Again, I think it's... No, this one's teal. Yeah. Right? Ben McConnell, either way, in the Waggington Endurance. Is that Waggy on that team, I'm assuming? Actually, one guy was knocked over by the sail, but instead of falling into the water, is knocked to the head against the water. Oof. Well, back to the GT3. Honestly, that's about where my mind's at right now. It's a squirrel-like mentality, something like that. Yeah, pretty much. I think I know what you're talking. I've seen a couple clips as well, just on just on various YouTube videos, I suppose, and like America's Funniest Home Videos and stuff like that, of people getting knocked in the head by those sails. Those look dangerous, man. They swing around at speeds, and they're a big metal pole, and they're head height. Like, what do you expect? You're gonna get thwacked every now and then. Rowing is a side tangent. Rowing is a fun sport. Speaking of boats, again, I don't trust boats, but kayaks are cool. They're fun. Now, you don't really want to tip over if you're in one, because you're low-key kind of toast, but if you don't, it's a good time. You get the feel of the water, you get the... you're basically driving a Ferrari of a boat without an engine. So not a Ferrari. This is Cop going down to the inside of the BMW. Not much of a fight. Again, that's Roche. I didn't say Rochelle. I said Rochelle. The line threw me off. Roche. My apologies. Getting overtaken there. Tim Hope. Hoping to hold on to this position, but Lang to the inside, and that is hook, line, and sinker from a front marker. That was not actually the battle. Okay. Lang still behind. Kayaks are boats and submarines at once, depends if you're right side up or upside down. That is such a good, that is an analogy and a half. I love that. Submarines, man, those things are terrifying. Speaking of things that I would not ever want to be on. But yes, a kayak, I've never had a kayak turn into a submarine, thankfully, knock on wood. I haven't kayaked that often though, so I just like it. It's fun. I'm a nature guy, I like hiking. I'd rather hike around a lake than go into a lake on a boat, though. You just risk getting wet. Ain't no one want to get wet. Come on. And, like, water these day and age, especially some lakes, they're just not that clean. You got all those forever chemicals, you know. It's a whole deal. It's a whole deal. Talking about boats and GT3s is not much of a difference. No, it really isn't. It's fairly relevant. I was watching, in fact, recently, speaking of boat racing, I was watching this Australian superboats. I don't know what the heck they were, but holy cow, that might be one of the most terrifying sports I have ever seen. These guys are driving around in little tiny mill ponds, pretty much, with like bumps and grass, and they have these two gigantic engines, like probably about 200 horse engines plus on the back, probably even more than that, probably 600 horses total. And they're going like, I don't know, at least 50 miles an hour. In a boat too. And they're cutting corners. Oh, speaking of cutting corners, they're cutting them at light speed, just like Peral attempted to do right there, gaining an advantage and coming back on the track. Naughty, naughty, no. Yeah, that sport is something else. They did a run. It was a really good run, and the dude's throttle got pinned right after the final corner, and he got launched into the audience. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but I even said to myself, or I think it was my dad who was watching it at the time, and I was over at his, I was like, there is no way that this sport doesn't have multiple fatalities every single year. But hey, that's just, I guess, the Aussies. You know, a bunch of good old boys, got me a VB long neck on a Saturday morning, you know, kind of deal. Hopefully any Aussies out there, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. The co-pilot, the co-pilot was handing the pace notes. Left, right, left. Man, I don't know. Boats are something else, like I say. I'm a car guy. And thankfully so. Granted, cars, they sink too. Break the boat. Like I said, those sports are, there's something else. And, even like Olympic rowing, let's be real. It's just the physical condition that you have to be in. Humans are not meant for water. Let me just say that. back to the action. This is going to end quickly, let's be real. Pearl, he gets by Connell. Textbook. Okay, moving on. Back onto the relevant conversation of boats. Are we going to see a move back? No. No, we're not. But even like, yeah, Olympic, or just, again, humans, we're just not made for the water. You know, we're land species. We should stay that way. You know, if you like the water, more power to you. That's, we need people to like the water, and it's just, you know, you guys are built different. Let's just put it that way. I like my feet dry. That's not true. I live in the Pacific Northwest. It rains all the time here. Either way. Side tangent on side tangents aside, back to their action. This is Rayner, currently on the back of the McLaren, and I suspect not for long. This happened pretty quick. I assume the 992 is about to blow by on the Camel Straight. Picked up a massive amount of overspeed. McLaren wants to defend in the Top Racing TV, but I don't think there's any negotiating that Porsche. And through goes the H3. If I was a boat guy, I would be watching a lot less racing. That, you know what? Yeah, that's a good point. There's probably not many boat people here because they're all car people. That's a very good point. Who is that rally pilot that got distracted and crashed because a couple was... Oh, wow. That's a story and a half. I'm a fan of water, but it's a bit hard to breathe in. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Oh, man. Imagine if Kudos put the 10... We're on the official Assetto Corsa channel right now. Goodness me. I don't got anything else really to talk about, though. I mean, heck, we're having a good time here, chat. I don't know. I don't think anyone can be upset. Appreciate everyone being here and being a part of this conversation. We have gone down a rabbit hole with a rabbit hole inside of a termite's nest. So, we're pretty deep now. But that's endurance racing, folks. And especially when you're solo commentary, that's endurance racing. Imagine if Kudos put 10 fastest guys together in 1 week and then let them drive a car, the BOP corrective. That'd be true. But that would... No, I can't say that. Never mind. Never mind. No comment. That would be cool. I agree. Moving on. Not getting myself in trouble. It's true. All the races going on. Yeah. Yeah, there is a motor race on, right? That's how it goes sometimes. Again, appreciate all of you for being here. Sam Gaskell, folks. He's our leader. Why don't we go on board with him? Is that a possibility? Can we do that? And ride along with him for a full lap? Yeah! Let's get a little bit of the raw sound, the horsepower, and an idea of what it's like around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. This is 4.3 miles or 7 kilometers. Heck, we just cut off 1.5 kilometers already just down the Camel Straight. But now, down into Bruxelles. This is one of the overtaking spots to say, but it's going to be a difficult one at the best of times. The corner really falls away from you. You got to keep that tight on the apex, then get it a little bit left, but then get ready to get as right as you can to set yourself up for no name. Very important corner exit here. Get the run down to Puan. Don't dip your tire onto the gamer line, folks. Don't put your tire onto the green rumble strips. It's not quicker. Nice and easy there. One of the most difficult corners on pretty much on planet Earth, in reality, at least to get right. Every time you go through that corner, you do it a little bit differently. It's never perfect. Now, into the Fangnas, or Piff Paff, or whatever you want to call them nowadays. And then into the campus corners, followed up by Stavolo, this being the town that it was named after originally, that it cut through. Hey, look, there's a little house there as well. Now, settle in and wait. You get to go flat out for about, 75% of this lap, and this is part of it on the way down to Blanchimont. Good waiting opportunity here, and looks like we're going to send it onto this BMW into the bus stop, and the BMW making it comply very easily. He got on the brakes about 200 meters early to make us get by without any issue. Sam Gaskell knows how to negotiate back markers, and he is showing it. We'll stay on board here until we get up to the Camel Straight. I just want to show off the Eau Rouge Radeon complex one more time. It's the real namesake corners here of this track, of course, and everybody thinking that Eau Rouge is the left-hander. No, it's not. It's Radion, actually. Or yes. Eau Rouge is the dip down at the bottom here. Into the compression, left-hander into Eau Rouge, right-hander into Radion, and then throw yourself out onto Kemmel. Don't run too deep, or that lap time will be invalidated quicker than a quick thing in Quicksville. And that, folks, is one full lap of Spa-Francorchamps. 4.3 miles, 7 kilometers, done in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Truly incredible pace to be had there for Sam Gaskell. 720 boat GT3. What's the favorite GT3 boat? Wow, okay, I look away from chat for 2 seconds and we are even more derailed. I like it. What is your favorite GT3 boat? Probably the Lexus, in reality. That thing's a bit of a boat. Ford Mustang, another good choice. Lap 200. Hey, yeah, look at that. Lap 200. We're nearly down to the halfway point, too. We're going to be encroaching probably about, what, 410 laps by the end of this? It's a good amount of laps. Wow. Z4 GT3 and OG. That's okay. That's a good shout, actually. I guess another really... The Jag isn't a boat, though. The Jag is tiny, but it's got a big engine and a really big heart. It's the little boat that could. The Jag. I can't do it. I don't got a deep enough voice. Doesn't work for me. But the Emile Frey Jaguar GT3, the 2012. Yeah, 2012 that car came out. 12 years ago, wow. 13 years ago, I can count. That is maths, folks. It's hard. The GT3 Volvo. It's a good shout. It's a good shout. Let me look at now you got me curious. What are some old GT3 cars from back in the day? The Viper. Oh, that actually might be... I don't know why I didn't think of that. The Viper is a great GT3 shout. It's a shame they got rid of that. What is this car? The GT3 Ascari? Ascari is a British automobile manufacturer. Well, yeah, I know that. But they made a GT3 car? Wow. Venturi had some GT3s. The GT3 Heritage. Gosh, that car is ugly. Wow. The 430, of course, the Ferrari 430. I wonder if that's a 4.3 liter zero-cylinder engine. I doubt it. Again, Ferrari making names confusing. The Ford GT3, another great shout. The Morgan had a GT3. Okay, that is a sin. Sorry to any Morgan fans out there. That is maybe the worst GT3 car ever made, if I had to guess. There was a Seat Toledo. Yeah, that's... Oh, gosh. That is... Favorite GT... Yeah, the Volvo is a good shout, too, I will say. The SLS AMG... Okay, look, that's just a good car, though. Like, we can't be talking down on the SLS. My dream car is an SLS Black. Like, if I was to have infinite money and I could buy whatever car I wanted to, I would get the SLS Black without a question. Yes, it would be in the shop every other week, but I don't really care, because if I had infinite money, I'd have infinite money, so that'd be pretty sick. Now I'm getting all the current ones. Toyota, they had the, well, I guess that's just the Lexus, huh? Now I'm into modern specs, so now I'm out of the old. I still think the Morgan has to be the, in my opinion, the ugliest and most poor choice of a GT3 car. Just checking the list, yeah. Yeah, that's my choice. Yes, for the 1990 DTMs. That's fair. Nowadays GT3s. I mean, yeah. I think GT3s, though, are a little bit... I don't think you can compare that necessarily. I think that the GT3 cars are higher downforce. I think maybe... Oh, wait, hold that thought. Whoa, this is an interesting... Wait, no, that's not a battle. This is Leon Burt getting by back markers. What am I talking about? I got excited. Not quite. But... yeah, what are some of the old 90s DTM's cars? Because I just don't think they produced enough downforce for being a quote-unquote GT3. Those were more kind of, I don't want to say rally cars, or even, I would even call those more touring car. I think that might be like the DTM would be the introduction to like touring cars, which didn't DTM stand for like touring something? I don't know. Either way, I wasn't a DTM guy. We're talking things before I was born. So, and that's not my specialty. I wasn't alive in the 90s, unfortunately. Just missed out. I was a 2000s kid, so missed out on it by a couple months. I actually saw the Alfa Romeo 155. I was at the museum out in Tacoma, the car museum, LeMay Car Museum, and they have one of those out there. They have a ton of really cool cars out there, from old DTM series, some old Japanese. It was some really cool Japanese cars out there too. Man, their JDM section was. I spent a lot of time in their JDM section. I'm not gonna lie. I'm an absolute nerd for Japanese cars. Oh. Gotcha. So it does not stand for touring, or Touring? So Dutch Touring Master. So does that mean like Dutch Touring Master? Is that what that would translate? And what does Touring translate to? And it was FIA GT before. Yeah, I think you're right. It's a good, man. GT3 was, what, 2012? 2010? When were GT3s? Whoa, whoa, uh-oh. What has happened to Slama? My apologies. Oh, goodness, he's cooking. Cooking into the Fangnas. Managing to get by a back marker. Oh, no. As Fernando Alonso once said, folks, say it with me, all of the time you have to leave it a space. And then that was not a good... I mean, it wasn't a bad rejoin. It just wasn't a good situation. But yes, all of the time, Slama, you have to leave it a space. It is, okay, it translates to German Touring Masters, yeah. So that makes sense. I think that is more kind of like TC or TCR nowadays. Which, speaking of TCR nowadays, again, I know I plugged it earlier because my buddy Paul Jeffrey commentated it, but if you guys didn't watch the TCR series, it is so good. They were just at Spa, and man, do those little cars race so hard. It's so cool. Little Civics versus little Audis. It's such a cool motorsport. Little Peugeots as well out there. Like, what more could you want? 2005 was GT3? Wow. Trying to figure out how it developed. GTCC, GT, then we called it GT1s, then GT2s were faster, and then GT2s got relinquished because apparently nobody liked watching GT2s. Yeah. It is a bit of a mess, but at the end of the day, who doesn't want to watch an Aston Martin racing a BMW racing a Ferrari? If you don't raise your hand, I don't know who you are. We are getting to that time, though, folks. The halfway point. As Bon Jovi once said, well, I can't say that yet, actually. I'll say that in a minute. Coring, getting knocked down here to what looks to be 45th position. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on. Roche has gone back and forth, and I think this is going to be one of those fourths? That's not, anyways. Yes, but in 2005, they were under really different regs. Yeah, it's like they're saying, it's hard to pinpoint when GT3 came out is, I don't know, probably this year. Every year it changes, right? I mean, BOPs change, specs change, rules change, regs change, drivers change. It's all down to Every year is a different series. By the way, ooh, holy smokes. That was a little close for comfort. Coring. Getting overtaken. Roche ahead now. It shouldn't take too long for the GT3s to be called GT1s. The 296 already is the fastest lap time. Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. Especially as car efficiency gets better and better. I mean, especially, again, going back to Toyota, it is absolutely unreal. I'm going to look it up real quick. 2025 NA Toyota Camry. What is the horsepower, HP? Yeah, okay. So the new, and then what is this? The 2.5? Yeah, they have the 2.5, which is the no, that's the hybrid. I don't want the hybrid one. What's the natural? Come on, no hybrid Camrys. It's about 255, 232. There we go. All-wheel. That's for the all-wheel drive model. Whatever. Either way, they have a 2.5 liter-ish, 2.4 I think is what they actually use, depending on the model. The V6 I think is a 3.2. No, they don't make the V6 anymore, do they? It's been a while since I've done my Camry research. But anyways, they generate like 230 brake horsepower out of a little tiny 2.5 engine. It's absolutely insane how much power you can get out of these little tiny combustion engines these days. They are so efficient, and especially some of the foreign cars, they are insanely unreal. And yes, I'm an American and I'm hating on American cars. Get used to it. If you're an American and you like American cars, I'm sorry. I don't. Not a fan, personally. They're heavy, they're big, and they're big. And they're really big. They're too big. Anyways, moving on. Look at that lovely Bentley. Absolutely. But yes, the Camry, I drive a Camry. I don't drive a 2025 Camry. Gosh, I wish I did. But the Camry, great car, gotta say. Looks so cool now. So the newer Camrys look so sick. Anyways, now that I'm done fanboying over Japanese cars, back to the race at hand here. We'll take a look at this lovely Italian car, this Fiat that's on screen right now. The Cavallina Rampa. Oh, I can't. Hold on. I gotta hydrate a little bit. Can't roll my tongues right now. Take a sip of water. There we go. Cavallina Rampanti. I still can't roll my tongue that well right now, but either way. Check the horsepower on the Abath 695. All right, those things are tiny. I know that. I'm assuming, is it 596 horsepower? If it's 596 horsepower, that's 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. That's pretty good. We're currently looking at, by the way, Shop's trying to get by Butcher. Imagine he's going to get by relatively soon. 180 horsepower? Bro, how much do these things weigh? They weigh like what, 2,000? Yeah, at most. Yeah, okay. Well, they actually weigh a little over. They're a little chunky. They're 2,300 pounds. Those. What the heck? Why does that thing weigh so much? I don't understand. Where is it getting like 500 pounds that I don't understand about? The Bipso version, has a dry weight of 2,100. It has 2,200 pounds. And then which is the car you're talking about. So 2,200 pounds on a 190 or 180 whatever horsepower, 190, yeah, 190 to 180 with a 1.4 liter freaking little engine. Man, that thing's a beast. It's like a little Golf, but I think that's even more punchy than a Golf, isn't it? Front wheel drive, I'm assuming. That thing's probably pretty fun. Or is it rear wheel? It could be rear wheel. It's Italian. Although it's probably wheel. Or it's front wheel is what I meant to say. Yeah, it is front wheel drive. Okay. 1.4 liter turbo. Okay. Yeah, that's unreal. That's a lot of power to weight. I think it's like a little go-kart. Honda, thoughts on the Honda HSV? I'm not familiar with that offhand. What is this? Holy. Wow. It's striking. I'm not sure I'm a fan. What are the specs on it? No, it doesn't exist. Is it a concept car? Because if it's a concept car, then... Wait, no, it's not a concept car. No, it is. No, it is a concept car. Oh, well, I don't care then. I'm sorry. I don't even... Here, the Honda HSV. Yeah. AKA the Kaori. It looks interesting. I mean, it looks like a really wide Dodge Viper, which is saying something. And like a Dodge Viper got... Like a tire ran over the front of the... Like, it ran down the dead center of the car and just smushed the center of it in a little bit, is kind of what it looks like. It's smushed. It's very smushed. $1 million. So it does exist. So it's not a concept car. I'm seeing a lot of what ifs, though. What is it? So does it exist or does it not? I need a little help on this one. If it doesn't exist, I don't like it. If it does exist, I'm indifferent. It's a 3.4 liter V8 with... Is it a hybrid? 500 PS or 370? Is it electric? Is this bad boy electric? No, it's not. I just said it has a 3.4 liter V8. What is this thing? Can you just... Here, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist? Or it does exist? No, it does. Okay. Listen to the engine. Alright. We got time. We got a battle on the screen. This is Wassner. No, this is not a battle on screen. This is Wassner getting by back markers. Okay. Yeah, we got time. Oh, gosh. Wow, that thing... Holy smokes. Okay, yeah, that is worth a listen. Oh, wow. That is... Can't use that word. Very pleasing in a non... you-know-the-word manner. It gets you going. It gets the blood pumping. There we go. That's it. That's a sound that gets the blood pumping. It is certainly not electric. Yes, when you hear that V8, you can also hear it's got the, I'm assuming it has a cross-plane crank as well. It's got that high-pitch kind of V8 sound to it. So here we go. More fun facts on side tangents. Why? I know a lot of people often ask. I haven't seen this question, but I'm going to answer it anyways because now we're talking about it. Why do American V8s sound grumbly when European V8s sound whiny or kind of higher pitched? And there's a reason for that, believe it or not. It's down to the crankshaft. So the European cars, so for example the Ferrari, is going to be running a cross-plane crank, which means that their firing order is going to be basically in the order of cylinders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's going to fire in order up the cylinders, where a American V8 has a cross-plane crank, and instead of it firing in order, it goes 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 6, 7, 8, I think. Don't quote me on the order, but the point is it fires in a little bit different order, and that is what makes the grumble versus what makes the whine. Let's take a look. There's a replay here of Thomas Jansch going very slow. This is, are we arriving on the scene of a crime? What's happening here? Certainly, drama befit them in the advance, and they are moving very slow down into pit lane. Wow. Yeah, that Honda HSV is crazy sounding, though, I have to say. That thing is loud. It's a shame that that doesn't exist anymore if it doesn't. Definitely one of the classics, I would, or maybe, I don't know. Was it good? Why'd they stop making it? Expensive? Probably. Looks expensive. Looks inefficient. I mean, all of that noise, bear in mind, all of that noise is waste. It's inefficiency. That's something that people don't often think about. The sound of an engine is actually bad. You don't want that. You want a quieter car. So the fact that it's that loud, it probably means that it's also generating a lot of heat, which is also waste product. It's probably just not the most efficient. And knowing the Japanese and knowing Honda in particular, efficiency is everything. So yeah, I gotta respect him for it. That's why I like Japanese cars. Back to the battle zone. This is Felipe. No, it's not. It's Philip. This is Philip. Going for a little kiss onto the back of Cop. Not quite how he'd drawn that overtake up. Just reminding that there's an Aston Martin behind, a little flashy of the headlights, saying, "I'm coming by, sir. Please exit stage left." No, you didn't. Dang. Philip. Gonna be a bit frustrated. By the way, we passed the halfway point. I missed it. I wanted to say it, but I missed it. I was too busy talking about who knows what I was talking about 10 minutes ago. But either way, we're here now. Over halfway through, 11 hours, 48 minutes, and 48 seconds left to go. A big thank you to everyone joining us here on the Assetto Corsa official channel. This is the Low Fuel Motorsports and 505 Games 24 hours of Spa. And it is spectacular. That was bad. I should feel bad. $1 million car due to economic crisis. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a really bad time to be producing a supercar, isn't it? Now that you mention it, huh? Yeah, fair. 2012. Or 2012, was it? No, what year was that produced? Year. 2010. Yeah, sure. Still. 2008. After 2008. Not the best time to be producing expensive things. Mobility needs so much energy, and sound doesn't really matter in comparison. It does, though. That's why Japanese cars are best. I mean, yeah, true. But no, it does. Mobility needs much energy. I mean, yes, friction, I get what you're saying. Yes, friction absolutely is the element, but that's also why, you know, Formula E cars, for example, are 96% efficient compared to a Formula 1 car, which is what, 24% efficient, if I remember right? So that means that 86% of a Formula 1 car's explosion in the engine is literally wasted. And those are some of the most efficient engines on the planet as well. So your road car at home, you'll be lucky to be pushing 17. You'll be lucky to push 20. Let's say it's, if you have a 20% efficient car, you're probably driving a Honda or Toyota. No, I'm kidding. Other car brands are available. It's not important, but hybrids, V6, yeah, I agree with you, Yas. I agree with you. They are more efficient, but they are less cool. That is a fact. We got a battle for the lead, folks. Not for long, though. This is not supposed to be happening. Hold on. Checking. My pit stops are not... Okay, I have no idea who has made pit stops when. My timing tower thinks that Milanowski has been out for 3 hours and 13 minutes. I assure you he is not. George Boothby also has not been out for 1 hour and 38. I don't know why my timing tower does not want to update that, but it's not. I'm pretty sure Milanowski has to pit here very, very soon. That's why they have come together. I don't see George Boothby getting overtaken. In fact, there we go. Back to the car talk. It's basically what that means. All right. Battle for Milanowski pushing that thing. That was a good stint from him, no doubt. He managed to gain some time, I think, actually, on the leaders. So cutting down, which was a 78-second gap at the top of his stint, down to, I think, a 60-something second gap. First time anyone called me Yos, now I feel like Verstappen's dead. What is it, though? It's Yoselu? Yoselu? Or is it Joselu? I guess it'd be, where are you from? Is it Afrikaans? Because if it's Afrikaans, I'm not even close. Now back to the battle between Benny. I'm going to say, Benny here, the CRT team has been in quite a few different mixes, and Zagata as well. I think these two have been kind of going back and forth with each other. Trading paint here and there, but mostly trading positions. And it looks like Benny looking to do exactly that as we speak. Oh my, Zagata. That is a risky defense right there. You gotta be careful trying to cut the nose of a Lamborghini off, because that could end in disaster. And here we go down into the bus stop. I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, it's Jose. Wow. That's insane. That's insane. I was so wrong. I could not have been more wrong. Well, now I feel like an idiot. How did the leader ever gain like 80 seconds? I missed from the starting bit. Consistency, Mikkel, consistency. It really is down to the fact that I think especially it was really during the stint of Abuladze. Abuladze's stint was killer. It was Abuladze versus who was behind the car at the time. I think it was Valentin, and as well as Walshingham. But I think Abuladze was a second a lap on average quicker than Aiden Walshingham. Which, if you've been around the ACC scene for a long time, you know Aiden Walshingham, well, he's no slouch. He's won multiple LAN events. I mean, this is a guy that is maybe arguably one of the most successful sim racing drivers in Assetto Corsa Competizione, and Abuladze made him look slow. I mean, that is unreal how much pace the 255 competition car has shown, and it really isn't just Abuladze. Let me just back up a minute here. It's every one of the drivers on the team. Philip Menard put in an amazing stint. Tim Gaskell was lapping faster than everybody else in the server, and George Boothby now just behind the wheel. It's the first time I've seen George behind the wheel, and he's already lapping in the 216s. Nobody else is lapping in the 215s or 216s besides now Nicholas Hubin. Actually, Nick is out on track and he is flying along as well. So they're just rapid. Yeah, it's extremely impressive. But you are joining us, Mikkel, in a bit of a podcast hour. We've been talking about boats. We've been talking about various cars throughout history, especially GT3 cars. And other things. I mean, you know, you name it. At this point, we'll talk about it. Why not? We got time. It's an endurance race. It's a midnight stint. It's how it goes. Who'd have thought that designed by Max and Franz and Herman was a good idea? Yeah, probably Helmut Marko, but... yeah, absolutely, Jose. I still cannot believe that I thought that your name was not Jose. Oh, Tim Hope is hoping that nobody crashes into him while he's staying stationary in the middle of the road. Wow, he is exiting stage right. No! What? Oh, what the heck? Okay, we gotta go back. Can we catch that one more time? This has caused, well, look at this. It's like a beehive being blocked. Everyone just going in different directions, cutting the track. Everyone getting speed penalties, and he's still there. What just happened? Let's see. Okay, let's break this down. Tim, in a race, getting flashed by a faster car. He gets out of the way. No, and he doesn't get out of the way. The other car gets out of the way. Okay, so we have a faster car behind. Big curb there. That's not going to help anybody. Marbles now on the tires, onto the grass. Car caught the curb on the rejoin, gets caught into a slide, and just the most unlucky person on the planet, whoever was in that Aston Martin. And then look at that, just, oh my gosh, unleashing the floodgates in various directions. Cars going left, cars going right, and Tim just hoping that nobody slams into the side of him. Who is that Aston Martin, first off? Not this one, the other one. Who got taken out? That I want to know. That was insane. Hey, that is a livery. I like that. Making my reference earlier a lot more relevant. No Cheetos use it as deadbolts, though, for this car. Sebastian out on track. Quezada takes the wheel. That was P2. I thought so. Okay, thank you for, yeah, because I didn't want to say anything. That wasn't the 255, I know that. But that was, yeah, Milanowski. That was the Jardier community team getting Probably, look, it wasn't their fault. Let me just say that right now. Okay, correction. Correction. It was their fault, but not Milanowski's fault. It was not Milanowski's fault. Let me just say that. It was the other Aston Martin's fault, but it wasn't malicious. That was not an intentional torpedoing, despite what some people are inevitably going to say. What the heck is going on here? This is a knife fight in a phone booth, folks. What am I looking at? I don't really know. This is a lot of positions on the line, and everybody seemingly wants the highest paying one. I might just pit if I'm in this battle. Heck, if I pit like 2 laps ago, I might still just pit. I don't know. This is crazy. These guys are nuts that are crazy in a coconut right now, and I don't know what's going to happen, but we're going too wide into Eau Rouge Radion, and that can only end in one way, bumping at the apex, up the hill to the top, and somehow both cars are facing the right direction, but look at the amount of speed that they've lost. They have no beans down the straight, and the pack is well out of contention. This is why, folks. This is why you don't squabble unnecessarily. You just have to take your medicine sometimes and accept the reality. It's a tough pill to swallow, but that's unfortunately motor racing. For a sec, I thought he rage raced. See, yeah, Jose, like I say, I know that a lot of people are going to say that, and that's why I wanted to make sure. I didn't think that's what happened, because he just was... I don't think you could do that if you tried. You would have to, like, his slide that he had, he was in sideways motion when he made impact with the Jardier team. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, folks, if you were watching this, there is 11 hours, 38 minutes, and 16 seconds left. No, this is not the last lap of the race, despite what you might think. We're 3 wide. Why not? There's 11 hours left. Why not go 3 wide? What could you possibly lose? Well, there's what could go wrong? Nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. Famous last words. Cue the My Chemical Romance in the background. Now, what did all of that battling do? Well, to be honest, nothing. The positions are relatively the same, and the time is, well, now a little bit further behind. Everybody has lost time, is what I'm getting at here. This is not quite what you want to be doing, but it's certainly entertaining. There is no doubt about that. Strategically, would not recommend, but entertainment-wise, absolutely. Keep it up, folks. This is awesome. Let us know, chat, who you're rooting for. Who do you want to see take the victory with 11 hours and 37 minutes left? Who do you want to see maybe get... no, let's not root against anybody. But no, who do you want to see win? Who do you want to see take the checkered flag first? Is it George Boothby? Is it going to be the Jardier community? Is it the 258? Is it going to be Noah Vasquez Rodriguez? Or is it going to be Nicholas Halban? Nick Halban, great choice as well. Name that I haven't seen out there just yet. He is a rapid boy, though. If anyone knows Nicholas, he is a quick man. Jardier for the win. I feel like that's most people. Yes. that is going to be most folks here, which I absolutely respect. I'd love to see you guys all joining us. This game's camera looks so good, although being 7 years old, it looks better than... you're so 100% right. This is... it's one of those sims that especially... And I said this probably 4 years ago when I started commentating. I said this. When you hover over the thumbnails on YouTube and you get that little preview of the video, especially back when SRO used to broadcast the esports on GT World Challenge, then you'd hover over one of the GT World Challenge videos and you're like, am I watching real race? Is this the real race or is this sim racing? And then you click on it and you're like, I still can't really tell, but oh, there's the ACC timing tower. That's there. Now I know. Now I know. The timing tower is always going to be the tell before you look at the graphics and say, wait, is that real? Mikkel, kind of. We have our production currently manned by Chris, but we can definitely take a look at whoever you would like. Let us know. Who do you want to see? Vasquez, that's a great choice, Jose. Noe Vasquez Rodriguez, he's raced in plenty of different races that I've seen. Been a part of the Williams Esports, not team, but he's been a part of some of those races. He's also done a good handful of community racing as well. I've seen him around the block, so he's definitely a name, a household name at this point, Noe Vasquez Rodriguez. Noah Soli Vasquez Rodriguez, I should say. Woof. Allergy season, absolutely coming into roll here. It is brutal where I live right now. Shout out to Chris behind the scenes. Shout out to Chris behind the scenes. Absolutely. Saving the day. I'm Mike Noss as well on the commentary booths. Later on, I'm going to be shipping out of here. Wow, it was actually very soon I'm going to be out of here. Wow, this stint flew by. That was 3 hours? Okay. Cool. Well, almost. We're still got 20 minutes left, chat. Don't worry. You guys are awesome. Let me just say that right now. Everybody has... This has been an absolute whale of a time. We've talked about racing maybe... Well, we've actually talked about racing a lot. We've talked about the motor race that we're watching 20% of the time, maybe? But I've had a great time, I gotta say. This has been all the way around an absolute... awesome stint of commentary. I very much enjoy interacting with you guys. John Wright is going to be up next. 00 Raven. So when I do head out, I'll be leaving you in the more than capable hands of a very, very Scottish man. A good friend of mine as well. So John Wright, if you're watching, big shout out to you. 00 Raven commentary. He was looking for that. Awesome, awesome guy. Can we see what the 100 car is doing? Where? Let's see. Where is the 100 car? We are looking at... They are going to be done in 39th. That's Slama currently piloting the 39th car. 4 positions from where they started. Currently in no man's land. They got about 12 seconds to the front and 12 seconds to the back. So a little bit of work to be done, but all things considered, they're moving in the correct direction, and that is forward. Continuing the fight for... I really wanted to see that top 3 battle kind of come more to fruition. It hasn't yet. It will. That's one that will come into play. In fact, it might actually come into play very soon, actually. Looking at Andre Hipoff, who's now behind the wheel, Milanowski needs to get their pace up right now. The 258 is charging at them like a bull, and, well... maybe even in a China shop. We'll see. Milanowski, you got to be careful here, bud. You got to get that pace into the 216s. 217 is unacceptable. Hipoff, a 216.3 on the last time around, a 217.1 for Milanowski. That is not good enough. This is Nils Steinbrenner. What do we have here? Wide through Puan, trying to negotiate a back marker. Uh-oh. Oof. Dangerous, but... got done. That is that's the number 3 there. It's a very, that's Kevin Rowlands, that's who that was, being very cautious. They got on the brakes a little too early, in my opinion. And I think in Nils' opinion as well. I think Steinbrenner was not ready to make that overtake. He did not want to go for that move. He just was like, okay, I guess this is the move that I'm doing. This is Davide DeMarco down to the inside, and that is textbook. Getting the move done, late on the brakes, down to the inside, run your opponent out of room, and don't give him a fighting chance back. Brilliant Italian livery as well for the ACC Italia. How many cars? Yes, 70 right now, 79 at the start. Indeed. That is a packed grid. And again, that's not... okay, correction. 70 cars, not drivers. I keep saying that. Over 300 drivers took part in this event and are taking part in this event. It's incredible. The effort put forth here, not just by LFM, of course by LFM, but also, of course, by 505 Games, partnership with us here today. Head on over to lowfieldmotorsports.com, folks. That's where you can find loads of lobbies, you can find leagues, you can find events, you can find anything, you can find some friends over there as well. I know there's a lot of drivers. Jake Wells, for example, I know one of the drivers who's not in this race, but he is an avid driver over on LFM, and plenty of others as well. Of course, every one of the names in this lobby is. Oh, wow. No, never mind. Hold on. Well, just checking. What has happened here? And also, probably not the best time to mention this, so never mind. Okay, no idea. Yeah, all right, pay no mind to the man behind the curtain. What I was about to say is irrelevant. Either way, big thank you to everyone joining us here on the Assetto Corsa official channel. If you guys do hit that like button, it helps out a lot, gets that pushed out to the algorithm. We can get more folks watching this fine motorsports in this 24-hour race. 12 hours left to go. It is, well, a long ways left for the endurance, as it often goes. One thing I do want to mention as well, we have a couple fun facts that I have yet to throw out, and I need to get them out sooner rather than later, because I'm running out of time. Do you fine folks at home know why Eau Rouge is called Eau Rouge? I know some of you do, but I'm going to inform the ones that don't. It's called Eau Rouge because of the stream that runs through it. It's one of the most famous corners of all time. People don't really think about it. There's a stream, it's called Eau Rouge, yeah, you guessed it. It is a 15-kilometer long stream that translates over to red water. Now, speaking of red, a little bit of Cheeto dust, it's maybe some flaming hot Cheeto dust in the eyes of Manuel Guerrero. And that is a tank slapper that we've seen not once but twice, and wow, spinning around like a flying saucer. Holy smokes. That is a lot of G-force. But anyways, 15-kilometer long stream, which translates over to red water, and that's due to the iron oxide deposits that are in the stream. It gives it a very rich red color. LFM servers must be powered by a nuclear reactor. Yeah. Absolutely. In order to have the amount of capability of having the 70 cars with over 300 drivers all connected to the server at the same time, that's a lot of data. I completely agree. That is a lot of, you need the processing power of a, well, yeah, as you said, a nuclear power plant pretty much. That's a task. It's a tall order, that's for sure. But we make it happen, and no issues thus far. Knock on wood. Servers being very generous. Now, one thing I also wanted to mention, where spa often is a term, you know, you go down to the spa when you're on vacation. Did you know that that term comes from, yes, you guessed it, this part of Belgium? Spa is an acronym, it's a Latin phrase, salus per aquam, meaning health from water. It initially came out from this Belgian village back in the 9th century when the Romans discovered that the waters have quote-unquote healing properties. Now, it turns out that hot springs, you add heat onto wounds after battle, and congratulations, it helps. But they didn't know that at the time. They just thought the water had magical properties, and therefore settled it as spa, meaning, of course, health from water. So that being a big factor in the development here of this, not just this little town, but the entire area of Belgium, of course, being occupied by the Romans around that time, and the, well, Gauls as well. Of course, everybody remembers the Battle of Trasimene Forest, right? Anyways, that wasn't in Belgium, was it? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was in the Ardennes, that's for sure. I think that is in modern-day Belgium, isn't it? Somebody in chat knows what I'm talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong. I want to be fact-checked on that one. And yeah, what type of race did it have? So it's a full rolling start with a full formation lap. ACC is always going to be a rolling start. These GT3 cars, they are not known for their standing starts. That's not how they operate. It's safer to do a rolling start, sometimes. Depends on who is in the lobby. But yes, it generally is a lot safer, especially when you have these high number of cars on the grid. But as we get down to it, the temperature continuing to drop, by the way, 12 degrees Celsius for both ambient and track. Those tires are going to be stone cold Steve Austin by the time they get back to pit lane. You're going to have to inflating them like balloons practically just to keep any temperature into them at all, or any pressure, that is. course, temperature being the most important factor in ACC. And Jan here, trying to negotiate by a fellow Bentley. Now, we've seen this before, and we will see this again. But this is a battle, again, one of those not battles. How do I know the history of the names? What do you mean by that, Jack? Which names? Because I know a lot, well, typically, for one, if you're talking about the drivers in this race, I've commentated on some of these guys for over 3 years now, so I've gotten to know their driving style. I've gotten to know them pretty well. Sam Gaskell, the George Boothys, the Milanowskis, you know, I mean, they've been around the block. They're streaming personalities as well, of course. So there's a lot of information available. Now, some of the other drivers down the road, Neil Steinbrenner, I've commentated his races more times than I can count, too. It's just, you know, you get to know a lot of these guys. And they all have their own styles. They all have their own tactics. And some of them, you know, quite quick. For example, George Boothby, Milanowski. I mean, that goes without saying, but Neil Steinbrenner is much out of position, in my opinion. He's currently in third in category, but a very, very fast driver nonetheless. A couple other ones, let's see, down in the red plates. Who do I recognize down there? There's got to be someone I recognize down there. These are just drivers that are behind the wheel right now, too. So there's also other drivers as well. Let's see. The red plates, I honestly don't remember. Florian Waterman sounds familiar, but I actually don't know any of the current drivers for the red plates. So, Davide DeMarco, is he a red plate? Yeah, I think he is. Davide DeMarco has done some Williams League, so I've commentated on him before. But that's about it. There's still plenty of drivers, though, that are not behind the wheel. Oh, of the tracks and the corners? Oh, that's fair. Because I'm a nerd and I like to do weird research. I love history. That's just my thing. You'll hear I make a lot of World War II jokes. I make a lot of just weird history jokes. It's my thing. Most of them are not that funny. They're kind of funny to me. If you like history, I don't know, they might be funny, but I just, I'm a history guy. Do a lot of research on it, and ChatGPT is a good friend, but you also have to fact check it because it's not that good. Where does the track limit at Eau Rouge sit? Pretty much smack dab on the exit of the curbs. And they're tight. Like, you can, it's very, very easy to invalidate your lap. Well, Eau Rouge, okay. Okay, correct. Actually, Jose, do you mean Radion? Because Eau Rouge, you're probably not going to be exceeding track. Oh, what's happened here? Let's find out. Rafael Oliveira, my apologies. What do we got? I'm assuming a bottom out on the grass? No, not this time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? Huh. Well, sorry. So you know how I was praising Nils Steinbrenner on being a really good driver? Nils, what was that? I'm just gonna call that a lapse of judgment. Huh. Well, a little bit rude. Either way, that's a way to get by somebody, that's for sure. Steinbrenner up position as a result. The stewards will definitely be having a look at that one. The high part of Radion, yes, exactly, yeah. Yeah, so Radion, the track limits are going to be right at the edge of the curbs. We'll go on board here with, let's go near Radion real quick and check it out. There's always someone going through the corner. It's literally, if you look at the mini-map, there's a driver on every part of the track practically. It is absolutely insane. Here we go, down it. You see those yellow curbs on the left? That is your limit. You exceed those right there. If that right tire even exceeds the... I think actually, it might even be the white line. And now that I think about it, it actually might be the white line because I have invalidated more times than I can count. Oh, here we go. Chris, on it with the production here. Let's see. So that is going to be, you're probably not invalidating there. If you do, you're hitting the wall. It's the white line. Yeah, the white line is the invalid one. So you cannot go over the sausage curbs. If you go past all four tires off the white, you will invalidate. Yeah, Rouge is near impossible to invalidate on because you'll probably just die if you do. But yeah, some of my favorite track history is actually on Spa and the Nords. All these European tracks, I will say, they have a lot of history, and they have a lot of different sort of interesting elements to it as well. For example, the avifauna of the area, because this is something that a lot of people care about, right? I know you at home, you want to know how many bird species there are in the area of Bruxelles and in Malmedy and all that. I'm going to answer it for you. There are about 477 different species of birds in the area, and about 8 of them have been introduced by humans. It also has its own weather station, in case you were curious. Doesn't help out that much, considering that they run this race at the worst time of the year for the 24-hour, and it always ends up getting red flagged, and because of fog, or because of rain, or because of torrential winds, or because of who knows. I mean, it's the Ardennes forest in freaking spring and early or late summer. I mean, it's gonna happen. Yeah, the white line on the thick curb. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just call both Eau Rouge because no, Jose, I just had to do it because I had the opportunity to actually somebody, that's all. I'm normally the one getting actually'd. I just had to put the shoe on the other foot. You know, I gotta reciprocate. Yeah, I get corrected a lot, so when I have the chance, I gotta do it, right? You can't pass that one up. But yeah, one of the other really fun facts about the area here is that, oh goodness, wait, hold on. This is, well, I need to actually pull up my Nords notes because I don't have it on this one, but it goes true. I know the tree species as well are very interesting in the area here of the Ardennes. So let me just, Nords, hold on. We got to pull up some other fun facts from a different track in order to, oh goodness, I am struggling. There we go. There are about 90 different tree species in the area, and did you know that 15% of those tree species are beech trees? There's not even a beech around. Who came up with that one? That's not fair. Birds get to see the race for free. That is so true. Some of them get to see the race a little bit too close. That's always, you know, an issue, especially depending on where you are. If you're on one of the seaborne circuits, I don't think anybody has ever uttered that before on this planet. I feel like I just came up with a new, it has to be at least maybe a small handful of people that have said that. Seaborne circuits, that, all right, anyways. I don't even know what that means. I've been talking for 3 hours at this point, so, you know, it's, running out of fumes, I suppose, is what I'm getting at. But yeah, Senna had their first win here as well. That was, of course, back in 1985 when he was driving for Lotus. That was the first win in his Formula One career. He was pretty young as well when he secured that one. I don't know exactly how old, but that's starting, of course, the pinnacle, the apex of one of the greatest racing careers in all of history. How does it determine the weather? I'm assuming, well, it has its own, okay. I see what you're saying now. When is my stint? We got about 5 minutes is what it looks like, but it's whenever, I guess, the next, soon TM is basically where it's at. You want me out of the booth this quick, huh? No, I'm kidding. How does it determine weather? I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist, but I'm assuming satellites and balloons. Yeah, they do balloons and stuff too, right? I could be a weatherman, but that's only because I like the sound of my own voice and can talk. I don't think I could do it because I know the science and stuff. That's a little past my pay grade, if you know what I mean. It's way too late. I think I'm losing my mind, and these GT3s sound like Roombas passing by. Imagine being, though, at the 24 hours of Spa and being next to these cars for that amount of time. I mean, it's such a cool experience. I've never been. I need to go to this race at some point in time in my life because it's so affordable. That's the thing, is this is one of those races that you can actually afford to go to as an average person. even though it is, you know, the European trip's going to be the expensive part for me. Oi, hey there, come on, leave some room. Coming back to the booth later then? No, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of my stint as a North American. This is at a very inconvenient time for me, so we're getting down to the 5 o'clock PMs, and by the time this ends, it's going to be very early mornings for me. So I will hopefully be able to wake up in time to catch the finish, but it's going to be early, I know that. So unfortunately, this is what you got. 3 hours with Mike Noss on the commentary podcast hour, or podcast 3 hours. It's been a time. It's been a trip, chat. I genuinely have very much enjoyed it. You guys are awesome. And of course, again, leaving you in the more than capable hands of John 00 Raven. He is going to more than likely continue the podcast hour. We'll see, and you'll get the Scottish perspective of the podcast as well, and he will be very soon. But in the meantime, like I say, you're stuck with me until then. For me, it's not that late. It's just 7:57 p.m. It's 5 o'clock for me right now, 5 p.m., but I gotta get some dinner. I have literally not ate today because I came from a commentary to go to this commentary. So I've been talking all day long now. My voice is knackered. I just want some ice cream, to be honest. Chris, is 2 a.m. for Chris right now. Can we get an MVP here to our producer, Chris? Absolute legend. 2 a.m. in Denmark. Wow, it's 2 a.m. Man, it is late for you guys. 5 o'clock, yeah, in Spain. Or 2 a.m.? 2 a.m.? Oh my goodness. In Spain too? Yeah, I guess it's Eastern. Yeah, fair. Wait, really? Okay. Wait, really? Hold on. Now. I mean, I believe you. You live there. I believe you. I'm just curious on something now. Hold on. I gotta look at a map. How the heck? Okay, never mind. I'm tripping. All right. Wait, but how is BST 1 hour ahead of you? Or behind you? Wait, they're behind you. All right, never mind. Time zones, yeah, whatever. Just pay no mind to the man behind the curtain. Math is not my strong suit. That was embarrassing. Either way. I hope everybody is having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. Hope you guys are enjoying the 24 hours of Spa, brought to you by Lowfield Motorsports and 505 Games. Again, head on over to lowfieldmotorsports.com. You can find yourself some league racing over there, as well as plenty of other information. It's been a time, folks. It's been a trip, and sounds like I'm getting ready here to introduce my Scottish counterpart, Mr. John 00 Raven. John, how are you?
I'm good, Mike. I'm good. How are you? It's been an interesting race so far by the look of it, and yeah, the night shift looks like it's not going to be quieting down any. Fun times.
Yes, I will say though, you have a prospect ahead of you, a battle for P2, and I don't think it's that far away. Andrei Hipov, currently 4 seconds behind Milanowski, and gaining his last lap was about 4/10 quicker, and it's been that trend for a while. The gap was 5 seconds last time we checked. Now it's down to 4. John, I think you're in for an absolute show here.
Absolutely love to see it. It is much like the Belgian counterparts, 1 o'clock in the morning for me, so yeah, the action will absolutely keep me going, Mike. Fingers crossed.
Absolutely. Well, folks, I hope everyone has a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are. I'm going to leave it here with John 00 Raven Wright. I'll see you guys later. Thank you very much. Thank you to Chris as well behind the scenes. And thank you to chat for being awesome. You got a great chat with you. That's the one thing, John. The chat is amazing right now. So you got that going. But have a good one, guys.
There we go. Good evening, folks. Welcome in, race fans. No, John is still here. There we go. He was afraid he wouldn't stay awake. Yep, plenty of cups of tea and Coca-Cola. Many other fizzy drinks are available, of course. But yes, good evening, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you to everyone that has kept Mike and the rest of the team busy and kept them company. Sorry, the driver's keeping them busy. You're all keeping them company in the chat. Hope you're all doing well. We are 13 hours into the race. We did have an Aston Martin on its roof, a red flag and a server restart with 21 hours to go. They got 21 hours to go. If anyone knows that song, well done. But yeah, we've got 11 hours of the race left. It'll be me for the next 2 hours. And then Tim, the legend, Loon, will be taking over. Mike's going to be back as well. A full card of commentators on the way, and a full card of overtaking still on the way as well, as there is battles brewing throughout the field. Oh, camera's taking a second to keep up, as you can see the Audi of MK Racing getting themselves involved. But how is everyone doing in the chat? Who are we all cheering on? Yeah, Mike. Yeah, have a good kit, although it's the middle of the day for Mike, I think. The Scottish Wonder, there we go. Frederick, hello. Welcome in. Michael Olsen's in the chat as well. Joe Zulu. We've got quite a few people in. Kenneth Reyes. Oh, you were getting cheered on in the chat earlier. Yes, Kenneth, you and the team were getting big cheers in the chat earlier. Good to see you in. Yeah, Mike will be back. Just catching up on a couple of bits of the chat. Yeah, I did hear Mike bringing some of his track facts that are absolutely incredible. The amount of research that guy does is absolutely frightening at times. I thought I was being clever knowing the name of the river that runs under the Eau Rouge Radion, but nope, it's all about healing waters. Mike bringing the facts once again. Definitely adds to it. Let's talk about some facts that we've got on track at the moment. And the main one is Boothby and the gang, the 255 car now leading the way. We do seem to be missing one of the Team Nitro cars. I can't see the B-Alien car in the grid, so I think they are out. We are down to 69 cars from the 78 that started, which is not too shabby if you think about it. 24 hours at Spa. Oh, Malinowski in the pits. They were up to second place actually. I should have done a rundown first before we started talking about the number of cars. But yeah, Team Jardy, what a race they've had. Great start by Mr. Honzig himself. Got the car up 5 places. Walsingham then held 7th for quite a significant amount of time. And when I joined in, they were in second place. That's where they've come into the pits from. That now puts Nitro ahead of them once again. Simultech, Vasquez Rodriguez, great race day for them as well. They were on the periphery of the podium before I left early on, and they're now well and truly on there. I think Malinowski will get them back again when they come into the pits, but that battle for second is definitely still on the cards, and it's going to be LFM's Andre Heapoff that is bringing the heat. For that second place battle. He's absolutely flying. I don't have an up-to-date number of pit stops the driver have taken so far, but I can assure you it's lots. It's a 48-minute stint timer for the drivers. He's staying out for another lap. I'm using a bit of a clever exposure, so if you're wondering why the picture looks slightly washed out almost, it's because I've used a slightly different filter just so we get a bit more light and we can see these beautiful liveries on the car. That's very clever, by the way. I have to say, the LFM Esports, I'm loving the fact that they put the arrow point straight to the goal setups. That is very nice indeed. Yes, indeed, 69 cars left out there. Very nice. There we go. That's got the chat going. There we go. So that's the level we're at. Right, okay, we've got that. We've got that. Mikael Olsen saying, love the accent. Do I have an accent? No. I think what it is, Mikael, everyone else has got an accent. I don't. Is that not how it works? I think I see Bob's just going past another car there. Oh, there's a blue flag. He sails up the inside. That was a bit more than piff paff there on the way out of Malmedy. See what I did there? But yeah, it makes out with Malmedy in one piece. Boothby now with a 110 second lead. So just over a minute So he's just about got a free pit stop up there at the front. In fact, let's cheat a bit, shall we? No, I need to be on that screen. There we're giddy go. Oh, Boothby's got 30 minutes left. Right, he's only just out for his stint. There is Team Nitro, that's them coming into the pits. So yeah, the pit stops are all over the place. Kevin Braun finds himself then promoted up to 5th position. We'll see when he's coming in. Do you know why car 39 got a drive-through and a 5-second penalty? Unfortunately, I do not. I would say the drive-through probably for track limits. That is definitely an ever-present threat in an endurance race at Spa. Anything over 3 hours, and yeah, I expect lots of drive-throughs. I don't have that information on my screen, unfortunately. I tried to log in a bit earlier to get caught up, but it didn't quite connect at first. I was slightly panicked, but we're in now. Madcap Racing, they've had a drive-through since I've joined, actually. As well as plenty of cars, yeah, coming in and out of the pits. It's got 24 hours at Spa with over 60 cars, 69 to be exact at the minute. We're pretty much permanently going to see somebody in the pit lane, I would think. There is Rookie Racing coming in, one of the few McLarens. Do you remember the Meta McLaren? It's good to see. Yeah, no more Metas. It's all about the drivers. Tim Hop is out for Kjolsjubek. In fact, we'll do a quick rundown of the whole grid and see where they currently are. Let's do something we usually only do at the start. We've got Boothby. Oh, almost broke it. There we go. Let's move you out of the way. Yeah, so Boothby for 255, of course, leading the way. LFM currently in 2nd place, not too bad for them. Simatech are currently rocking 3rd with Jardier. Back up to 4th place, that will change to 3rd when there's more pit stops taken. There is Braun out. Titus Conrad out for Team Nitro. Raggioli currently in 7th, just ahead of Dynamic Motorsport by Callenge. They've got 8th place. DXT in 9th in the Bentley, and rounding out the top 10 it is the home of Sim Racing Esports, another Aston, and another Bentley. It's Firefly in the Bentley. They're coming in. Oh, sorry, it's Dennis Adler for Madcap Racing coming in the pit, so this is all going to change. Alpha Racing team are currently in 12th with Christian Winkler, the lead Nissan. Fisher Racing got 14th. Speedstars got 15th at the moment in the Lambo, just ahead of PSUK. Andy King, he was in the chat when the race started and he's now racing. That's dedication. Cryonics 17th place with Adam Wozniak for Slow Racing Super Pro Max Esports. In 22nd place, Khalek got 23rd. With Low Fuel Motorsport, a second car in the top 20. Kevin Rowlands for HWR currently rounding out that top 20. Rag Nation, 21st place overall. Great race they've had. Tony Mahoney, Sim RC Endurance got 23rd with Eurobeat Intensifies in 24th. NK Racing in 25th place. GMR Motorsport in 26th position. Pit Speed Racing, I've got 27th place. And there is the Red Caps Racing BMW in 28th position. Scuderia JM currently in 29th. That's a big jump up the field there as Dennis Shops comes in. There's Range Nair for H3. They've dropped down the order a bit, but they're still ahead of Four Wheels in 31st place. Top Racing TV up to 32nd, so great race for them so far as well. Dynamic Motorsports by Callenge, the second car in the top 35, ahead of Strater Motorsport. There, Max Verstappen racing earlier. Paul Baum for 47 Racing. I've got 36 with AC Italia, ACC Italia. They were up in the top 10 now. 37th SG and Dew Performance, and 38th with Alpha Racing Team on screen at the moment. 39th then is Royal Sim Sports in 40th. Nalhala started in the pits. They're now up 34 places to 44th. 41st to skip by. No Skill, Just Luck in 42nd. McCorn Racing in 43rd place. Kozubek Racing, as we saw, 45th position for them at the minute, with Rookie Racing Motorsport in 48th. We've got Marvin Garth here, 46, Turn 1 in 47th. 49th is Downforce Racing, so the car's coming out of the pits, it's jumping up and down ever so slightly. LMLM in 50th, ahead of Khaled Racing's Aston Martin. Lutzer behind the wheel of that one. Then it is Strater Motorsport in 52nd place. CGR in 53rd. Rookie Racing got a second car, 54th position there, running in Apollo Motorsport, their second car. Currently running in 55th place is Grand Touring Veterans Sim Racing in 56th. Cohesion of Wolves has been an up and down race for them, currently 57th. Pulse Racing in 58th place, with Fisher Racing in 59th. Fisher Racing Casual, to give them their full name. Kozubek Racing Team in 60th position. TS Racing in 61st. Followed by Los Patos Hermanos in 62nd place. Zero left, and that's why they've got so much damage, in 62nd. Racing Rabbits, well, they're in 63rd now. Strater Motorsport in 65th, as well as Slow Car Club in 64th. This is jumping up and down ever so slightly because of all the pit stops we will get. 67th is Khaled Racing Team, followed by Team Tracks in 68th, and then everyone's favourite, it's gone back to Philip Minar, who's been in and out of the pits and swapped with George Boothpace, so that stint timer I don't think was correct. Very strange. Very, very strange. How long did he lose on a pit stop? About 74 seconds, 1 minute 14 is what they're losing at the minute. How many people work in the background to check racing incidents? That is a good question. That is not one that I have the answer to, in fact. From what I'm aware, there is a fairly solid stewarding team. And yeah, I unfortunately can't see the penalties at the moment. But yeah, honestly, I'm not 100% sure how many stewards they've got in the background. But there must be a few, especially for a grid this size. So let's see Hip Off then. Malinovsky in the pits. And Hip Off has come in as well. Now, it was saying there's 22 seconds between them. And yeah, that is his first stop since I've taken over. So yeah, these two keeping it nice and close. Here comes Reno Ritchie. He's driving for Simatech. And where is he? He is back up to third place. He's on the Kemmel Straight. Hip Off is leaving the pit. Titus Conrad for Team Nitro is on the Kemmel Straight as well. So he is out ahead of Malinovsky. We'll see if there's a driver swap takes place there. And as Meehan just shown a bit of a white flag as he came out the last chicane, hopefully keeping it between the mayo and the mustard and not picking up penalties. Tony Mahoney. Oh, and that is a damaged car right there. Oh, wow. Oh, that is an absolute nightmare to drive from. He's having to use the walls. I think he's yeah, look at that. His steering wheel is at full left and he's barely turning. That is a whole lot of damage he's picked up. I wonder if we can catch it. Let's be brave and go for a replay, shall we? Oh no, he's got the damage by this point. Yeah, so whatever caused the initial damage hasn't unfortunately registered, but the yellow flags from him going off track. Oh, I certainly have. Oh, it's agony, and it's so close. It must have been a... Oh, it's on the pit exit. Oh no, it wasn't the pit exit. It was... Okay, so it was up Rouge Radion that he's dinked the car just at the top of the hill. So he's going to have to do a full lap. And there you can see the situation he's in. His steering wheel is not even moving when he's trying to turn the car. Oh my goodness me. He has made it back to the pits though. Oh, that's an agonisingly long lap. Agonisingly long lap. Borderline soul destroying. We've got some more driver swaps as well. Schneckenberger is out for LFM Esports. Tell you, those Astons over the race have fairly closed in. There wasn't an Aston in the top 5 when we started. It was Lexus, 2 Porsches. Can you believe that? 2 Porsches at Spa. Incredible scenes. They took 2nd and 3rd in quali and took 1st and 2nd right at the start of the race. Did some incredible work against 255 to get the top 2 spots in the race. Managed to hold on to them for quite some time. Airport's 911 RSR GTE 2020. Sure, is it not a slightly newer Porsche? Yeah, I don't think many people will be driving the 2020 Porsche. That was horrendously slow in a straight line. I imagine there is. I did have a quick, and I do mean a quick look through the starting lineup. Obviously 78 teams started with an average of 5 drivers. Average of 4 drivers, sorry. We do have a couple of teams with only 2. There's Schneckenberger into the pits. He's just been in the pits. Oh, has he been hit with a drive-through? Yes, so HWR Racing have got Michael Humer driving for them. Let me see, we'll jump on for a second. Let me have a look through here. So yeah, as I say, HWR. Oh, no, it's very close with the race leader there. Yeah, HWR, they've got a Danish driver. Michael Sengs is driving for MK Racing. Straighter Motorsport have got Christoph Wilhelm driving for them. Malinowski's Polish, of course. Long red and white flag there, Mr. Commentator. More importantly, of course, Royal Simsports have got Lou Mack driving for them, Scottish driver. Andreas Kogler is driving for the Grand Touring Veterans, so that's 5. Florian Ziegler is another straighter driver in a different car. Who else do we have? Daniel Hayder is driving for LFM. He's got Boris Schalk, Jonathan No, Niels Steinbrenner. Oh, Boris and Jonathan are driving. Love to see it. Love to see it. Andreas Naku is driving for the car that is currently leading the ARM. Currently leading the ARMS in the Porsche. So yeah, there are quite a few Danish drivers in fact. Danny Daniela driving for Apollo Motorsport in their Aston Martin, car number 596. I would say the overwhelming nationality would be German. A lot of German drivers involved, one Scottish, a few French. That looks like Morocco, Portugal, all involved. Greece, I've got drivers in here, Switzerland, South Africa, Croatia, Slovakia. I've also got Jamaica and Lawrence Wagner. And of course Lithuania, Karekas and Juknevicius for Visceral. Latvia with a full team as well. And you know what? My apologies. My apologies. Those are... I've got my flags wrong. That's Austria. That's not even... That's slightly embarrassing. So yeah, sorry, all those drivers I just read out were in fact Austrian, not Danish. I've got myself slightly confused. Is this just for fun or is there prizes? Well, this is purely for the fun of it. The driver's doing this because they absolutely love it. In fact, yeah, I've just realised there, one of the cars that we're missing is the Visceral car. They were battling for the podium. Okay, love the GTE and the 911 RSR, right, okay. Yeah, there's no GTEs in here certainly. And there is a couple of 911s, but I'm not sure it's the RSR 2020 version though. Someone would have to correct me on that one, I think. Let's see how Ardor's getting on. This battle for second place is still in the making. We'll check on that in a second, and that is easy work for Ardor there before they even get to Blanchimont. Absolutely sails it past. Beautiful move on the Lambo, and he's left him absolutely standing. The Lambo losing another position there. Is he carrying damage maybe? No, stays out with the pit. Front bonnet looks okay. Cheeky look at the back of the car. Yep, that looks fine. Let's not use that camera, but yeah. So that's all okay there. We do have another car in the pits. It's shown as a yellow flag, but it's not a yellow flag, so we're all good there. I do wish there was a way to increase the size of text on here. So yeah, the halfway mark has been well and truly reached and breached for the drivers so far, and Mina, well, they're effectively a lap up. They have gone past Renault Ritchie, who's been in and out of the pits. So yeah, 255 really stamping their authority on this one now. Renault Ritchie with a 12-second gap back to Team Nitro. The Porsche started in second, of course, now in third. Do love those glowing exhaust pipes on the back of the car. I know we don't often use this camera, but yeah, that does look, sounds pretty good as well. So yeah, the Porsche Team Nitro, they've got third place still, LFM up to fourth, Kevin Braun. Okay, one of the Armamentario cars. I believe, is that Barminia it says in the front? It does indeed. Oh, so that'll be the Barminia car itself. Let's see the writing on the wing, unfortunately. Barriere is out now for the Jardier community team. He's just taken over from Malinowski. It's quite the team they've got. Honzig, Barriere, Walsingham and Malinowski. They started, like I say, 12th place. Now up to 6th with a couple more pit stops still to come as well. We've got a stationary car. Oh, he's in the pits. Ah, okay, so he's in the first half of the pit lane. That's why it was shown round there. So yeah, not sure. Although yeah, he's not. Unless that's a stop go penalty. Garth had just been through the pit. I think they're going for a double stint. I did wonder earlier on actually if the track temperature would drop enough for the teams to try double stinting their tyres. It would still be an hour and 36 minutes, although I mean I suppose you could cut that down to 2 60-minute stints. Sorry, not 2 60-minute stints. 2 40-minute stints, take the 8 minutes off, still got a good hour and 20 out on track. Corning, just exiting the pits is shown as a yellow flag. Where is his car? Right, okay, sorry, that's still shown as a yellow flag for some reason. Exiting the pits. There's no actual pit timer shown for that one either. Yeah, that is a bit of a strange one. Yeah, it is a bit of a strange one. More cars coming in. Bottinger coming in. Waterman coming in from 47th as well. That's Unforced Racing. Currently got 47, so we'll see how much that pit stop affects their position. Just absolutely solid. The only real gap now along that Kemmel Straight, of course, the fastest part of the track. We're seeing little occasional gaps here and there, not many, that's for sure. Philip Minar still leading the way for 255. He's just made his way onto the Kemmel Straight and past a load of traffic. He's got a bit of space before he catches up to the next two cars. But yeah, this is going to be constant. Now, we haven't kept an eye on the whole of the race. Has anyone been here for the majority? Have we seen any rain so far? I know we're currently running at Optimum. But yeah, it was quite a while ago since I was on the mic. So yeah, have we seen any rain so far? Does anyone know? Well, certainly be certainly still the threat of rain, of course. No clouds at the minute. 2:30 in the morning. Well, yeah, 10 hours left to go, so still that. Ooh, sparks to fly. Still plenty of time for the clouds to form. This battle for second place certainly changed the landscape ever so slightly. Sneckenberger now down. Barry is looking the quickest, one of the quickest in the top three. Skrepa comes into the pits, but yeah, Barry for Jardier Community. Just out of the pits. Kevin Brown hasn't been into the pits yet, so he will have to come in. Neither has Rochelle or Nesmayan since I've taken over. So these two, DXT and Homo Sim Racing, they're both going to be in pretty soon. McConnell does have to take a pit stop soon, so does Boucher. Michael Sengs will be in, so too will Scuderia JM. Oh, that's frozen. There we go. But yeah, we will see how Barry. Oh, just I was saying he was catching up. The gap's now out to 3.4 seconds. Yeah, he's flashed his lights. He's got a bit of traffic to make his way through. Blanchimont, not the most ideal place to be catching up to other cars. And into the final chicane, he'll get a run at these drivers on the Kemmel Straight. Kalashnikov 17 seconds down, so he can really concentrate on Braun ahead of him. Braun trying his best to catch up with Sneckenberger, in fact. It's unlikely he's going to do so before he does come into the pits. In fact, we'll check and see what Braun has got on his stint timer. Okay, he's only driven for 18 minutes. How is that possible? So Braun is out for a while now. He's still got 29 minutes left. Oh no. Yeah, he doesn't have a pit stop registered, and I've been here for longer than 19 minutes. Yeah, he leaves he's done a drive-through. Anyway. He says he's not been in yet. Right, okay, so yeah, so they are out. Wow, that's an interesting slant on things. So yeah, Barrier does have plenty of time to catch up then. There is Russo coming in, so yeah, his stint timer is absolutely bang on. As he comes in, as Maya might actually follow him in here. He's just coming through campus now. Now you'll have Stavelo and Blanchimont to navigate. Sorry, in the rundown as well, yeah, there is 3 classes running at the moment, of course, the Pros, the Silvers and the Arms. And it is Offerman leading the way for the Silvers for Firefly. They're up to 10th place overall. I'm sure the lead Arm, the lead Silver when I left was just outside the top 15. So great drive there. Adler running in 14th position is second in the Silvers. Then it is Steinbrenner, 18th position for the Low Fuel Motorsport car, but they are on the podium so far in the Silver class. In the Arms, it's Wagner leading the way. For Strater Motorsport, that's been a solid drive for them. 32nd place overall, and yeah, plenty of cars between himself and the No Skill Just Luck car in 2nd place in the Arms. A lot of Silvers mixed in there, a lot of Silvers, and Garth in 43rd overall is in 3rd place. Slama not far behind, in fact. Yeah, so this could get close between the 3 BMWs as Bruckner and Kuberski come in. Oh yeah, that's 4 wheels just on their way out the pits. All these lights are flashing always, you can't any damage. Goodness me, my apologies, on mute there. The Audi just fending off the Porsche there. Oh, and he's run deep, he's caused himself, oh no, he's gone into the pits. He's gone into the pits, so that does put pit speed up that spot. Rollins and Kren for Cryonics. Again, they've had a bit of an up and down race so far. I'm sure when I left they were in the top 10. They now find themselves in 16th place, so we'll see what goes on there. Why is that flashing now? Don't have full telemetry on this, unfortunately, but I do remember where some of the teams were, thankfully. Let's see how this one's going on up at the top. And I'll tell you what, Barry are really not able to close up anymore on Braun. In fact, Braun increasing that gap by about half a second there. Yeah, half a second quicker he was on that previous lap. So yeah, as I say, Jardier, the Jardier car not quite able to close up now. Ron definitely getting the foot down. Let's see, 16, come on, change over, there we go. So yeah, Cryonics, I was just talking about them having an up and down race, and it's looking like they're trying to get back up again. Andy King behind the wheel for the PSUK Aston Martin, coming under ever increasing pressure from the flyby Cryonics Lamborghini. Maybe gulped down too much tea. But yeah, through Le Fang and out of campus they go. It's a good line there by the Aston, using all the track at his disposal. And again, you saw how far wide, how far over again, the wheels just touching the, sorry, I'm almost getting the hiccups here. Yeah, an absolute mountain of curvage being used. Oh, and the pours, nicely done. That's the car, of course, that was leading the way in the AM class. Got his rain light on. That's an absolute monster exit. The Porsches are doing so well here today. It's incredible the pace they're showing. He's moved over very nicely. Beautiful driving by the back marker there. 49th place there in. Renault Cava, of course, behind the wheel of the car earlier. That's the rear spoiler, there's the front, there's the view that he's got. They're currently just outside the top 5 in the arms, but still showing good pace in the Mots at the wheel. For the CGR team, Krull Urine Racing, hopefully getting that someplace close to correct. There's more cars in the top 40 coming in to the pits as well. Alpha Team making their way in for another stop. Royal Sim Sports into the pits as well in the Mercedes. I mean, we talk about great engine notes, that thing is just one of the best. There is Offerman coming in for Firefly, instantly dropping positions. Will fall outside the top 10, but should still hold the lead, or will they still hold the lead in the silvers? Actually, I'm saying that. Adler. Oh, now unless Adler comes into the pits, the Bentley could take the lead in the silvers here. There goes the Mercedes. There is Ragnation into the pits as well. It's Fast and Furious in the pit lane, and the camera, come on, there's Andy King. There's Dennis Adler that we're looking for. He's coming round La Source, so he is staying out of the pits, obviously. And Offerman is moving. Adler is out of La Source. Oh, and there is the silver leader. And yep, he is going to take the lead. Even if it is temporarily, because that is Offerman only just exiting the pit, so they have swapped over. But clearly we can see from that, when the car ahead comes in to take a pit, Offerman will sail back. Let's see if it is still Offerman behind the wheel. I think, no, it's not. It's Manuel Wagner that's coming behind the wheel for them. More driver swap. Spencer is out, Val is out as well. Oh, is that a stop go for Rechner? Oh, I think they've picked up a penalty on the way into the pits. Yeah, we've got big red marks on their next to the car there. I think they're about to pick up a penalty as Noel goes past for SimRC Endurance. Oh, and that is a lot of damage on the front of that car. That is a stint of record right there. McConnell in for Ragnation. They started in 9th in the silvers. just jumped over for some reason. Christian Winkler in for Fisher Racing. Braun is definitely still out. Barrier closing the gap now. Although only a 10th between their lap times on that previous lap there. That is incredible how equilibriously the two of them are matching their lap times. I'm not sure that was the correct word in that sentence, but it was, yeah, it got the thought across, I feel. Schneckenberger within 13 seconds of Conrad still. So yeah, Philip Minar and the 255 car, they are putting quite the opening half of the race. They've got themselves a 1 lap lead over the chasing podium drivers, who are only separated by about 30 seconds themselves. Schneckenberger 14 down, Braun only 7 down on Schneckenberger, and Barrier 3 seconds behind. So yeah, the top 5, 6, or sorry, 2 through 6, still pretty close, and Kalashnikov as well for Raggioli. Another team, they were down and then up again just as I was leaving, so they've certainly trended upwards. Through the source we go once again. Oh, Freytag in the Porsche, just having a bit of a moment as well. Love the sound of that thing whizzing past. That is a painful one for the Alpha Racing team. 10th place, the damage there. Oh, that's another one with the squint steering wheel. I think he's only saving grace there as he is so close to the pits. Car 84, let's jump on a replay of this. So this is towards Blanchimont, blue flag. Oh, and he's on the curb. Oh my goodness me. Wow, that Bentley. So close. Now, I'm not sure, yeah, what really went on there. It looked like, the rear view mirror won't work properly, unfortunately. Yeah, so he's flashed the lights, so I'm not sure if he thought he was past or he thought the other car was lifting. Touches the curb there, and it, yeah, just lets the car run out. I'm not sure his radar was giving him accurate information there. But whatever it was, that's Darian Alfie, Alpha Motorsports, Alpha Racing Team. That's a lot of damage. And they're tumbling down the order. Andy King for PS UK is going to see a position here as well. He was in danger of losing one, but the Lamborghini's gone out the pits as well. That's their second pit stop since I've taken over. Very strange. But in the pits they are. Barrier still 3.2 every time we come and jump on board with him. He's absolutely surrounded by traffic. Same again. He's only caring about that car up ahead of him though, and it is Braun's fellow Aston Martin he's chasing down still. He's within 3 seconds now, despite doing a 2 minute 17 on that last lap compared to 2:16.7 for Braun. Lots of cars in the pits now. Kren in, Steinbrenner stays out. Wozniak I think is in as well. He is. Alfie of course. We saw him, Buscher, Freitag and Molnar all coming in. So a lot of the silver drivers popping in at the moment. Oh, out the speaker's corner. So far over onto the drainage. It is incredible the line some of these drivers take. Such a good fun track for overtaking. With the blue flags you really can find some inopportune moments. The Porsche beautifully moving over there to let the Aston through. And I think that is a Bentley just ahead of him. Braun's still got a bit of space. Not the best rear camera. Oh sorry, no, is it Braun? Yes, it is Braun who's chasing us, not the Bentley ahead of him. My apologies. It is the car that he is hunting down at the minute. He's giving him a fair bit of slipstream with the cars behind, but that'll help him as well, of course. When there's a car behind you in your slipstream, it does cut you through the air that bit quicker as well. Oh, he's closing right up now. Okay, no, yeah, so there is another car involved. Yeah, the AMG, sorry. So there is a Mercedes there that is yellow, the same colour as the car that Barrier is chasing. That gap now 3.5, so it really is fluctuating massively. Dari and Alfie just on their way out the pit now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just a glitch. I'm sure they will have got that damage repaired. They must have. They've been in the pits for an absolute lifetime. Absolute lifetime. Hoimer is catching up as well. In fact, I think he's going to take that position. So yeah, Alfie back out and running, Steinbrenner in from the silver lead, Adler and Wagner. Steinbrenner back in. Yeah, so another change here in the silvers as Speed Stars get themselves up to second in the silvers. Steinbrenner, there we go. Saying position 0, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm sure that is their second pit stop though. They've suddenly dropped down to 18th. 19th as Crane goes past. No, Crane. Oh yeah, for Cryonics. Will go through. It's a really long lap, it is a really long pit lane. Yeah, some brakes have been locked up, that's for sure. So yeah, 18th position it's saying now. I want to check and see. Yeah, so that is their second pit stop, so that is not far. Oh yeah, no it is. Wow, time is really flying in. There is Andy King coming in. 13th position for King. Just outside the top 10 in the pros. Lots of cars now in. Let's see what's happening with the lead for the silvers as Wagner is starting to close on Adler. The Bentley's leading the way for the silvers at the moment. As I say, Steinbrenner with that second pit stop. I think these drivers are going to be in pretty soon as well. It really has. This stint really has absolutely flown in. Let's see what the race leader has got on his times. Yeah, 9 minutes left. So they're going to be back in the pit soon. It looks like it's been pretty flawless since they've retaken the lead. 22 seconds there, Wagner 1.3. So he is definitely moving quickly. Oh, Kovacs is in the pit, so that's an erroneous yellow flag there. Tim Clotton has just come out for Fisher Racing Casual, and they're back out in 55th, so they've made up a couple of places actually. Kovacs yellow flag, ignore that, in the pits, and we'll have, in fact, we've lost another couple of cars, we're down to 66. So the night time fairly taking its toll on the teams. That's another few that have retired. And that is close. He's going to hang on to it around the outside. Yes, he is indeed. Nicely done by Janssens. Unlapping himself there against a couple of cars. They definitely started further up the field. There is Lots coming in, one-time leader of the AM class. The Porsche now 51st overall. Slammer with... Whoa! And he's almost collected the DC racing car. In fact, that's the DC racing car that was on its roof. Turn 1. Almost getting taken out with turn 1 there, letting the blue flags through. Turned in and realised there was a car there, thought better of it and dived out of the way. Kalashnikov comes in for Ragioli, so that's the top 10 starting to come in. There's Andy King's PSUK car on the way out. We'll see who's at the wheel. It does say WEE, so I think that has been a driver swap there. We'll find out in a moment. Jordan Weeks. There we go. It is Jordan Weeks that's taking the wheel now. So King has handed it over. Oh, Wagner. Wow, full Bentley v Bentley action. There we go. Finally a passenger seat is on the correct side of the car. And where will Wagner and Adler be before they come into the pits again? Val is in, so he's dropped outside the top 5. Oh, and I tell you what, he's been dropped big time there at Stavolo. Manuel Wagner for Firefly. Didn't quite fly out with Stavolo there, and that is given Adler the slightest bit of breathing space going into the final chicane. We'll see if it's the same along the Kemmel Straight this time. 248 laps we've done so far. Oh, yellow flag waving. Oh, because of a driver in the pits. Yeah, it's weird how it does that sometimes. Titus Conrad's come in from 3rd place. Philip Mina with a white flag. Oh yeah, not just involved in some traffic. Now let's get back on to Wagner and Adler as they head up. Eau Rouge and then Radion onto the Kemmel Straight once again. Braun with the white flag going past traffic. Kalashnikov on his way. Oh, sorry, Kalashnikov has handed over to Panfyorov, who's out for another stint. So these two alternating since I've started my stint. Titus Conrad in the pits. Panfyorov. I wonder if he's going to get that position taken. Wow! Full commitment there from the Firefly team through Speaker's Corner. Didn't much close the gap, but it certainly looked very good on camera, that's for sure. Through Pooh on the go. It might be quite an aptly named corner after that last slide through Speaker's Corner into campus. Or the campus complex, of course. Lafang first. Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of Lafangs, there's a fair bit of bite in Wagner's driving at the minute. He is really looking to put a hunt on there. Titus Conrad still coming out of the pits. Look how close now. He needs this Stavolo exit to be infinitely better than the last lap. Oh, and he's run wide, so he's had to lift to avoid the penalty again. Just pushing too hard to catch up. He's overdriving the car into a void. Slap on the wrist from the in-game stewards. He's had to lift, and that has put him behind the back marker as well, right at the Blanchimont apex. Definitely not where you need it. Round and round we go. And that is once again the gap increasing in the favour of Adler as they're at the end of the lap. So yeah, I think it's safe to surmise that Wagner is a bit quicker around the rest of the course, but on the way out with Stavolo, Adler has got him absolutely banged to rights, and that is absolutely one place where you want to be quicker than your opponent, even just slightly. Get yourself through Blanchimont in that slipstream and throw it up the inside of the final chicane. Nothing working for him so far, and along the Kemmel Straight. It's a nice big gap as well. So Adler for Madcap really getting it done, as I say, in sector 1. And then again at the end of sector 3, we'll see how much Wagner can close up. Can he get Stavolo correct this time around? He's going to need to. We've got Vincent Angela out for DXT. Nicholas Tobin out there. Valentin Barrier still out. Braun Schneckenberger. Lucas Busak for DYMC. Axman is out as well. Ooh. Oh yeah, not there in the pit, so yeah, more positions changing there. HWR in the Lexus will retake a position in the top 20. Sanel Tadic is out as well. Jan Noll for Sim RC Endurance, they've taken a place with Dennis Shops in the low fuel team in the pits. Who else have we got in the pits? Nalhala, they're back in from 40th. Ricky Racing, they're in currently as well. So are the Cohesion of Wolves. They had a phenomenal start to the race as well, now down in 68th. There's Nalhala exiting the pits. Dennis Shops still staying. Nope, there he goes. And it is Jonathan No. There's a lot of organising at LFM in the background, so it's good to see him out behind the wheel. Pressure at all, Jonathan. It's okay, nobody's watching, just you and me. It's fine. But yeah, we'll see how Jonathan does on his stint. Okay, not sure what's going on there. Such a long pit lane, takes an absolute lifetime to get out. But that is No off and running, taking over for his teammate. We are getting pretty close to Philip Minar coming into the pits. He's got 55 seconds left. He really does know, the team really do know how to maximise these stints. They've got it so close to the 48 minutes so many times. We'll see if he does a driver swap again. 13-degree track temperature. Are we going to see anyone go for a double stint on the tyres? Pull a slightly shorter stint. There we go. How long's he got left? Oh, 25 seconds. Plenty of time. Boom. Jams on the brakes and in he comes. Renault Ritchie is pulling in as well. Let's see what Schneckenberger does. He's exiting Stavolo, so he is close to them. Oh, 4 minutes left, so could stay out for another lap here and probably will. Brown and Barry are still separated by that 3.5 seconds. So they've absolutely matched one another lap for lap. Schneckenberger does stay out. Yeah, you'll get ahead of Renault Ritchie's car. Not sure about Philip Minar, who is currently behind the ACC Italia car. Now, they were top 10. Okay, yeah, Minar's still pulling into his box, so a couple of cars will unlap themselves. So up is Schneckenberger back on the... Well, it says he wasn't stationary on his pit stop. But that puts him back onto the lead lap, I believe. Barrier exiting the pits as Minar is still in, so that's Barrier back on the lead lap as well. that is a brave call. A brave call. Yeah, Barrier's got a minute and 25 to get into the pits. Philip Mina's car is exiting. Well, it's Sam Gaskell behind the wheel. So Sam Gaskell is out for a stint. We'll see how he gets on. I'd imagine pretty well. He's not too bad behind the wheel of these cars. Especially in the Lexus, love seeing the exhaust. The flames firing out the side of the car. One of the huge benefits of the night racing. It does look very good. Steckenberg. So there's Braun into the pits. That puts Team Nitro back up to 5th position. And yeah, Braun already on his way back out. 31 seconds he was stationary for Barrier, in fact. Now, did he pick up a penalty? Can't actually see that on here. But that's that. Now, is that back-to-back pit stops? Is my brain misfiring because it's 2 in the morning? Yeah, Barrier, I wonder what's going on there. Vasquez Rodriguez for Simitech, they are back out. Hoban, as I say, in 5th. Lucas Road out for one of the Barmenia cars, and Ragioli in 7th place. We've got what looks like a bit of an overtake going on here. White versus Milan Kish. Out with that final chicane, that was close. He's managed to keep it, and he is certainly keeping a firm eye on that car ahead. No, yeah, Barrier pulling into the pits. Apart perfectly there. So that's put Simitech up to 2nd, but again they'll be due into the pits. Go check the stint timer. Oh no! Right, yeah. So something's definitely going on with there. That's Simitech up to 2nd place. Lorenz Wagner in the chat had my first triple stint on the 489. Nice, cars feel great, people drive fair, it's a good drive through the night. Excellent, Lorenz, love to hear that. Glad you are enjoying your race, the LFM 505 24 hours of Spa. This Barrier exiting the pits. Hip-Off is back behind the wheel for LFM Esports, and Nicholas Holborn for Team Nitro back up to 3rd place. Wow, he's got 37 minutes left of his stint. So yeah, Barrier, I'm not sure if he was in for a penalty or what, but he's been into the pits 3 times so far. So yeah, this is full changes of position. Hip-Off down into 3rd place now for LFM. With Team Nitro back up to 2nd. Lucas Road in 5th place. And Barrier in 6th. Now it doesn't say you're a penalty there, but that's 2 very quick pit stops. So yeah, all changing there. Could all be changing here. In the silvers, they're battling for the final positions in the top 10 while battling their way through traffic. They're still bringing the heat. Oh, and we've had someone rejoin the server as well. We're back up to 67 cars. Good to see. Team Tracks Kenneth Ray, so I think they got a bit of a disconnect, but they have managed to reconnect again. Good to see. Obviously going to be a few laps down on the rest of the field, but with still 10 hours to go, there's plenty that can go wrong for other teams, that's for sure. Top Racing TV 39, so they've dropped a couple of positions since I left as well, but still running absolutely solidly. Oh, Sim RC picking up a bit more damage. That's not ideal by any means. Milan Key, sorry, we should jump on there really. Let's see how the Ferrari is going. Going not too badly at all, but Davis Bike still just ahead of him through Puyon, the GMR Motorsport car. Hanging on to the position for dear life at the minute, but it is one of the pro teams that's behind them, so we'll see how long they can hold it in an overall position at 21st. We're 6th in the Silvers. If Keith does go past, they'll still hold on to 6th, but he is bringing Bugler with him in the Lamborghini. So yeah, depending on where Keish gets the overtake done, Bike could end up with a couple of cars trying to go past him. There is Noel coming in to the pits. Right, okay, so Simitech are now showing as 2nd place again. Has Holman just been in the pits? No. Yes, Simitech are shown as 2nd again, with Team Nitro still holding on to 3rd, LFM in 4th, and Lucas Road for Barmenia currently in 5th position. Barrier is now 4 seconds down on 5th place, so they're back out in 6th. Let's see, Bugler right on the back. Wow, that yellow flag from the pit lane really does extend along the Kemmel Straight as well. Oh, good, just the curbs there by the car Lamborghini, and definitely the car putting on the pressure. We'll stay on with this battle. I'm just going to have a very quick pit stop myself. Bear with me a moment. There we go, looks like we got back just in time. He's caught right up to the back of Keith, and David's bite has certainly needed no invitation to stretch that out. Oh, Zimmerman swapped positions there. That is full on side by side. Why can't we see that? There we go. Oh, so along the Kemmel Straight there, they traded positions a couple of times. And it is Zimmerman for Scuderia that's got that place made up. Now let's get back on to Milan Quiche. Get his rear spoiler. They're heading towards Blanchimont. Let's see if he can get it done on this lap. He's certainly been threatening, getting very, very close, and Bite has absolutely flown off. He's got a monster gap over these two now. It was looking very close there indeed, but no more. Yeah, definitely no more. 4/10 surely along the Kemmel Straight. As long as he gets a good exit here. Wow, gets a very good rotation there. Almost climbed into the back of the Ferrari. Managed to avoid it though. So it is the run down the hill to the road, over the river. Up the hill they will go as more cars in the pits. Ferrari really using all the curb there, and I'll tell you what, he needed to do so as well, because the Lambo has been pressing, and I think he's done enough. He has indeed, yep, so he's going to hold it through the Melody complex as well. That is some solid driving. Keith's under pressure, but he's not bowing to it at the moment. The pro driver more than holding his nerve. Let's check and see on his battle for P2. Rodriguez and Hoban, 23 seconds separating them. Barrier 4 seconds down on road as well. Still holding on that 5th place. We've got Manuel Wagner looking to get himself inside the overall top 10. Not too shabby for the silver drivers. Running well. He's got Busick and Axman in the pros separating them from Madcap Racing. They've got Thomas Jansch behind the wheel in the Bentley. 2nd place for them at the minute. Let's see if Bugla has got the moves this time around. Oh, two completely different lines from there through Campus. He's trying his best to follow him, but the Ferrari doing his best to shake him off, that's for sure. Out with Stavolo this time. Let's see what we can get done from the Lambo. Ooh, and the Ferrari's run very wide there. Was that a slight lift from him to make sure he didn't breach the track limits? And I think it has been. Oh, now this is not the place you want to catch up to the car ahead. It is such a balancing act to keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard and not pick up a penalty, and he's managed to avoid that. He has also managed to keep a firm grasp on the back of the Ferrari, so he's a lot closer this time than he has been on the past couple of laps. Can he use that to his advantage? The Ferrari's going to need another absolutely amazing exit out of the source to hang on to the position. Throws it in very nicely indeed. Oh, bit of a dip. Oh, and the Ferrari just absolutely tears away again. Oh, big bounce over Rouge and then up over Radion. And yeah, the Ferrari again. Getting it done exactly when he needs to. And yeah, isn't giving away any kind of advantage to the car behind with the slipstream at the most slipstreamable parts of the track. And Kemmel Straight in the run to Blanchimont. He's keeping that distance. Yeah, he's managing to keep it pretty well at the minute, it has to be said. There's some more cars in the pits from the top 15. So they're all going to swap positions again. That's Speedstars in. They've been overtaken by Jans, the Madcap car, with a drive-through since we've taken over here. Sam Gaskell absolutely driving away with it. Just over a lap up on 2nd place. Hoban 23 seconds down. Barriere now down to 3.7 seconds. He was about half a second quicker than Road on that previous lap there. In fact, I can put that. Yeah, we can pop that on there. Let's see, Wagner within 3/10 then. Giro for Home Sim Racing. Oh, this is going to be interesting then. Aston versus Bentley in a straight line. If it was down to petrol tanks, the Bentley would win. But it's down to that straight line grunt, and I tell you what, he really is putting the pressure on early through the campus complex. The all-important Stavlo next. Oh, bit of a feathering of the accelerator there from the Bentley. The Aston was right on that right-hand curve. The Bentley having to feather the accelerator. And any slipstream advantage straight out of the window. That is an easy one for Giro to hold the position. Look how close the Bentley does get though. Right on that curve. It's a lot of travel on the suspension, and that is going to be a bit extra speed for the Aston out the corner. That's going to be just enough to at least keep him there for the source. But the Bentley is going to come straight back at him on the exit, that is for sure. And very close to that inside. Good turn by the Bentley, and that is a phenomenal the source there. Now, is he just a little bit too close? I mean, that's a lot of slipstream to be carrying up the hill, over the curve, onto the exit. Oh, and the Aston with a very shallow exit there. You wouldn't think that would afford you much more speed. In fact, you'd think it would give you a lot less, given how tight it was on the exit. But it's, yeah, no problem for the Aston. Someone's just come into the pits that shows a yellow flag in Melody, so that isn't actually a yellow flag, I don't think. Don't know why that's coming up as a full track yellow. All the tyre squeal there, misses the first part of the apex, does manage to gather it up for the second part. It's still chasing hard. Sam Gaskell still chasing faster laps, 2:15.875 the fastest lap, and he's getting a little bit of slipstream up the hill. BMW in front of him, the Lexus really piling the pressure on the rest of the field. And Gaskell not missing a beat along the Kemmel Straight once again. 259 laps of near perfection so far from the 255 team. Yeah, even with 9 hours to go, we've got to think they are looking pretty good for this race win. And to say they've got strength and depth in the team, a bit of an understatement to say the least. And yeah, very nicely done there. There is Angela, so more of the top 10 coming back into the pits. Yeah, the 48 minutes really keeping the drivers on their toes. And that is the Bentley coming in. Oh, and Wagner's got the move done. As soon as we look away, Wagner's got the move done. The silver drivers into the top 10. And it's an impressive gap, it's only 1.6 seconds ahead. We did have a yellow flag actually. Let's so there was a yellow flag incident. Oh, he's gone for it round the outside. It's a brave place to try that. Oh, there's a bit of a touch. Yep, he's ended up sending him sideways there. Those back tyres will be a bit warmer than they'd like. And yeah, flashing of the lights to show his dissatisfaction at that move. It's been such close racing between the two of them. An unfortunate way for the battle to end, but it is Wagner now ahead. Giro will be furiously trying to cool down those back tyres a bit, although 13-degree track temp shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully for him. Angela exiting the pits. Back out in 11th place, so good quick pit stop, good turnaround. We'll see if it is still Angela behind the wheel. No, it's not. It is Jan Ruschel. There we go, confirmation on screen. So yeah, Ruschel coming out for another stint. In fact, do we have many two-car teams left? Two driver teams? Yes, we do. Keegs and Molnar still in the race. Only two drivers for them today, this evening, tomorrow. Yeah, they actually are. They're the only surviving two-driver team. Spencer and Zimmerman coming in to the pits. Constant barrage of cars coming in and out of the pits now. Spencer is stationary again, which is why they're showing as a yellow flag. There was an overtake I was looking at though. Pastrana on Paradiso. I see a blue flag going past. Spencer in the pits. Babic for Alpha. They had a bit of damage. They're back out and running. They've got themselves back at the 37th. Wilhelm just gone past Bucci there. For some reason can't select Bucci. Oh no, I think they've just disconnected. Swatco goes past for straighter. Sorry, everything just freezing up here. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. There we go. Sorry, but I had to do a quick refresh on the software there. We do seem to be up and running. There's been a proposed tangle with the Lexus. Drive-through as well for car 81 has just been cleared. That's Pastrana for Top Racing TV. Now, I'm genuinely surprised we've not seen more, as I say, 24 hours around this circuit. I mean, an hour around this circuit can be an absolute test. Thomas Yates, they have served the drive-through since I've been on. They're still running in 13th place though, which is second in the silvers for the Bentley team. Bentley is currently occupying 1 and 2 for the silvers, and in the arms, oh sorry, Swaco's up in 30th. There we go. It's a BMW that's leading the way, and quite comprehensively at the minute. 10 places back is Gelder in 40th. For no skill, just luck. Well, that luck is certainly coming to the fore. They've got a second place. A lot more chopping and changing. We've got more cars in and out of the pits. That's Rag Nation. Joe Hayes Senior taking the wheel. That's the silver Bentley we just mentioned. It goes sailing on past. There's Yannick Axman in for Fisher Racing. Sam Gaskell still absolutely flying up at the front. He's a couple of tenths slower than Vasquez on that last lap, but it's not made the slightest bit of difference to the gap that he's got. Still just over a lap ahead. And that is a good place to be in any race. Coming to some really heavy duty traffic now though. Oh, but Aston going to take the spot back, take a lap back even. Oh yeah, 2:30 AM. Wow, that's an hour and a half already. Of Tim Loon taking back over pretty soon. I think we're going to be on autopilot for a couple of hours, and then he will begin his commentary again. Let me just check. Yeah, so 30 minutes from now, Tim will take over. For 5 hours, and then we've got Ben and Olaf will be joining forces for the penultimate 2-hour stint, the final 2-hour stint. Will be Christian Romano joining us, making his second appearance of the broadcast as well. As soon as I say that, I would have this flown in already. Who was still liking the chat though? Who was still cheering on? Which teams I was still paying close attention to? Kren and Krubik in the pits. Barrier, I said there briefly, was 2.5 behind, but that's sitting down to 3.4 again. Certainly lap on lap, he is quicker than road ahead of him. That's Slow Racing Super Pro Max Esports. Back into the pits. Milan Kish back in for Eurobeat Intensifies as well. Rag Nation are still out. Connell back behind the wheel for them. I think they've just done another pit stop as well. Marcel No. Oh, it's Marcel No, not Jonathan. I got my nose mixed up there. Quiche out of the pits. That could be another driver swap there. This Carlos Engelhardt, actually, he was out when the race started, so back in 12 hours. Yeah, that is some commitment. Was chasing down 7th place at one point. Now in 12th, so we'll see if they can make any improvements in the closing half of the race. Barrier. Now that gap is hugely dropping. Yeah, barrier almost 2 seconds quicker on that lap there. It's nicely done on the inside of the traffic. So there is road, rear cambering rest. So yeah, he's just over the Rouge now. Oh, 2 cars there, wildly cutting the track. That is definitely going to be a slap on the wrist, and one of them going the way of the Barmenia car. Got lights flashing. Barrier really has closed that gap now, down at 1.5. Road is going to be feeling that pressure pretty soon. 1.5 Road Freytag. Yeah, even the light filter on now, it's getting exceptionally dark. 3:30 AM local time, 9.5 hours left to go. Plenty of condition changes. It does seem to have settled down at 13-degree track temperature. It might dip a little bit more. We will see and see what kind of effect that has. Wow, the race leader really is in the thick of things now. Absolutely solid stream of traffic to deal with. As you see, another Aston in the pits. It's Sam Gaskell still leading the way for 255 competition, with Simultech currently in second, and Team Nitro holding on to third place in the pros. In the silvers, it's Firefly Racing. Still got themselves in first place, with Madcap in second, then 14th overall. It's Speedstars third in the silver class, which is the important thing for them. And then in the arms, it's still Straighter Motorsport. In fact, it was the BMW of Straighter that we just saw in the pits here, not an Aston Martin. But that is Straighter in, and got a huge gap over the rest of the arms. A huge gap. So should come back out comfortably in first place, with second in the arms. At the moment still going to no skill, just luck. Third place is Corn Racing. So they've popped themselves back onto the podium. We'll see what effects pit stops and the rest of the race have on that. Roche for Nalhala, again they started in the pits, so started 78th position. Now up to 42nd. Which is, yeah, not too bad a race at all. Fisher Racing got the casual car into the pits. Max Grimm's in there for Khaled. Team Tracks, again, they disconnected from the server and or got disconnected. They've managed to reconnect, they're back out and running, so good to see them still out there. And yeah, let's just keep an eye on Barrier's laps here. He's only 1.5 seconds behind. Jordan Weeks comes in to the pits. And yeah, there is his intended target, one car ahead of him. That is the Rag Nation ahead of them. Good exit from Stavolo by all four cars on the screen there, yet my brain is going into absolute meltdown. And towards Planche-1 we go. Right out to the outside. And very nicely done by both of them. And much better done Oh, yep, he's signalled that he's going full send. He's now got the Cryonics car just ahead of him. We get past as well. And I know that they're quick. They were battling for top 10 positions during my first stint in the commentary box, so it'll be interesting to see how long it takes the Jardy team to get past. I love watching those flames firing out the side of the exhaust pipe as well. One of my favourite things about the night racing that we get. He's got all the data as well. Excellent, yep. Just confirming there. Tim will be taking over in about 19 minutes. So he'll take over the broadcast. He's been in, so he will have all of the full telemetry. We'll be running on autopilot for a couple of hours, then Tim will take over some more slightly sociable hours. As he very politely puts it. Let's see pit speed of racing. I can put it ahead of the Aston Martin. Again, the Porsche is doing exceptionally well here today through these fast parts of the track. Much more nimble through the corners, so yep, you would expect him to close up very tightly indeed behind the Aston Martin, which he does indeed. Can the Aston's long legs protect the driver though? Along the Kemmel Straight, you would think the obvious answer would be yes. But the Porsche is not obeying logic today, that's for sure. Team Nitro, of course, with 2 in the top 3 from qualifying and 2 in the top 3 for a fair chunk of the start of the race. I'll put this insert there. Oh, you can hear the engine. The engine of the Porsche absolutely wringing its own neck to try and keep up there, even in the slipstream. Through the twisty stuff, so close again. Yeah, this one is absolutely on a knife edge between these two. Freitag won't see any positions in class improved here, but certainly the overall position will. And that is very close down through Bruchel to one speaker corner to go. Nose to tail once again. Both cars full commitment on that left hand curve there. Almost completely unsettled both of them. But they both have survived. Into Puon we go. The Aston should pull away here before they get to the campus complex, and then the Porsche will of course catch up again through the twisty stuff. Oh yeah, taking a slightly wider line through, carried a fair bit of pace. As you would expect, of course. Whoa, a bit of a wiggle on the exit there, almost comes undone. Does manage to keep it though, again, 2 wheels right on that drainage curve. Oh, the Aston, yep, keeping it nice and neat. And again, the Aston just pulling away in a straight line like the Porsche stood still. Yeah, he's going to get close once again in the final chicane, but it's not going to be close enough once again. Yep, confirmation, yep. It really does get close. It really does get close. You can see the brake lights bouncing off the front bonnet. Not really, it was a back bonnet, but yeah, bouncing off the bonnet of the Porsche. Oh, and he has just bounced the Aston off the front of the Porsche. Now a little bit of a mega bump draft there. Oh, Jordan Weeks has just exited the pits for PSUK, and he's just in a bit of a white flag there. So a double stint for him. Nicholas Holborn is in the pits for Team Nitro. So too is Panfyorov for Ragioli. They're already stationary. So that has put LFM back up to third. With Barmenia in fourth and Jardier Community, that puts them back up to fifth position. Let's see what some of these stint timers are saying. That's changed back again, it should do that. It should stay on the tip. Yeah, 5 minutes left of his stint. The race leader, sorry. So yeah, they've got 5 minutes left. Panfyorov exits the pits, and that is a different driver behind the wheel. Kalashnikov coming out for another stint, I believe. Oops. There we go. Yep, it is Kalashnikov that is out behind the wheel for them. Now let's see who comes out for Nitro. Oh, it says Kalashnikov was really in the pits for a while there. Maybe changing the brakes over actually, because the drive, the teams of course, you don't get a set of brakes that will last you 24 hours. Oh, there we go. Sorry, a couple of yellow flags, everything's just sticking ever so slightly. Yeah, we're not changing cars. Change over. Oh, there we go. Yep, there's Holborn. Let's see what letters we get there. K-O-N. So that's going to be Titus Conrad. So that is Titus Conrad out for Team Nitro. They've come back out in 6th position. And Kalashnikov and Ragioli a fair bit down. Let's see, Barrier 2.5 seconds behind Road. So that gap has increased since they've shaken off the traffic. So yeah, Road. Not really enjoying making his way through the traffic as much, or not getting it as cleanly done as Barrier, but now that he's got traffic free, he has stretched that gap back out. They're back out to 2.6 seconds. No such gap for Tadic though. He is still under serious pressure from the Porsche of Freytag. We did see a little bit of contact between these two, both of them managing to survive well. I think that might be, yeah, blue flag. That is the Audi in 37th ahead of them. Yeah, and that has brought them very close indeed. This is playing right into the Porsche's hands absolutely perfectly. Let's see what happens out with Stavro. This is going to be very close. Oh, and the Porsche almost losing it on the exit. The Audi running right to the edge of the track there, so all three of them, or certainly the two cars battling for the position here, are going to be in that slipstream. The Audi trying to pull away and doing so. Let's see if he moves over before the chicane, and is the Porsche going to get through as well? No, he's not. The Aston is going to get through. Okay, so yeah, they had the blue flags for the Bentley as well actually, so they've got blue flags to get past and blue flags past them, and that's Offerman, leader of the Silvers. Finds himself getting thrown into this battle as well. No quarter given the last. There we go, up the inside. The Audi stays right out of the way very nicely indeed. Although they've caught one another. Ooh, they're going side by side up Rouge. No, they're not. One of them backed out with it. So let's see what happens here then, because Freytag is pretty much where he wants to be. He's getting himself some nice slipstream there. Oh, Thomas yanked with yellow flag. We'll come back to that. There's Audi. almost catching the Porsche on the way through there, but they all do survive. And that Audi, yeah, in an awkward position now, although the Porsche has left him standing a bit. Round we go through Puon. So yeah, the Bentley still trying to get blue flag past. And this is going to be this corner. The Aston trying to leave it as late as possible. On he's run deep. The Porsche is going to go through. Freitag is going to. That is an opportunistic overtake there, and that is exactly how you do it in multi-class racing. And he's just about got his nose ahead of the Aston Martin as more blue flags are joining in. So the car behind them is behind them, and they go through Stabilo. Oh, he's run a bit wide there. The Audi's going to come straight back at him as the Aston almost pulling at the slipstream. We've now got another blue flag car in there. That's one of the LFM cars, I believe, that's right on the back of this group as well. Oh, in fact, it's Spencer. So it is Spencer. Whoa, and he's gone sideways, he's gone round, and that is a big hit into the wall there for the Aston Martin. Tadic gets shown into the wall. McConnell, the next car behind him, is a fair bit down the road, but yeah, that is a painful one there for Alpha Racing Team. That's dropped down a couple of positions as Freitag, I think, still has. No, he doesn't, sorry. The Bentley is ahead. Heumer just coming past the pit exit. Yeah, it's all happening there. And Keegs is right on the back as well. Tadic not too far behind, thankfully. Didn't sustain too much damage by the look of it. And yep, keeps old Rouge and Radion well in check. Very nicely done. There is Simotech coming in to the pits. Yeah, this does keep freezing. Hopefully we get that sorted soon. Sam Gaskell comes in from the lead of the race. Hipoff and Barriere have stayed out. Vasquez we saw in the pits already again. He's already on his way out, so quick turnaround there. I think that's Nürnberger that's behind the wheel now. Oh no, sorry, wrong car completely. So who's that that's behind the wheel? Is it still Rodriguez? It is, yes, it is still Vasquez Rodriguez who's behind the wheel of the Simitech car. There is Gaskell exiting the pits. Yep, he's on another stint as well. Straight in and straight back out again. Hip off, he'll be in the pits soon. Titus Conrad, oh, Lucas Road with the yellow flag on his way out. Conrad still coming round at Lesueur, so yeah, that gives Road a clear bit of track behind them for the moment. Kalashnikov for Ragioli. Still running in 7th place, but he's been out for quite a while now. Had a big long pit stop on his last one, 83 seconds he was stationary for. So again, that'll be the brakes getting changed. I think Giraud for Homo Sim Racing, they've had their brakes done as well. Quite a lengthy pit stop for them. Heumer, I think so, Bike 2 also had them done. Jan Ruschel for DXT, another team that have had a lengthy pit stop, so that'll be their brakes done also. Kronbach for Pulse Racing. They've had an absolute mega pit stop. Nothing on the incident meter. Kozubek as well. Los Patos Hermanos, they've done a 90-second pit stop as well. So you would guesstimate that that's their brakes done also. As we quickly scroll back up the field. Hipoff is in. Barrier has stayed out, so too has Vasquez Rodriguez. I think the LFN car are now getting their brakes done. Yep, that is a long pit stop they've been in for. Barrier as well. So yeah, it's a 15 hours in. That's not bad going. Oh no, sorry, Hipoff wasn't in for that long at all actually. 32 seconds stationary. Barrier was the same. Zahender is now out for Barmenia. He's taken over from Lucas Road. Good start to the race by Kevin Braun, and they are still running at 4th position at the minute. Let's see, Barrier is saying 1.5 seconds behind. And yeah, that might just be the case. In fact, 2 seconds. It's Malinovsky that is back behind the wheel for the Jardier community team. So yeah, 2 seconds he's got to make up to Zahender to get them back up to 4th place. 2.3, yep, he's absolutely flying since coming out the pits. Tadic and Keegs are within a second of Spencer. Oh, and they've just swapped places. Oh, has Tadic just binned it? Oh no, that's another one for Tadic. Is that on the pit exit? Let's have a look and see. So here we go. The car behind definitely looking a bit quicker. Ooh, he was a bit far over the left there. Oh wow, the BMW is so close, and the Carlett racing car as well. Very almost coming a cropper there. But they both have absolutely survived. Oh yeah, that's a blue flag going up the inside, in fact unlapping themselves. Geldin, I think that was. Wow, only 3 minutes left. Oh, car 888 has just jumped back to the pits. Yeah, so everything was fine, and then... yeah, they've just pulled over. Wow. Yeah, so not sure what happened there, but car 888 just pulling over and jumping back to the pits. Yeah, a bit of a strange one. It's saying, yeah, Carla are in the pits, so it wasn't jumping over there. Jan Russell, yeah, so they're going to be on a hold in the pits because they've jumped back, so not sure what's going on. Yeah, so they've jumped back, but yeah, they're going to be on a 2-minute hold until they get out and running again. That is, though, the end of my stint. We are going to be cameras only for the next 3 hours. Then Tim the Legend Loon will be taking over once again. Thank you to everyone that's been in the chat and enjoying the stream so far. I hope you do continue to enjoy the race to LFM 505, 24 hours of Spa. Crazy Good Kung Fu, good evening, how we doing? Welcome in. If I had done my due diligence, we could have had you in doing this, but I dropped the ball massively on that one, George. We'll explain later. But yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. Good to see you here. As I say, yes, that is coming to the end of my stint. So again, thank you to everyone that has tuned in. Massive thank you to all the commentators as well and broadcasters across all three of the channels, of course, Spanish, German and English. We're bringing you this one. Hopefully you do stay about and enjoy the rest of the race. It will be, as I say, Tim taking over the camera work, and he'll be doing commentary in about 3 hours time, and as soon as Tim takes over all the way to the end of the race, we will have commentators. But until then, do stay tuned, enjoy the rest of the race. I will leave you on Sam Gaskell, the race winner. The race leader, sorry, likely to be the race winner at this stage, and Tim will be with you all soon. So until we meet again on LFM Show, stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your night. Yep, yeah, oh yes, I will, mate. Oh, it's been a long day. Fun times, fun times. But yeah, I'll catch you again soon, mate, and yeah, best of luck with the shift, okay? Aye, man, catch you later, mate. Ciao.
Good morning, viewers. Oh, apologies about that. The first thing you hear is me instantly coughing. But good morning, yes, welcome back to 24 Hours of Spa, brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsports. Obviously here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. My name is Tim360 Lunn. I took over from John about 3 hours ago. I've been sat here quietly going through the cams. Now is a slightly more social hour. Commentary will begin again. Obviously, any issues, do let me know in the chat. I know we've had a couple of issues throughout the night and early this morning, so do let us know. It's been a bit of a frantic morning for me here in the comms booth. Lots has changed. Lots and lots has changed. When I was last in the booth, Carnabert 255 was looking like the absolute favourite, and now finding itself all the way down in 8th place. Now we find the 39 car in pole position, which I believe is the Jardier Community car. I'll jump on board with our pole sitter for the moment. Still 6 hours 11 minutes left, so still anything could happen. I mean, say about 6 hours ago I still didn't think this car would be sort of any higher than the top 5, but here we are up in pole position with a 5-second advantage over second place. So leading overall and leading in the pro class. I say yes, and to the chat, I think I may have just jump scared a few people awake. Do apologise for that one. It was a little bit too early to be yelling at Motorsport at 3 AM this morning when I jumped into the comms booth. And by comms booth, I mean corner of my living room. But 3 hours later, here we are, we're back, and you have me for another about 2 hours 10 minutes. Just sort of in the middle of the pit stage at the moment. We had sort of the early pitters, they've already done their thing, and now we're sort of getting the mid-bulk to end of these pit strategies. Obviously 48-minute stint timer. Hopefully that's a little bit better for everyone. Just tweaked the volume a little bit on the old mic there. So it should be a little bit better. It generally just depends how excited I get. It'll be at the right volume and suddenly something will happen on the circuit and I'll immediately scream. Be a quick change of positions here. We just missed that on the shot. BMW off at the bus stop. Staying well out of the way though. Obviously just went deep into the corner. But no harm, no foul it seems. No one else was involved. Here we go. Right, this has been a battle that we have been back and forth with. Lots and lots of time throughout the evening. Kind of at 84 versus 257. Robert Krilln versus Marcus Beblik. These two cars have been inseparable. Now only 0.3 of a second between them, but they have been very, very close for many hours. They've been battling their way through the sunrise. traffic in front of them as they now come through Blanchimont. Might be an opportunity here into the bus stop. I don't think they're both going to get through. Are either of them going to get through? I don't think they are. It's definitely advantage car number 257. The LFM car, or one of the LFM cars, now looking to the inside here. Can he do anything at the source? No, he can't. Backs out. Probably a smart move. Actually gets a really good exit though. Oh, and there's a bit of a rub. Does get the move done. I thought he was just backing out of the move, but actually looked like he went for the switchback and did manage to get it to work. Got to stay now, full commitment up the Keble Straight. Can he out-drag the Aston to the top of the hill? It's going to be super close. You can see the car closing right up on the back of him. He's going to look to the inside under braking, and he is there. Slight overlap, but no, not enough. Has to back out ever so slightly. Just give the room. Trading of positions, but would not be surprised if we see those drivers chopping and changing once again. Right, let's go over to the battle for 22nd place, I believe. Ockler versus Mackenberg. Lexus versus Aston Martin. Aston really has been one of those cars that has just stayed competitive the entire way through the lifetime of Assetto Corsa Competizione. It is still the go-to car for endurance races. It might not necessarily be the outright fastest on a lap. It really isn't. It's one of those cars that if you get in it and you're just trying to do hot laps, you can sometimes be slightly disappointed. But it is such a good, stable platform that over the space of a race, anything longer than 2 hours, and you gain an advantage by running, I'd say, the Aston, simply in the fact that it's just such a stable platform. Not too aggressive on tyres, not overly thirsty in fuel. If you set it up right, it can be a very, very nice platform to drive. Whilst I was choking to death, Christian Butcher makes a move for the Eurobeat Intensifies team, running that Ferrari. Gets past the number 47 BMW. And now he's passed. He's really starting to pull away. Already pulled a good sort of 3 or 4 car lengths over that number 47 BMW. Can he hold on to it though up the Camel? He's going to get a little bit of a tow from the BMW in front as well. But in fact, huge advantage over the BMW in front as he came into the braking zone there. It's not for position in front of him though. Jumping back to this battle for 22nd place, Mackenberg versus Huckler. Gap between them definitely closing up, less than half a second between them. just don't think there is either car has sort of an advantage over each other. They're both quite similar cars, both fairly large vehicles as well. Again, the traffic in front getting out of the way and jumping into the pits. Also now the 255 it looks like is behind them on a different lap. Let's double check that is the 255 and cut to them. Yes, it is. So Abalazzi currently running in 7th place. Has this battle going on in front, and he'll want to try and get past these two as quickly as he possibly can. He is getting the toe fairly well up the hill here. Can he do anything? He looks to the inside of the Aston. The Aston does pull across to the left, gives him room. Really compromised his entrance to that turn though. And he's lost a lot of ground on Mackenberg. All he can hope is that Mackenberg suffers the same fate and gets held up a little bit. These intermingling battles carry on. In fact, we are now going to go over to the other battle that we were watching as they came through. Start number 111 chasing after the back of the 255. Nürburger versus Abalazzi. Then the blue Aston really has dropped off, and this is probably the perfect place to get past the Lexus for Abalazzi. Yep, squeeze on through. These two separate battles came together and then they've immediately spread themselves out. There's more traffic in front. The 255 has to deal with. Jump to the heli. Porsche right in front of him. Is he going to go to the inside? He does look to the inside. Plenty of space given there by the 74 car. But off the track completely to give room. Not risking running over the big long sausage curve to get themselves back into the race. Once again, the cars flying up through Eau Rouge. So finally the Aston makes its way round the outside. Gets itself past the Lexus, but there's still a Porsche between the Lexus and the positioned car. Actually, I think that's the leading car. Last time we looked is in the pits, and then it's now showing 258 as the current leader, and they are coming out the pits. So where is the number 39? 39 is still very much parked still. So possible new leaders here. Looking at the car number 258, the Aston Martin for LFM Esports. appears to have got themselves through, and it's looking as if Rhoda as well. I'm not sure they're on out though. No, Lucas Rhoda has not pitted yet. Here comes Malinowski in the 39 car. And their nearest rival is still a fair way back, only just now coming up onto the Camel Straight. So after the most recent round of pit stops, a little bit of a change around. So Schackenberger running in first place, Lucas Rhoda in second, Adam Olsen running in third position. Traffic going on in front of them as well. This is not what they want. They want to try and get through what's going on in front of them as quickly as possible. And then Max Frank for Team Nitro running in fourth place at the moment in that 718 Porsche. Bit of a gap there. Don't think they're under too much pressure from in front or behind, to be fair. And ninth place, Firefly Racing. Kind of a 7-8-9, and they are 9th overall, but first in their silver class. I think the Bentley has been holding its position quite nicely there at the top of silver class. 11th place overall, obviously, is another silver class car, but they're a fair old way back. About 40 seconds, which is not unheard of to be able to make that much time. We still have just shy of 6 hours of racing left, so plenty of time for miracles or mistakes to be made. Let's go back and let's find our leading AM driver, which is in 36th place. It is. Is Ruben Phillip, no skill, just luck. Car number 31, the BMW. I think this might be the first time I've put this car on the screen this time round. Close by, but they are not for position. Oh, but a little bit further down the field, we do have cars going for position. We have a three-way battle. Car number 13. Niels Brahma chasing after the back of Aaron Ganter and Jens Liver. There's traffic in front of them. It's all going to get very hairy here. That was some super brave stuff going on left and right of the cars in front. Possibly a little bit of contact there just in the bus stop, but I think they managed to just about hold it together. But more cars joining the battle now as well. We saw Erdy for a brief moment then below that 2-second gap. Will definitely drop below 2 seconds for a moment or two, so they're obviously close enough. If they can just continue pushing forward, they can close the gap up and really start to put some pressure on. Looking back over the rear wing of Libout, you can see he is managing to now slightly pull away from the squabbling BMWs. When I say squabbling, I do mean squabbling. Like a pair of seagulls over a pack of drop chips, these two are absolutely going for it. No holds barred at the moment. There has been a change of position. The 11 car has made its way through. Aaron Ganter for Corn Racing has managed to make his way through and is now pulling away from the number 13 car. So the next one to keep an eye on is going to be Erdy, who is coming up behind. I should also say we are now into the final quarter of the race. Into it by just over, well, just under 10 minutes actually, get the math right. The race control, kind of a 91 and 94 under investigation. It's for lap 344. And that will obviously be lap 344 since the restart at the 20-hour mark. So I do appreciate it if you have stuck with the stream. I know there's been a few technical issues over the last trying to do maths. That's not good. We'll just say over the last 24 hours. There's been some bits and pieces that have gone on, but so thank you for sticking with us, whether it be a case of servers dropping out and all sorts. But the fact that my headphones decided to die moments before I was meant to be going on live. See this little battle now, just inside the top 40. too many cars in particularly close battles at the moment, has to be said. A quick jump back with our leader, kind of a 258. A fair bit of traffic coming up in front of him. Rhoda running in second place, another one of the Aston Martins. Aidan Walsingham driving in the Jardier Community Team car. Aidan Walsingham is a driver that is just going from strength to strength. Really has sort of taken it up a notch in his driving over the last couple of years. He was always quick, but he's really sort of managed to just find another gear. I'm sure he would like to get the 24 Hours of Spa win to put him in his cap as well. And they're in with a shout of it, running in third place. Car number 718 running in fourth place at the moment. Still very much at the pointy end of the field. Again, another car that's got a fair bit of traffic in front of them. Car number 224. Simatech Automation, all behind the wheel at the moment. So hanging on inside the top 5, got a huge gap behind them, so no stress about being chased from behind. You can just keep their head down and keep pushing forward. Little bit of a battle going on here. Car number 77 and car number 626. This is AM versus Silver Class. The battle for 42nd position overall. We did see the 626 car for a long time leading the AM class, and by a significant margin as well. Just slowly drop back through the order. Good job though, and chasing after the back of Bella Phillip. Sweet look over the rear wing of the car number 77 Alpha Racing Team, Aston Martin. Looking back towards the paintball splattered Porsche. Oh, car number 992 is off. Whereabouts on the circuit was that? That's... oh, top of the Camel Straight. So, it looks like it's got itself going again. It depends how much damage that car is carrying. Not going to risk going for a replay this late in the race. And you do find that the longer you've been connected to the server, the more memory it takes up every time you go for a replay. And did find out the hard way earlier that apparently 15 gigs of spare space was not going to be enough for a 10-second replay. So apologies to the viewers at home, we had to do a bit of a hard reset. Oh, our think that was the recovering car we saw, but it come to a complete stop on the circuit. And you just see them in the background there driving completely off the circuit as well. So that car obviously with some significant damage. Let's jump on board car number 262. Headphone users, be warned. Two of them now being caught by, that is the GTR, the only one in the field. This is not a battle for position, but this will start to cause issues. As that car looks to make their way through the battle going on in front of them, it all gets very risky. And a few cars still now completing their pit stops as well. For everyone watching at home, I'm not sure entirely how early in the morning it is for you, or it might even be late at night still, who knows, with viewers from all over the world. But, I do hope you're enjoying the slightly more relaxed sort of style of commentary this morning. That is what comes with 3 hours of sitting in silence and waiting for my coffee to kick in a little bit. Commentary may be slightly subdued, but the racing on the track is not. Looks to the inside. The tiniest overlap, had to back out a little bit, but might now get the overlap on the run. They're not going to, but they are going to be absolutely side by side. It's going to have to be super brave to try and commit to going side by side up here, and they're not going to. Probably the smarter decision to back out slightly. Saying about being subdued, and then suddenly moves like that start happening. Very difficult not to suddenly start jumping around and yelling at the TV. But I think this is what is so amazing about endurance racing, GT3 racing, is the fact that it's been such a long time, and yet we are still seeing battles across the grid, nose to tail. Big load of cars coming into the pits now. Oh, and there was a rotation. Oh, that's a real that was the car that we were following on with. That was the 262, I think. Yes, that did get rotated. Lost a lot of ground there. I daren't go to a replay, but that was a real shame. That car was battling for position. They were just outside of the shot as we were on board with the car it was chasing. But we could just see at the edge of the shot that the car got spun round. So now that car down in 43rd position. So you're getting sort of muscled out of the way a little bit. Lots of cars around them now. And I'm not sure the 57. The 57 to its inside is not for position. 57 is running. Let's try and find kind of a 57. There's so many cars out here still. So many cars going strong. Yeah, very unfortunate end to that battle. It was lovely to watch while it lasted. Real shame to see it end the way it did. Here we go. Another battle starting to heat up though. Another one a little bit further up the grid as well. This is the battle for 25th. And also just a little bit further up the grid, we have the battle continuing on for 22nd. Oh, and finally we might see a run here for the Aston. It does look to the inside. It's going to get the toe off the Mustang in front. It's going to be on the outside though at Blanchimont. It's got to be really, really brave, and he does get it done. He gets in front. Can he hold on to the position into the braking zone now as he comes towards the bus stop? He's looking to the inside of the Mustang in front. The Mustang gives plenty of room, and gives plenty of room to the Lexus. Through they go. And Arkler will be pretty pleased with that one. Managed to get themselves through. We're continuing on the close battles. Absolutely nothing between these drivers. Oh, and a big look to the inside of the bus stop. He does get the car there. Ooh, goes a little bit deep, and there is a nudge. I think he would have got the car stopped in time to stay on the circuit, but there definitely wasn't going to be any room for that BMW on the outside of the turn once the Lambo had got stopped. Subsequently, there was a little bit of a bump. And the Lambo's gone through car number 32 and has now immediately got some traffic between himself and his nearest rival. A little bit of a race starting to appear here at the back. The battle for 45th position. I say the back. That's still very much the middle of the grid. Oh, very deep there for the Aston. Very deep indeed. Absolutely nose to tail as they come towards the Kemmel one more time. just realised the Aston Martin's running the Good Smile Racing livery. Fantastic stuff. Oh, and the BMW on the grass. Is he going to get the braking done? That's the 255 muscling its way through there as well. And the 255 obviously trying to make its way through the traffic, but just muscled the BMW out onto the dirt a little bit as they came up towards Lacoum. BMW was caught up really quickly, immediately. Dennis called that on an absolute push at the moment. Oh, what a mistake. And they go side by side. The Aston, car number 28, has lost the position, went a little bit deep into the corner. The BMW slipped up the inside, got a really decent overlap. And that was it, job done, going through. Although I am noticing some slightly obscure movements from the BMW. Hopefully that's something their end, not my end. Let's all stay fingers crossed for a little bit. But the BMW has made its way through. Another battle here, not for position, but still people trying to find their way through the traffic. Spa, one of the longer circuits on the GT3 world calendar, and still there is barely an ounce of spare track space. There is traffic absolutely everywhere. Oh, 992 we have just seen with the yellow flags. Let's see if we can find them quickly. That is running in 65th place at the moment. So I think that might have been a case of minding out of the way of traffic coming through. Oh, and there's something wrong with that car. Definitely something wrong. They're now staying where they are as the traffic comes through. Manages to get themselves going and make their way into the pit. But yeah, that car clearly not handling as it should. Just seeing in the chat, where is the 311? Let's have a look. Well, I'm going to say that possibly the 311 might have been a retirement. I'll go back through the list again, but I'm pretty sure. No, tell a lie. No, that's me completely lying to you. I'm just blind. 9th place. Madcap Racing. Car number 311. In fact, seeing as they got a shout out, let's jump on the dashboard of this car, shall we? A little bit of delicious Bentley actions we fly towards Blanchimont. We'll stick with them for a little bit. Let's at least stay with them as we go up through Rouge Radion. All the way over that inside curve. Goodness gracious. Very nearly hitting the wall. I think if that had been a left-hand drive car, they might have clipped. Tiny little lift there. Just hit a brief moment in that engine note, the tiniest blip. I don't even think that was barely even off the throttle, but there was slight breath. Oh, but probably not what you wanted to see. Car number 311, the car we are on board with right now, is going to get a 5-second time penalty, causing a collision. Just trying to see if the Porsche ever made it back out. It did. It did make it back out. Fantastic. The 992 H3 Racing. We saw them obviously with some serious damage just a moment or two ago, but they have made it back out. Looking back on board with our leaders for just a minute. whatever reason seem to have lost a few frames. Do apologise, anybody watching at home. Entirely sure why, nothing really has changed. Just seem to have lost one or two. So, leaders at the moment, still the car number 258. Second place, Lucas Roda, car number 76, and third place is car number 39, Aidan Walsingham, for the GRDA community team. I've always loved this livery. The smiliest man in all of sim racing, and his pet dog on the side of the car. Perfect. Really, nothing too close going on at the moment. Everybody fairly well spread out. probably the perfect moment, we will jump on the dashboard of our leading car. I'm going to quickly go and grab a drink, and I will be back very soon. I will just, for the moment, we will sit on the dashboard of the 258, our leading car, and commentary will resume in just a moment. we're back again. Again, sorry for the little break. After being sat at the computer for 3 hours, did have to go and get a quick cup of tea. Not only for my benefit, but also for your viewing pleasure at home, the last thing you want to hear is an Englishman descend into madness. Right, and while we've been gone, things have started to heat up a little bit again on track. Fabian Kreska being chased down by Sydney Motts in the Krulguren Racing 626 Porsche. It's the battle for 44th position. Oh. I'm telling a lie, that's it, battle over. Good smile liveried Aston dives into the pits. One of the LFM. Oh, and a rotation there at turn 1. We just saw it. I think that's the 333 car we just saw get rotated. Was the 333, and that is an awful place to be spun. Try and get to them with the heli. They have got themselves going again. I don't think anyone else was involved in that after the incident. Obviously there was the initial rotation. They've definitely got a bump round, but I think they were just far enough away from the corner to not have anyone else involved in the incident. So I think it was just them that fell victim to a bit of a mid-corner bump, which no doubt the stewards will be looking into. And here we go. So we've got Philip Menard versus Nürnberger. This is the battle for 7th place. The 255 Lexus that was so dominant earlier in the race. This is the 111 Aston. A little bit of traffic in front again. Hammering their way towards turn 1. Bit of a deeper line there from the Aston, looking to try and get a better exit, and that does look like a better exit. They're going to have a little bit of an advantage. Can they find a way around? Can they get enough of an overlap? I don't think they can. They are right on the back of the Lexus as they're about to stop thundering their way up the hill. They both just about make it through. A little bit of aero wash, I think, affected the front of the Aston. Might have been a little bit too close to the back of the Lexus as they started going into Radion. And just unsettled the front of the car. You saw it understeer slightly. And now there is a back marker between them. They'll be looking to try and get past the BMW as quickly as possible. Yes, only start behind for one corner. Can continue the assault forwards. The good smile Aston that we saw in the pits, and there's a rotation in the background as well. I think a lot of drivers getting a little bit tired now. Obviously they are in teams, but it doesn't matter still. Even when you're not actually in the car, you would have been thinking about the race. It would have been on your mind. You might have had to be doing your own strategies. Any kind of issues you might have had throughout the team, you've had to be there. A constant thought of knowing you're back in the car and supporting your teammates. It does take a big old mental toll. 258 again we saw with the yellow. This battle's opened up a little bit, the traffic just split people apart slightly. Let's have a look at the battle for 48th position. That's Alexander Lang for Streeter Motorsport. Chasing after the back of Andreas Mueller. Or it's probably Mueller. Sorry about the pronunciations. Still some cars pitting at the moment. Most of the battles have opened up a little bit. This one is still pretty close. There is a squabble going on inside the top 5. Let's jump to it. Oh, and it is Renault Ritchie versus Bischoff. Two big names. Getting a little bit squirrely there, the Aston. Into Leicum, the back end of that car did not look settled. An uncharacteristic slide for the Aston Martin. Normally a fairly well planted car. You don't tend to see big slides. I wonder if maybe just left the braking a little bit too late, turned the car in and it just unsettled, but he still managed to get it to the apex. Car number 58 coming into the pits. This battle has closed right up now. The Aston looking very, very quick. Obviously on a bit of a push. I wonder if maybe that's why we saw that bit of a wriggle. They're absolutely giving it 11 tenths. Looking to the outside now through turn 16. Going to try and get the inside for Blanchimont, and they are going to have it, and they are through. Brilliant bit of driving. They sort of had to go the long way round, but it queued them up for the inside at Blanchimont. Does manage to get it through the bus stop. Renault Ritchie would be very pleased with that. Car number 224 up into 4th place now. Climbing their way back up through the order. Oh, and another battle going on. This is for the final spot in the top 20. And here we go. There might be a move for position now. Jonathan No versus Jonas Harkela. He's gone through. That's it. Gets it done before climbing the hill. What can the Mustang do? Can it fight back on the Kemmel Straight? And I've just remembered the reason I don't use this old headset anymore, because I've just received an electric shock. Put it in the drawer, keep it as a spare. You know what it's like, just in case. And today I did need it just in case, but forgot as to why I got rid of it. And yeah, just you know, just gone 7 o'clock here in the UK, and a nice electric shock mid commentary is exactly what I needed. So Jonas Harkela has managed to pull away and is getting some lengths now on that Aston Martin, making moves. Bischoff is starting to lose ground as well to Renault Ritchie. Tell a lie, might be coming back a little bit. The times went down between Harkela and No there. Whether it was traffic related or maybe a little bit of a mistake there from Harkela, but the gap's come down a little bit again. battles further down the order as well. This one still rages on. Alexander Lang versus Andreas Müller. Bit of a flash of the lights there from the Porsche, obviously trying to unsettle the car in front. Not entirely sure that's going to work, but always worth a try if you can get someone to glance in their mirrors for just a second. And sometimes give you that little bit of an advantage you need. Oh, and actually into the pit, so position gained. As the 270 Aston dives into the pits. Oh, and here we go. We've got Bishop coming back at Renault Ritchie. I think I do say this every time I am in the booth doing any kind of esports commentary, and I always say it to all the viewers at home: if you are enjoying the esports side of things and you're enjoying watching this racing, I wholeheartedly endorse try and get to go and watch some of this GT3 racing in real life. It is not as expensive as you would think at all. It is surprisingly cheap, and especially all across Europe. It is amazing the prices of what you can do. As I'm lucky enough to be going to the 24 Hours of Spa the end of next month, and I was amazed how cheap it was for the tickets for that. I think it was at the time, it was like 84 euros, which I know is still a lot of money, but it's one of the biggest races. Or if you're in the UK and you can't travel over to Europe, go and watch some British GT racing. GT3 and GT4, so all that content is here in Assetto Corsa Competizione as well, if you wanted to familiarise yourself with it. Some of the big names from Europe as well racing in the British GT, going after the accolades they want, to be able to put that feather in their cap as well, to say they've won the British GT. It really is fantastic stuff. If you're thinking about getting into sim racing, obviously if you're thinking about getting into sim racing as well, it also isn't as expensive as you would imagine to get into any kind of sim racing. You don't need thousands of pounds. Oh, big move to the inside here. Bischoff gets the move done. So they're making their way through back marker traffic, but still pretty cleanly done. Big flash there. Porsche wants to go through. As I was saying, sim racing, yes, it's not cheap to get into, but you don't need the multiple £1,000 rig and all the fancy stuff just to get into it. No point spending all that money to get into it straight away. Just start yourself off basic. Grab yourself just a cheap wheel, get one second hand. You know, you don't need the fancy rig. Bolt it to a desk and just have a little go. You might find you love it, you might find you hate it, who knows. I found my slot in sim racing, and it turns out it's here behind the microphone. Did a little bit of sim racing in my time, not a massive amount. A couple of leagues here and there, but for me the excitement was this bit. It was the yelling at it as opposed to the driving side of it. That I was never good enough. But say, the people you're seeing here are the very, very tippy top. But there's plenty of leagues out there that you can go through, and you'll be racing with people similar to yourself. You don't need to be thinking there's no way I'm ever going to be this quick. Just go out there and have a laugh. It's well worth it. Say some of these games are some of the best drivers I've known don't even play on a rig. Some of them are controller, some of them are mouse and keyboard, which is just terrifying, but I've seen how quick they can be. They could be competitive in this field. Right, little bit of an update from behind the scenes. So, being YouTube, we have to split the stream up a little bit. So, at 10 AM Central European Summertime, or CEST, the third part of the English stream will be going up. So, just be aware of that. You will have to move over. It's not for a couple more hours yet, but that is 10 AM CEST. That's the third part of the stream will be published. Obviously, we will let you know closer to the time, but just so you're aware, if you walk away from your TV or you walk away from whatever you're watching on and you come back and suddenly it's over, it hasn't completely ended, you just need to jump across. YouTube doesn't let you go over a certain amount of time. It won't let you do 24 hours in one big hit. So we have to break it up just a little bit. Right, let's have a little bit of a look back at some battles again. Right. This is the battle for 13th place. Mustang versus GTR. Like something out of Fast and Furious at this point. Big move to the inside. The Mustang goes for it under braking. They didn't quite come together. That was super close. Not an inch between them, but yes. GMR Motorsport, car number 300. That fantastic looking livery. And Chris makes his way through on Basti Winkler. Car number 300 currently running third in the silver class. There's traffic in front of him, but he has just managed to get past one of the pro drivers. And already starting to make a move. Looks to the inside of the Mercedes in front. Gets it partially done. Yeah, the Mercedes backs out mid-corner, lets them through. And to be fair, so does the BMW in front, giving plenty of racing room and space. Mustang now free of the traffic, really starts to thunder away. In fact, I don't think we've been on the dash of one of these quite yet. Let's do it. Whoa. Oozing American muscle. Lots of sawing of the wheel there to try and keep this this Mustang going the right direction. I think this is what I love about GT racing as well, is the fact that the cars don't all sort of look generically the same. So they don't look generically the same. You've got such different cars. You've got things, looking at the Audi, the Lamborghini, the McLaren, they're super low. They are basically race cars for the road. Then you've got things more similar to like the GT cars, things like the Aston Martin, the big Mercedes. And then you've got essentially, if you look at cars sort of like the Lexus and also the BMW, you know, essentially that's a saloon car. That's just a road-going saloon car. that you could pick up a base version for not that much money, and so it's incredible to see them all able to race together using the balance of performance. Right, a little bit of a squabble going on here. Lucas Tipash coming after Samir Foch. And what is Samir Foch driving? Always confusing when you see Samir not driving a Ferrari. .256 for Low Fuel Motorsport, chasing after the back of Samir. About 0.8 between them at the moment, so a little bit of a gap. Right, battles continuing on, more pit stops happening over and over again. That must mean that another 48 minutes has rolled around and they are coming so quickly. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago I sat down, but it's... looking at it, it has been just over 4 hours. Oh, and there we go. Through he goes. Well done. Tipash does manage to get the move done just before Bonchemont. Again, we're sort of running into that time where people are going to be starting to do pit stops. Are either of these two going to dive in? No, they don't. They both stay out for now. During the pit stop stage, everything kind of gets a little bit wriggled around. Times kind of go out the window a little bit. But Tipash has made it through on Foch. Oh, and a 5-second penalty going the way of the car number 112. Causing a collision, just seen there. Popping up at the bottom of the screen. Oh, car number 77, yellow flags. Oh no, car number 77's into the pit, so... It didn't look like it was a pit position on the screen. But... you know, I've been wrong before, and no doubt I'll be wrong again. So the yellow flags do throw a little bit of a wobbly during the pit. So pit time. Everybody jumping into the pit just makes it have a little bit of a wobbly. Even though the initial overtake has been done, this is still our closest battle on track. It probably seems like the best time as ever to obviously, yes, I would like to apologise for any technical issues that have happened since I took over this morning at about 3 AM my time. Yeah, for whatever reason, bit of software issues, which is always fun, and then followed up by a hardware issue. So, and then electrocutors. So, you know, lots of fun. But it wouldn't be the 24 hours of Spa, or it wouldn't be any 24-hour race really, without a little bit of insanity creeping in. This still really seems to be the big close battle at the moment. Samir Foch really trying to bring the fight back. Will jump into the dash. Say, even though the Mustang of Tipash did manage to get past, really hasn't been able to make any M-roads and escape up the road. He is still right there. Foch is still all over the back of his heels like a Jack Russell at the postman. I'm entirely sure that Foch would appreciate being referred to as a Jack Russell, but I'm sure he understands the intent. Ooh, possible incidents going on in front. Got two cars going wide. The Bentley does lose traction at the front end. Just pushed that a little bit too hard after that initial contact. Good save though, very good save. Luckily there's such big run-ups here at Spa. Plenty of space to run off. Oh, and Samir now finding himself caught up behind the BMW. Makes it through, didn't lose too much ground, but you can now see as they start their way through turn 15 and 16 that he did lose that initial push. Okay, here we go. Car number 697, 15-second penalty, unsafe rejoin and causing a collision. Still with 4 hours and 45 minutes left to go. It is possible to find that time back. It's not always as easy as you might think to find those bits of time back. Let's have a little bit of a jump back up towards the front. Let's see how things are looking. So above our leader at the moment, Stubenrauch still running in pole position. And 30 seconds in front of their nearest rival. So again, the top 3 cars here are all Aston Martins. Top 4 cars are all Aston Martins. There we go, the first car that's not an Aston is the absolute polar opposite of the Aston. It is the Porsche. Oh, what a big slide there from the Porsche. A little bit late on the brakes. That was very, very close. Not the kind of car you want to let go at the back end. Looks to the inside, does get it done. Through he goes on the back marker. So there's no real pressure from behind for Marco Bischoff. It's not that big of a gap forwards actually, so he's probably still pushing hard, trying to chase up the back of Renault Ritchie. You can see there's only a few corners ahead, realistically. a bad pit stop or a bit of a run into the gravel would see that time come tumbling down. We jump back to the most pressing battle of the moment, and it is still Samir Foch versus Lucas Tabash. It does seem to really change, but they haven't managed to get more than a second apart, whether it be traffic or outright pace. It closed right up there towards the end of the Kemmel. The Aston obviously with a significantly better top end, or just way better on the brakes. And it seemed to be while they were still running at full speed though, before they got on the brakes, that time came tumbling down. And seeing someone shout out one of the Bentleys. 5-second penalty for car number 255. So their day continues on with issues. Car number 112. Pretty sure that's just in the pits. Yes, it is. That's fine. It's so far down the pit lane that there was a little moment there where I thought it might actually have been not in the pits. Position change just back here as well. Dazan takes away a position. Goes to the 37th. I'd like to swap back again. Oh no, there they are. Other cars going through. And here we go. But that's the battle we were going to try and keep an eye on now. Oh, he gets it done into the braking zone. Nicely done. Through turn 12. Gets it done. And the 262 gains one position. Has gained it and is now absolutely flying away from the cars around them. Oh, that was 255. We have just seen the 255 with a yellow flag. And they were still fairly up the order when we last saw them. They're going to be plummeting positions now. Helicam. That car is off the road. Oh, that's Lecombe, isn't it? That's at the beginning of the left-hander, sorry, at Lecombe. That car is still stationary. So what has happened there? Again, I daren't go to a replay. But that car has not moved at all. Maybe that is a hardware issue on their end, I'm not sure. It's Boothby behind the wheel at the moment. Hopefully he hasn't broken his hand again. If you've followed Boothby for a while, you'll know that his finger got broken by his wheel at one point. But yeah, that car is still stationary. It's got a fairly decent gap. Oh, and I think they've gone. I think we've lost the 255. Yeah, I think we just lost the 255. So I think that must be a hardware issue. So that might be them done for the day. But the 255, a car early on in the race that looked like it had the potential to be possibly not just on the podium, but the top step of the podium there. 24 hours has gone from bad to worse. 4 hours and 39 minutes left of racing. There is still possibly time for them to get back in if they can resolve the issue. But still, it is not what you want. You don't want to have to be messing around with hardware issues outside of the game, but it does happen, especially on races this long. You know, hardware can overheat, computers can, you know, I think that's why my other headset's died. I think the Bluetooth receiver has got a bit warm on the back. I might have to rejiggle where my PC sits a little bit. But for the moment, we're on board with Madcap Racing, car number 311. Currently running in 8th place, our leading silver car. And 8th place overall is certainly nothing to be sniffed at. Silver cars really starting to climb their way up through the order. In fact, let's try and find our leading, or we'll jump on board quickly with this one, the Samir Foch battle that's still continuing on. We'll try and find our leading AM driver, which is normally in the sort of mid-30s. Let's find them. Oh, so close. 34th is our leaning AM driver. Oh, although speaking of that, Rookie Racing Motorsport will receive a 5-second penalty. And that was actually an incident against the car we're looking at right now, Corn Racing. So, car number 11 still running first in their class. So they had an incident earlier on that they were involved in. They have been deemed not guilty. And the other offending parties have been given a penalty. Obviously, not necessarily how you want to win a race or how you want to gain a position, but in endurance racing, it is really a matter of staying as clean as possible for as long as possible. Doing a very nice job, actually. They got a decent old gap to their next car behind them. 35th place is just coming through turn 1 now, the source. It's the Streeter Motorsport number 489 BMW. Really wasn't sure on the oh, hang on, there's been a... They've swapped back positions. They have swapped back while we were looking at the AM drivers. 2 of our silver class teams have traded positions once again. Samir Foch has found his way past Tipash. On the front splitter of the Mustang now, looking forward. So I wonder if that's almost the way the cars are wearing the tyres, possibly. Didn't see exactly what happened, but we did see the earlier on in this stint, the Mustang did look to be the stronger of the 2 cars. Now you can see the Aston's really sort of come back to life. Up towards the source. Now, down towards Eau Rouge and Radion. see what the gap looks like here. We'll see if the Aston does have that top end, like I presumed. Car number 262 is picking up a 5-second penalty. And that was between car number 28 and 262. And 262 gets the penalty for that incident. Ooh, gaps near the front starting to come down a little bit now. And this is from second to third. That gap has come down significantly. Aidan Walsingham chasing after the back of Sebastian in car number 76. Now, I do apologise if I'm getting a little bit croaky. You've only got to put up with me for another 20 minutes or so, and then get some of the regulars back in here again. A decent bit of traffic coming up in front, and if Aidan can catch Sebastian early enough, then that should work to his advantage. Here comes the traffic in front. Who's going through? They both went through fairly easy. One of the cars in front dives to the pit, so that's one of the bits of traffic out of the way immediately. But they are now absolutely nose to tail, nothing between them whatsoever. Looking back over the rear wing of our second place car at the moment. Sebastian's heading up. Looking to get a decent run now up the hill. I would say though that Aidan is at that perfect point where he's a little bit further behind and he's carrying a lot more speed. Look at the run he's got. This is a huge run, and in fact I think that might have been a slight lift there from the 76. Was that a slight lift on the exit? It almost sounded like he lifted, but I wouldn't have seen any reason as to why he would have. The Mustang was far enough ahead that it shouldn't have caused an issue. Or maybe it's a case of knowing that he wasn't going to be able to keep pulling away from Aidan, and decided it's better to take third place and let it go quite cleanly rather than try and squabble onwards. And Aidan's now got to try and find his way past the Mustang in front. Again, no big flashing of the lights or anything. Nobody looks that urgent about making the moves. Nobody wants to make a mistake. Last thing you want to do is get a penalty. There we go, the Mustang dives out of the way. Nicely done. Sometimes that's the best thing you can do under blue flags. It's not immediately jump out the way or do anything unpredictable. It's just, if the car's got to stay behind you for a few turns, then so be it. And then when there's a nice spot, maybe just ease off the throttle a little bit. Just, you've got to be predictable when you're under blue flags. The last thing you want is for someone to suddenly decide, oh yeah, it makes perfect sense to hit brakes and go left. And you think to yourself when you're following them, oh well, I'm going to go to the left because that's not the racing line. I'll be able to snip past them, and suddenly there's a big old mess. It does happen. And good to see the chat livening up a little bit again. Good morning, everyone. Say, in about 20 minutes, we'll be having a change of commentary team once again, and there will be another part of the stream coming up. So, car number 499 is completely stopped on the circuit just before the bus stop. And it's one of the Bentleys. What has happened to that car? Has that car run out of fuel there? That is seriously unlucky if they've run themselves completely dry of fuel right there. I doubt they have stopped just for a picnic, but that is a crazy dangerous place to be stopped. You can only imagine that car's run out of fuel. They might have been trying to creep it all the way back to the pits on fumes. it's just sat there right before the bus stop. That is not somewhere I would want to be sat, it has to be said. And still not moving. You can see they've got cars winging up behind them. It's only going to take sort of a couple of cars being a bit wide for there to be possibly a serious incident. At some point they might have to make the decision to just mind out of the way. Oh, they got themselves moving. And it can't have been a fuel issue because they're now fully going for it. So not sure what happened there. Bit of an odd one. Obviously might have had to do a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete reset on that one. Possibly a hardware issue. As we said before, very easily done. Races of this length, a lot of sim racing hardware is not designed to naturally go for 24 hours. But the car is on the move again, so not sure what happened there. It'd be great to find out, possibly post-race, or if anyone knows in the chat, do let us know. But at the moment we live in mystery. Right, something that is not a mystery is the 22nd place battle. And it is... oh, here we go, another one coming through. Penalty for the 33. And they will receive a drive-through penalty. Just seen someone in the chat say he's gone for a bathroom break. I mean, possibly. I probably would have pulled the car into the pits and used that safe spot to do that, though. But you never know. What was last year for the 24 hours of Nordschleife, when that DLC got released, and we did the stream back then, because it was Luke Whitehead that did the entire 24 hours solo. And so yeah, he was using his pit stops to run to the toilet and take on food and water, which is absolutely mad. Oh, cars minding out of the way there. Was that not a battle for position? Possibly not. Maybe I'm losing my mind. I thought we were looking at a battle for position, but I might have just confused my own brain there. Second place is still not dead set. There's about a second between them at the moment. Sebastian Zahentner still trying to hold on to the back of Aiden. Both staying. No, they're not. Finally, one of them goes in. I honestly think, though, that Walsingham might have almost been starting to fuel save a little bit towards the end of that lap. Just trying to go one lap further than Zahentner. But he's managed to do it. It'd be interesting to see what Aiden's lap time looks like. He was about 2/10 down last time round on what we'd seen before. We'll come back and have a bit of a look at that one. Tipash has now fully lost touch with Samir Fosh. And in the number 69 car moves up to 47th place. One position gained. Who's going in? Who's staying out? Everybody stays out in this pack. Ooh, a bit of rubbing. I don't think that one's for position either. one of the Astons looks to the inside, unseen, unsighted in the as he went for the apex there at La Source. That was very, very close. That could have been seriously messy. Let's have a quick double check back in on that time from Aidan Walsingham. Again, he's 0.2 down on his lap. So maybe not fuel saving as much as I thought he was. 5-second penalty coming in for car number 81. Sorry. As a 5-second penalty causing a collision. And that was turn 1, lap 368. Here we go, battle for 32nd position. Mac versus DeLilio. Oh, there we go. I've just seen there that the 255, they've had a technical issue and they are out of the race now. That is it. So a retirement from the 255. This is quite often the way with endurance racing. What looks like, you know, a dead cert to kind of win or at least be inside the top 5. It can be snatched away from you so easily. So, little over 10 minutes before we swap over. Give me just enough time to get everything through. Oh, big move to the inside. This is a battle for position. Akawa versus Corner. Akawa goes through. And Akawa, now they've gone through, is really starting to pull away. That is already sort of 2 or 3 car lengths immediately gained. That's not just a little bit of a movement, that is a big old jump. So a little bit of a look through now. It's sort of in that mid-stint stage where people have split up a little bit, although we have got a few cars coming in. So just a quick reminder, in just over an hour's time, it may appear that the race has ended, but it has not. A new stream will appear. Simply the fact that YouTube does not like you doing massive streams. So it will be around 9 o'clock in the UK and around 10 o'clock anywhere that's on CEST. There will be a change. You will be notified of that again before it happens. But just as a bit of a pre-warning, If you suddenly find yourself watching a black screen, that would be why. Right. For the moment, everybody fairly... I didn't see what the penalty was. I saw that there was moving under braking, but I didn't see what that was. Right, so still leading the race at the moment. LFM Esports, car number 258. Justin Stubenrausch behind the wheel. And now the man, the legend himself, Giardia Honzik, is behind the wheel of the 39 car, currently running in second place. Thomas Reeder running in third place currently. Fourth place, car number 224, another one of the Astons, with 4 behind the wheel. Max Frank running in fifth. This Porsche doing an absolutely fantastic job of holding on to the Astons, not letting them get all the glory. It is chasing after them. Sixth place is car number 58, Gero for Ragioli Esports. Absolutely fantastic name. Seventh place, Nürnberger for Dynamic Motorsports. Eighth place, Yannick Schumacher, Firefly E-Racing, car number 789, and our fastest Bentley out there at the moment. Well, not only the fastest Bentley, but also leading the silver class, so 8th overall, first in class. 9th overall and second in class is Lastriga for Madcap Racing, Bentley number 311. And rounding out the top 10 of the overall is Basti Winkler. After seeing 2 Bentleys, this car seems slightly normal. The 697 GTR, great to see that car still out there. And then obviously third place in silver as well. Let's quickly run through the top 3 here. And that is, if I'm correct, yes, it is. It's the 300 Mustang for GMR Motorsport. I believe that is Sanko Vasilvekis. Apologies if I butchered that one. Now let's go down. Let's run through the top 3 as well in the AM class. I have to find them. 35th. Hans Lu running in 35th position, but first in their class. In 36th overall, but second in class, car number 100. Jens Libu, car number 100. And then in 38th place overall, but third in class, David Wall, car number 11, the BMW for Korn Racing. Oh, here we go, with changed drivers. The battle for second place has really heated up. It had opened up a little bit, but now things are really starting to look spicy. Thomas Reeder looks towards the back of Jardier's car. We'll jump on board the dash. In fact, no, let's jump onto that front splitter. Nope, probably better to go with the actual car we want to see. So, Thomas Reeder on the splitter of his Aston Martin car number 76, chasing after the back of the 39. Again, both being Aston Martins, it is literally a case of playing the traffic or the skill of the driver that's going to make a big difference here. Closes right up. still absolutely nose to tail, nothing between these two. Let's get a bit of a look from the back of the Jardier community car, looking back over the rear wing. Oh, just seeing there as well, the 224 is going to get a 5-second penalty for forcing another car off the track. Sorry, the 224, so that is currently running in 4th place, and they are about to lose 5 seconds in their next pit stop. Going up to the drone cam. Ooh, a little bit wide there for Reader. And the Porsche moving away and off the main line. And they're getting ready for Blanchimont. Both of them throw it in. They both make it through. And just seeing in the chat at 255. 255 has sadly had to retire. George Boothby has had a technical issue on his end. And the team has had to retire from the race. Not sure what the technical issue is as of yet, whether it was hardware or software or fleshware. Something's gone wrong. But we did see that car pulled to the side of the road up at Lake Coombe. There you go, seeing again from Waps Racing. The 255 had a technical issue. As long as it's not another broken finger, that is the main thing. We don't like the idea of people getting injured doing sim racing, but it does strangely happen. Right, not long until we swap over now. So my stint in the booth will be coming to an end in just a few minutes. Just seeing someone there saying, can someone get injured on a sim? Yes, definitely. In fact, it was George Boothby had his coming for his broken or dislocated finger. I think it was after a race was finished, he then had sort of relaxed his hands on the wheel and someone hit the back of his car. Obviously then the force feedback of his wheel reacted to it and completely broke his finger. So it does happen, people can get injured. Right, I am now seeing that Waps and Seppi are ready for the swap. So I will go quiet for just a little while. Thank you ever so much for having me back here again for some of the endurance coverage. It is massively appreciated. I have been Tim360 Lunn, and I will be handing you over in just a minute to some other very, very fine gentlemen indeed.
I'm sounding like pizza crust in audio form. Yeah. All right, confirmed.
All right, good morning, everyone, on the viewing side of the Low Fuel Motorsport 24 hours of Spa. I'm finally back after 12 hours out. As you can probably hear, my name is Olaf, the K-Bops Racing. And I'll be your voice for the next 2 hours, as I am joined every now and then by my good friend Ben.
Hello. I'm still here,
Morning,
yes.
We're awake, refreshed, and ready to attack the next 2 hours of the broadcast. We've had a full night behind us, and not incident-less. There have been quite a few things going on, one of which is, of course, the big shocker. Our pole sitter, the 255 car, the Go Setups car, has had a technical issue, as Tim has stated a few minutes before as well. So our pole sitter is out of the race, and that only happened just about 30 minutes ago. So that's an interesting thing, but that does leave a new change for the lead, and that's something that me and Christian talked about towards the end of my hours, 12 hours ago, that he really wanted a change for the lead. He's got his wish. Currently the 258 car in the lead, and then about 30 seconds or so behind, we have the 39 car from the Jardier community team in second place. And that's going to be chasing down for the lead. We'll have some clean air, but they're not without pressure. The 76 car is right behind them and currently looking to set in an attack to maybe claim that second place, as there's 2 yellow flags on the Camel Straight already. That appears to be just out of the pit lane, and they're back in the pit lane. And one of those cars might be the 58 car, currently in 6th place. So they might have some issues as well. And that's of course to be expected. 24-hour race rarely goes without any technical issues at all. It all can happen quite quickly. A PC crash or a driver's wheelbase not functioning normally anymore. That all can happen, and usually sim races relate that to the technical issues that IRL cars have as well. If any of you have watched the Formula 1 qualifying yesterday evening or afternoon, you'll know it. Of course, if you haven't watched it, I strongly suggest you do. It's quite interesting to watch. And of course, you'll have some technical issues during races as well. So yeah, in sim racing this also happened, but not in the fact that the car is going to give up on you. It's just some other things like your computer, like your setup, that can do a little funky and wobble away underneath your feet. Now, for the next hour, we'll be on this part 2 of the broadcast that you're watching right now. In 1 hour, or a little bit under an hour, we have a swap. We're going to go to part 3. It's all because of the limitations from the YouTube side. The fact that the VODs are not stored for longer than a certain length, and we'd rather not take the risk of cutting it close. We'd like to just make sure everything is saved to be watchable in the future. So in about an hour, we'll repeat it as well. We'll be going towards part number 3. It's going to be a different stream, different link. You can find that on the Assetto Corsa official YouTube channel as well. So make sure to look out for that. We'll announce it in about half an hour again, and then when the swap happens right before. For now, though, we're going to be watching the final 4 hours of the 24 hours of Spa. Currently looking at Gadowski, the 119 car, who's in the pits. Same for the 58 car, and these two might have been in a little moment at the Camel Straight. These 2 cars were reset to the pits, and the 58 car has lost some positions already. Was just over a lap behind the leaders, or just under, just dancing around it, and is now coming out behind the 111 car. Was taken over P6 from them. The 2 Astons swapping places. They all should be ready to go out again. And doing some quick calculations, we've had about 16 hours, which means that we should be already through some of the pit stops. As we see the number 100 car with a 2:26 on the previous lap, and that looks to be an in-lap. of course, and Fudge with a 3-minute 49, that looks to be an out lap. So we have had a lot of the pit stops already. Final ones shuffling in now, which means that some of the positions will be off for just a moment more. And of course, everyone's strategy is going to be completely off. There's no big pit window anymore. There might be a big, still a big pit window, but it's going to be extended as the race goes on for longer. And because we've been going for 20 hours, 16 hours on this stint after the restart, that's obviously going to amplify the results of the stint timer. Watch now, hot on the rear of Molnar, who's in the pits actually, so he's going to be chasing some other cars.
Yeah, I mean, we look at it now, you're 400 laps deep into the session, and that is going to have a few profound effects. Like you said, for one, it's going to make the pit window turn into more of a pit open gate, as the deviations minute to minute with the stint timers are going to slowly add up over time. So we will be seeing not so much, as you said, the massive exodus into the pit lane, but we're going to see every lap, we're going to see 2 to 3 cars over the next 5 to 6 laps. Just head into the pits, get what they need to, get their cars ship-shape ready for the next few hours of running. It's starting to brighten up here in Spa, and the temperatures are starting to rise again. I know that into the night temperatures can drop quite substantially. That is going to present a challenge for managing your thermals on the tyres. Cooling, not a concern, but the tyres, certainly you have to give them a little bit more work, a little bit more give to get them in that optimal window as you race through the night. But now things are starting to heat up again. Track 21 degrees, surface temps 20 degrees ambient, starting to get a bit more in the temperatures that most of these racers would be used to.
Yeah, that definitely happens with the coming of the sun. Currently 9 a.m, just past it, and that's the same as my time at the moment, so that's easy for me to gauge where the sun would be, as I could just look right outside my window and see it in the exact same spot. Temperatures should be around similar to what we're having here as well, just that in Spa we've got a little bit more sun, and that's one of the things that I skimmed through the previous hours, the past 12 hours that I've missed on the race, and I was looking for only one thing, and that's rain. And there hasn't been a single drop of bad weather in the past 20 hours of racing, and it doesn't look like the final 4 are going to give any form of wetness at all either. So the sun is completely out, track condition optimum as it is with the dry race, and like you said, Ben, temperatures are increasing, 20 degrees in the air, 21 degrees on the track, and of course they're going to have 48 minutes in between pit stops, which means that they can adjust their tire pressures as they go on, because you have to put your tire pressures a bit lower when the temperature increases, and that's obviously what a lot of drivers will be doing in between their stints. But with the wet coming in, with the rain coming in, it's even going to be more of a gamble if you have to take a certain pressure or have to increase it, decrease it, because sometimes they're not fully prepped for the wet. And that's something that I really wanted to see in this race, but unfortunately we haven't had the chance yet, which means we'll have to make do with the dry running that we've seen so far, but hopefully, just maybe, we'll see some in the final few hours.
Yeah, I don't know about unfortunately, because while it is entertaining, I think the drivers are counting their blessings. When you have an endurance event like this, you want everything to be as in control as possible. The more variables you can eliminate, the more you can sort of chalk off and not have to worry about, weather being one of them, the easier a time you're going to have. So I think drivers are feeling very lucky that they're not having to deal with any variance in weather conditions. The most they're having to deal with is maybe a little bit of crosswinds. We did see that heading into the night yesterday, and also the track and ambient temperatures. But apart from that, fairly smooth sailing. I think the drivers are more than happy. We're on board with Strege now in the 311 Bentley, and leading on the silvers we have Stubenrausch in the 258, leading on the pros. And then for the rookies, if we go a little bit further down, we will find our way down to Hannes Lou in the 31 BMW, who has got quite a substantial margin on David Wall, the next person in second, about 30 seconds there.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case for like the Pro Series and the Silver Series and the Amateur Series, that the gap from first to second in class is quite substantial. But as we saw with P2 and P3, the gap is just over a second. So we are maybe going to see some more changes for the podium positions. As we can see here, the 76 car chasing down the 39 in second place. We might see some swap there. Yeah, of course, as you can see, the silver class being about a minute or so up on their second place driver. So the 311 just over a minute away from the 7, 8, 9 car. Currently 7th and 8th overall respectively, which is, I think, quite the achievement considering how many pro cars we've had. I think we had 20 cars in the pro class. So if you're currently 7th as a silver class car, you're doing a tremendous job of beating all of those pro cars to the total race time. That is going to take another 4 hours before we can see that one, but of course we're going to have a lot more racing in the meantime. Lafleur, the number 1 car, currently looking at the rear of the Ragioli car. That's not the car they'll be fighting for position. This is the car that they're fighting for position. Number 13, BMW is going to have to let this car go as well. Try to lose a minimum amount of time because we do have the number 1 car that's going to try and line up alongside. And space was there, but I believe the BMW just with a better run on the longer dive into turn 1. Just a better run up the hill. Radion as well. And we did see the number 1 car, a slight mistake. I think that was a small off-track excursion as well. That appears to be too far away to make a move on the number 13 car.
Yeah, just not quite having the chance to go for it there. Was alongside briefly out of the source, but I think the BMW just got a slightly better run, was able to close the door, and then confirm through Eau Rouge and Radion. I guess before we continue as well, I wanted to give a special note to Tim, because he's been an absolute centurion. He was going for 5 hours, he's taken the midnight shift, and volunteered for it basically as well. So a massive respect to that man. Say great to have him back, like we were saying before, but also in that capacity, I think he has actually got the most airtime out of all of the commentary team, and doing so on some of the most unfavourable times. So wanted to give special love to him because he's done nothing short of amazing holding this all together, and we're happy to take over for him as he takes a well-earned cup of tea. If he's watching this, heart goes out to you, man.
Yeah, and unlike some of the teams that we're seeing on the grid, we don't have our dedicated or we didn't have our dedicated night commentator that could sleep during the day and do the night stint. Tim has been awake yesterday, I think the entire day as well. Might have a small nap in the evening, but didn't get the full night's sleep that he really wanted to. And yeah, Tim, you've been an amazing voice and camera operator for the past night. We're very happy to take this off your hands and continue the effort onto the final stages, as Fudge is also looking to make some efforts here. For the head, kind of loose on the rear through Brazil, as the 169 car is looking to take away 1 more position. Is only down 2 spots from where they started, which is already quite an achievement if you look at the fact that we've been racing for 20 hours already. And even better, 256 car on the same spot that they started in P19. Definitely don't want to give this one away, but it appears that that fight is going to be a little while longer. And the same thing going on as we've seen yesterday, as we've seen all throughout the night. Drivers just sticking behind, playing it safe, not losing time by battling. Because if you're trying to get an overtake, the best possible speed, the best possible time that you'll be ending up on is the time from the car behind. That's guaranteeing that you get the best line through the corner, which also isn't always the case. So you're always going to lose time trying to get an overtake in. And yeah, definitely a thing to look at is that the fact that they're playing it safe towards the end. But that choice is going to have to end somewhere, because at the start everyone's thinking, I'm going to have to minimize my race time, I'm going to have to minimize the battling, I'm going to have to go as long as possible with just consistent laps and not losing too much time. But as we're heading towards the final few hours, It's going to be impossible for drivers like the 169 car and the 256 car to be fighting with the leaders at this stage at the current pace. So their view of their competition has narrowed as the race goes on. And in the final 1.5 hours, we're going to see them solidify in, okay, these are the cars we're fighting for the final 2 stints, and these are the times that we're going to have to set to be able to compete. And then also going for some more overtakes, going for some more moves, as we do actually see Forge run alongside the 256 car and get past up to P19. And yeah, this is just a clean overtake, getting a better run through the uphill, getting small slipstream on the Camel Straight, and then lining it alongside and getting straight past.
Very well executed there, and really no notes, not much to be said on that. And one thing that you bring up that I'd like to sort of build on a little bit is the fact that some drivers are just out of the space, out of the contention for the higher positions. We're going to get soon to that point, which we see in a lot of our other series at a smaller scale, but certainly here, where drivers are going to have to decide where they want to finish and know where to cut their losses. I mean, I look at Mate in the 64 Lexus, for example. He's right in the back of Lawrence Peters in the BMW, but chances of catching up to the P20s, short of a strategic miracle, very slim. So the reality of the situation is, yes, they can make gains within their small group, but they're going to have to cut their losses somewhere rather than overdo it. And if you overdo it and make a mistake, you're ultimately going to get much more slapped with in terms of loss of position than you would do if you just sort of stuck to yourself, stuck to your lane. I mean, we're seeing now he's going to go for the challenge on Mate, or Mate is. So, nice run out of the source. The BMW going to go a little bit too hot in and in fact going to tuck in behind as we go through Eau Rouge and Radion. It's a nice confirm of the move. We might see the BMW try and close back in, get the place back coming out of the Camel Straight. Let's see what he does here. It looks like he's actually going to get boxed in by Vantage to his right. It's just come out of the pit lane, though blue flags are going to be executed. He's still going to be on pace, and with that, no major roadblock, no need to dive out the way, and Mate's got the move done in the 64.
And cutting your losses, picking out where you want to finish, like you said, you worded that quite nicely actually, is always going to be very difficult. If you're in a car, for example, in the top 10, you always want to get a little bit more out of it. You know that you see in P10, 11, and 12, the gaps are just under 10 seconds, and you're thinking, I can definitely make those 10 seconds up. We can go a little bit faster every single lap. We can do a strategic move. We can for sure get this place. We can maybe push a little bit more, but the greed might just set in, and that's where you said you have to cut your losses, and some teams don't know how to do that, and we might see some magical stints, some magical laps being set, because we currently don't have eyes on the fastest lap. Doesn't appear to be in hands of anyone in the top 20, but we might see that being said sometime in the final few hours even.
Yeah, I don't actually have an internal record of the fastest lap. I'm trying to eyeball it the best I can from the data we have. Looks like the fastest lap is going to be from the 111 car, 2:16.427, but I feel like that's not entirely right considering joined partway through the session.
Yeah, might have had a lap a little bit lower already. I think we've gone into the even lower 2:16s. Unsure if we've hit the 15s, but throughout the night we might have actually, because during the night the temperatures drop, which means that the cars are going to be a little bit faster. The tires don't overheat as easily. You can lower the pressures just a tiny bit. Of course, with lower fuel loads towards the end of a stint, you can definitely push out the final bit of performance as well. Tires usually able to last just over an hour, and with stint timer being limited to 48 minutes, you're going to be running out of fuel while the tires are still in the midway of attempting to lose some grip, which means that you still have quite a bit of it. Like I said, lower temperatures is going to have a different effect on the aerodynamics as well of the car, meaning these corners are just a little bit easier to go through. You're going to have a better time, and yeah, that's just going to give lower lap times. So we are going to see them increase as the time goes on. and we might see the front runners go into the 217s as well towards the end. That's not just because of temperature, it might just be because of exhaustion as well. Teams are running 2 drivers in a team. It's quite the feat already. And the fact that some of those are still going, I believe, it's going to be exhaustion that's going to be hitting them first.
Yeah, certainly a fight on a mental and physical level, just as much as it is a fight trackside. That's the other thing I wanted to touch on. It's not just a fight necessarily for position, it's not necessarily just a fight to maximize your stint time, it's also one of attrition. Remember, we started with 78 cars on the track. We are now down to 63. So that is just a testament to the fact that these longer endurance races can be punishing. Things can take you out. You can have issues left, right and centre. You said it earlier with the 255 car, our lead car having a major issue at one point and having to retire out from the race. It's just as much about survival as it is for the best positions, and this is where you have to be careful. You cannot afford to overdo it, push it too hard, and it is about, going back to where we said about cutting your losses earlier, it's about finding that balance of where to come out, when to attack, but also making sure you don't compromise yourself or your team by taking it that step too far.
Yeah, you're definitely right on that bit. Really want to be surviving, as a lot of teams have been doing for the past 20 hours. It's the final bits where you can really push your limits and see where you can go, but also not too far, because one thing that teams don't want is to have 23.5 hours of racing and the final 30 minutes be ruined by a crash. And that's something that every driver would know. And then again, it is quite a little bit of an advantage that you can get from your opponents if they are settling, if they are saying, hey, we're going to be finishing in this position, we want to finish here, we're not going to reach for the car ahead. There's absolutely no way we can get that. And you see that for example, P47 right now, they're 100 seconds behind P46. And I'm sure that the pit stops have already all happened, which means that on pure pace, we have about 3 3/4 of an hour left, and 100 seconds to be gained. That's quite something to do in about 4 hours. So they might be settling for we're going to be on P46. But then the car behind, they might know that they're going to be settling for 46th. They're going to have to look at them and say, hey, they are not going to be fighting for the position in front. They're not going to be pushing themselves at the absolute limit to get that position. They might lose out some time compared to us. We might be able to push a little bit more and get that position off their hands. So there's a little bit something at play there in terms of mentality between we're going to settle for this position and we need to get that other position that they are settling for.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of give and take, and you got to be careful about where you place your car in that. I wouldn't be surprised if, given the teams being scaled anywhere from 2 drivers to 5 drivers, you might also have others getting involved as well. Ooh, that's Camdar with a very nice move into the bus stop chicane, just getting on the brakes at the perfect moment to execute around the outside. Very nicely done there from the Lexus, the number 69, really knowing how to control that chicane, and catches the Vantage unawares. In fact, the Vantage, the 028, struggling a little bit and going into the grass and before going into the source, flashing the lights, a bit of frustration. But it is certainly that give and take, and I wouldn't be surprised if they've got some kind of engineer or someone in their ear saying, right, the best we can get out of this race is, say, P42. That's going to be the best we're going to get out of this event, so work within those bounds, don't overdo it.
Yeah, having that engineer in your ear is always a bit nice. But with a 2-man team, I doubt you're going to have the freedom to do that. When one of them is racing, the other will no doubt be sleeping, or at least a little bit on standby, having some energy to recover. Just to go back on that overtaking the bus stop, it almost looked like it was blue flagged. I didn't think too much of it until I saw the change on the leaderboard. I thought it was a blue flag car just opening the door it was a very late move, and that, like you said, precisely accurate on the brakes for the right-hander, and the door was just wide open, was kept wide open as well all the way through, very wide for the leading car, and then was able to sweep right on through, which was quite an interesting move, but a very good one at that. You see some more cars trailing into the stops. It's the 300 car and also the 311 leading the silver class in P7, currently in for another stop, and we should see some more trickle in every now and then. Like you said, Ben, gonna have a lot of pit stops split between all the drivers and not an entire heap of cars getting into the box again. It's gonna be spread out all throughout.
Yeah, so quite a large spread at this point, but I think we will be soon seeing the quote-unquote true order forming, as a lot of racers have, for the most part, tried to stick to that 48-minute optimal window, minimize the amount of time that you have to take in the pits, and just maximize the stints that you have. So those tires will last your stint, and you won't suffer too much of a pace drop-off, and like you said earlier, the fuel levels going lower, less curb weight, less weight that can be moved as well, so you're not being as affected as much by weight transfer. That's another part to mention. A more stable platform, more comfortable pushing, and towards the end of stints we do see a bit more push to compensate for the lower fuel and the tyres that were starting to go outside of their comfort zone. But few drivers are going to see some benefits from this one. Christian Voss, for example, now taking the lead of the silver runners and is going to be jumping out ahead of Strege as they are now exiting the pits. Looks like they're going to be anywhere about 10 seconds behind potentially. Let's see what timings they come out with as they exit out just to the right of the Eau Rouge Radion complex into Kemmel Straight in about 20 seconds between himself and Christian Voss in the 789. But there has been a change of lead for the Silvers. I wonder how the rookie class is doing as well. Last we checked, we had Hunt Liu in the BMW. Looks like David Wall is the new leader, as Musterman, I think, has taken back over.
Yeah, one of the things you touched on earlier, that's just stuck in my mind for a bit, and you called it weight transfer, and that is something that I'm always intrigued by. I'm a physics man. I like researching how cars work under different circumstances and how to optimize a car setup, for example, for certain conditions. And it is truly the weight transfer, because you said the cars with less fuel have less mass, less weight to be moved around, and that is true, but they also have less grip on the car, because your gravity is also going to be a little bit lower, so you're going to have less grip with the tires, and that basically negates out the effect between fuel weight and the grip. And there's actually calculations you can do on that. You can all try it. It works out. Mass does not have an impact on the speed you can take through corners, but it definitely will be in terms of weight transfer, because the fuel that you're taking can be sloshed around in the tank as well, and basically offset your center of gravity just that tiny bit. And that's where the suspension comes into play, the anti-roll bars. Whether you have a stiff or a soft setup, that's going to be affecting how the car handles under that weight transfer, if you want to be shifting it towards the outside or the inside. But mathematically, it's the same speed that you can take through a corner, whether you have that extra fuel or you don't, and it's all up to the transfer that basically makes it a little bit different. So that's something that I thought was worth noting as well. So the weight transfer really being a thing that the drivers have to be careful with.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the anti-roll either. It's the anti-dive, it's the anti-squat, it's the translation of your mass, not just left and right, but also forwards and backwards. So we've got the drivers having to manage this platform, this racing platform, and at the same time they're having to be acutely aware of, right, where is most of my mechanical grip going to be at any given time? How much can I push on this car right now, or am I going to get myself in trouble? Will there be understeer, oversteer, lift off, oversteer? There's so many variables in the car alone that drivers are having to be switched on 110% focus all of the time, pretty much.
Yeah, and I was talking about the calculations, and basically those calculations all assume that you're having the same steering input, the same speed of direction change. You're going to have the same speed throughout the entire corner, which is always going to be different because you are going to go faster on a straight line if you have less fuel with you, just because of the difference in the mass of the car and the weight you put down on the road, which means that your entry speed is going to be a little bit different as well compared to with a full fuel load. So these variables all change, which is why that still makes a difference. As we see the 911 car up towards the side of the 79 going into Les Combes, they're already fully ahead in the Porsche, taking away P22 from the 79 BMW. Now drop down to P23. So they're going to have to look for a way to recover that one somewhere in the next few laps, but it does appear that the gap is already there in the back marker, or that's a front runner. And sure, between the two, it's always going to be traffic. That makes the overtakes or counter overtaking a little bit more difficult as our eyes shift on forward. And that's a big slide, a mistake from this 76 car. Had a good run from turn 1, appeared to be in good shape to attack through Les Combes, but just a small error on the uphill. Rouge and Radion, of course, it's dropping a bit too far behind.
A bit of a wobble there, and that is crucial, especially in the point that they were in the track. So coming out Eau Rouge and Radion, you have a wobble, your exit speed's compromised, and you can see right there, Rieda in the 76 Vantage has dropped an entire second to Jardier in the 39. Is already having a massive effect on his race, and even just the smallest mistakes at this level of competition, as we're seeing, can have a dramatic effect. He's no longer within that striking distance. He was maybe hoping to get something done into the Kemmel Straight, maybe even into Pouhon, or out of Blanchimont into the bus stop chicane, but now he's going to have to spend another few laps at least just reeling the 39 back in before he can go again.
Yeah, that's obviously the last place you want the mistake to happen. If you have a little slide through turn 1, not really that big of a deal. Here through Stavelot as well, not really that big of a deal. Blanchimont, a lot of space. You can catch the car. It's almost, there's almost no place on the track you can have a slide and catch it before it gets too bad. But the uphill of Eau Rouge and the top of the hill of Radion, those are the places that the car becomes unpredictable with the change of direction, not just left and right, but also vertically. You're gonna have the push of the track on the car as you're going on the uphill, but as the track is smoothing out more horizontal again, it might just be a lack of grip that you have there that makes the car even more difficult to control as the 76 car slides into the pit lane, maybe for a little change of pants after that save on the uphill, because that is one worth appreciating, because losing the car at such a place is not something you want, and being able to catch it that quickly, that well, that is a feat of strength.
Yeah, so we're going to check in with a couple of us. Looks like we are up to 64 cars rather than the 63 as previously reported. Marcel Zorb in the 511 is on the track, and yeah, always good to see some cars come back. Not really much more to say there. We had a couple of yellow flags as people are coming out of the pit lane, but things are relatively quiet, all things considered. A lot of drivers at this point, they're very deep into their stints, they're very deep into their runs. We're seeing a lot of drivers double stinting, triple stinting, potentially even more if you haven't got the full stack of 5. But a lot of the drivers now just want to get the miles in, they want to get the kilometers down, not really too fussed with fighting against other drivers. It's more about just keeping a clean run, minimizing the chance of things to go wrong, because we're that close to the end now.
And that's basically how the race is divided. The first laps are survival, making sure you don't get tapped out, because it's a long race, and being on the back foot from lap 1 or lap 2 is not something you want to happen, as we saw with the car currently in 64th, that's been joining back about 379 laps behind the leader, which is very difficult to come back from, of course, and yeah, probably not going to happen either way. Then you have the middle part of the race where everyone sets in their consistent laps. You have some fights here, some fights there. Basically the entire 20 hours between the first hour and the final 3 hours. And then of course you have the final 3 hours where, like we said before, we're going to be settling. Is this the position we're going to get? Or is going to fight for one in front? We're going to have to defend from the rear. That's when the drivers are basically just trying to bring the car home. And that is something that I think every driver that has done 24 hours is known with, is familiar with. The final hour is grueling because you've just been going for so long. The entire team is going to be watching. You're going to be in the voice chat. You're going to be all on the radio, just talking about how the past 23 hours went and how gladly you'd like to park it on the side and go to bed. And we might see some of those moves being pulled off. Towards the end, drivers just screaming to the radio, keep going, 1 more hour, we're almost done. And yeah, sitting it out is the way to go. So that's how the race usually is divided with these longer races, as we do see the 718 car being chased down by a car that's currently not on their lap. They are looking, the Porsche, ahead to find with the 224 car, but it looks like they're defending as well from a car behind, and it's a small train here of different cars in different races. And there we have it, that's the 224 car that they are chasing, currently for 4th place. And Frank is currently in the car, has been quite a few hours. I've seen him drive for a lot, as Rodriguez as well. Seems to be that they are paired up, or synced a little bit in terms of their stints, as they're fighting through the second sector of the track now. They do have another car behind. This is going to be real close through the run. Porsche just able to rotate the car quite nicely through sector 2, but now we're heading on to a long straight in sector 3, where the Aston might just have a little bit more space to get the advantage and maybe pull away just a tiny bit for the bus stop chicane. Another back marker getting out of their way as they're approaching Blanchimont. The 224 car happy to be sat in 4th, but would like to keep this. The Porsche getting dangerously close, the inside line being covered on by the Aston. The Porsche just sending it towards the outside. Knows that it will become the inside if he can keep his nose in, but the line covered off by the 224 car. And Rodriguez keeping it in P4. A good attempt from the 718 car. It's very nicely done. That's something we'll look at as well for the teams that are currently with big gaps ahead of them or behind them, or both maybe at times. Looks to be settling for their position, but 718 car definitely not out of the race yet.
Hungry for it. Very much is hungry for it. I mean, you can see Way's moving, trying to just get left, get right, build pressure, trying to see where he can get his car round. Good run out of Kemmel, both of them. Vasquez Rodriguez is going to go on the defensive, briefly goes to the inside before returning to the racing line. You can see there's the acknowledgement from the Aston as well as the efforts of the Porsche. Both really just trying their best to run it on the ragged edge and still keep it clean, but the intent is certainly there. Frank wants the spot, and we're seeing a tale as old as time now, as these two have been having a bit of a back and forth, at least certainly the two car entries, for a good chunk of this event.
Yeah, definitely some good racing, and that's something we've seen from a lot of teams, but it's very, very fun and very cool to see that happen in the top 5 even, with P4 and P5 fighting it out. To see the top 2 teams, the 258 and the 39 car, just going into the pits, getting their swaps in. I don't know if they have swapped drivers, but they have definitely gone for a little refuel of the driver of a tire change. And we do see the 258 car give the car away to Hippau as he's taking the lead car up to the next stint. Honzik also pulling in. They are on their way out of the pit lane. We're going to see who is in that car in just a moment's time, as the top 2 are pretty happy, I think, with... Well, happy is a wrong word to say, I think, but bittersweet with the 255 car falling out just about an hour ago. Technical issues, of course, can happen, as we do have the 39 car out of the pits, giving away to Walsingham. So Honzik taking a little break as well, but Brown is right behind them. There's only 2 seconds between them, and it does look like Brown has taken the stop a moment earlier, which means that this will be the net positions. This will be the, like Ben said before, the positions that they're reset after making the same amount of pit stops, or at least the pit stops around the same time. Because the same amount of pit stops don't really count here. There's not really a mandatory pit stop number. It's not really, you don't have to make exactly 25 stops or something like that. As Frank pulls onto the inside, having a little look, but doesn't get far enough in the braking zone to make that move happen. So he has to stick behind for a little bit longer. But as I was saying, if you have a pit stop around the same time, I don't think it's going to be any different than getting the same number of pit stops for these front runners. Of course, everyone looking to make some good work out of that. And Brown chasing down for that second place, for first place. I would say, with Frank now still looking at the rear of the car ahead. And if he's missed the tower and you saw some big lines, big colors on the screen, just had a little incident with the data, and we have reset our data, and it does look like the team names are showing up now that they weren't before, and we do see Hippout back again in P1. So apologies for saying the fight was for P1. The fight is for P2, which definitely a fight for the lead would be very fun to see.
Yep, apologies for that one, folks. There's a issue made aware of on previous stints, but just getting to resolve it now with the team names not displaying. But luckily back in working order now, and things should be now displaying as intended.
That just goes to add to the list of technical difficulties that a broadcast team might get during these hours, during a big event like this. It's always very difficult to organize something this big and have it all go right. So wanted to just give a big thanks and a big shout out to all the teams basically working on all of this. We have LFM team, of course, working very hard to set this all up. We have Kunos, Assetto Corsa team, of course, and the 505 games to have all of the different production levels as well. Just a lot of stuff that they've done, and I mean mainly of all produce the game that we're looking at right now. It's a tremendous feat to have a simulator as accurate as this running, to be able to have 24 hours of racing, mostly uninterrupted. It's quite something to have.
Yeah, so that is hopefully things back up ship shape. We have got a few stop and go penalties that are being executed as well, as you can see from race control. The reports coming up in the bottom middle of your screens. We had a stop and go cleared for the number 193 car. Just seeing there, that's Gregor Forst. We just jump in on board with and quickly checking in with him. So there we go, coming out of the pit lane, and as well as others. So Andreas Müller is in the 270, getting a bit of a pit stop under his belt. There's Lucas Tipash as well, the 256 car that we were checking in with periodically. And then Max Frank with Vasquez Rodriguez still fighting. But now for P4 here. See, he's running mighty close.
And he has been running mighty close for the past few laps, and I think we said this before on the previous stints that we've commentated last night, is that they're just trying to lower the total race time and not want to bother with overtaking and fighting for now. Just definitely encouraged, as we've already got 420 laps under our belt. So that's quite something already. So also a big shout out to all the drivers and the teams that have entered and are still going. It's quite something to be racing an endurance race, but a 24-hour race is something new altogether. It is a sport and an endurance one, and that Frank now getting real close, having a little look on the inside. Is that going to be a dummy? It's not. It's going to be a proper send towards the inside, sticking the nose in a little bit of contact. But the 224 Aston pulling away with that quite neatly, as the 718 Porsche just has to stick behind. And that was a good try, good opportunity into turn one. Unfortunately, not able to realize it. but this run through the Camel corner onto the Camel straight might be the saving grace for the Porsche, as the 224 is looking a little bit defensive. Lots of traffic coming through. Frank deciding against it and leaving a bit more space as he's tucking back in, holding P5, and that's a look into Lecombe as well. Decides against it once more as the 224 Aston just a bit too far, and Vasquez Rodriguez is going to have to fight for this position because Frank is not giving it up anytime soon.
All of a sudden, it's got a little bit dicey as we have got the different laps traffic getting involved as well. So now it's going to be a question of not only who has the better pace and who is better attacking or defending, it's also a question of how well can these drivers manage traffic, and when they encounter the cars around them is crucial in this situation, because a badly timed encounter with a blue flagged car is going to result in easily seconds being dropped. We've seen it happen plenty of times over this session, as well as many others in LFM. You get to a spot of the track, such as a chicane, where you can't really make your way around a blue flagged car until much later, and all of the time you're just anchoring to get past, begging to get through. You know your opponent is breathing down your neck, but you can't go anywhere.
Yeah, and this blue flag traffic story is, as you mentioned before, a tale as old as time, as we've got a couple of those tales in the book of racing. Traffic is always very difficult to work around, and I mean, especially with pit stops happening basically left, right, and center, there's always a chance of a car coming out of the pits just a few meters ahead of you, a few corners ahead, and you're having to adapt to that one as these two are approaching another bit of traffic. There's one car ahead that they have to pass, but this is an unfortunate timing for it. It's going to be up the hill, might have a little bit of aero wash, and the Aston, not the only one with that problem. The Porsche is creeping in ever so slightly, closer and closer, does make the corner quite properly, and it appears to have a good run. The aero wash made some cars hit the curb already, causing out some crashes on the top of the hill. Here again, the car just being on the right hand side of the back marker, there's just no way that the Porsche can make it work or can look at the inside, because Lecombe is a strong part for the Porsche, with good rotational in that car. Of course, being a rear engine car, going to have some advantage in the corners over the Aston Martin, but nevertheless, no space on the right hand side means no look being sent, and that is sticking behind for the 718 car for just a little while longer, as he's hoping, praying that he's going to have some space somewhere in the future.
Yeah, I mean, that Porsche is technically mid-engined, but it's still much more rearward bias given the car's design and its layout. By default has been converted for GT3 specification, but it still does have a bit more of a rearward bias. And the other thing to note about that Porsche is it likes a stable track. It likes a track that doesn't have much in the way of undulation, that doesn't have much in the way of any bumps, and for the most part we get that, but it's when you crest over some of those curbs, you take some of those outer lines, that is going to have to be careful to not unsettle the car. You can very easily get off kilter.
And those bumps can be offset with the setup that they have. They can make it a tiny bit softer on the Porsche than they would mainly on an Aston or a BMW or even a Ford per se. So it can be offset a little bit, but then you lose a little bit of traction as well in some of these corners on the exits if you play with the rear, or you lose some responsiveness on the braking if you mess with the front. So it's always a little bit of a trade-off. Are you going to go for more stability by keeping the suspension a little bit softer, or are you going to go for more responsiveness by making it a little bit stiffer, but then losing a little bit of that, the feel of the car and the smoothness of the experience. So it's always a trade-off with setups, and I think with different cars having those different setups, so it's always interesting to see. And the main thing people note about setups is always aerodynamics. Are they fast in the straight line, or are they fast in the corners? That's basically the only thing they mention when going about setups, and that's usually the case in series like the aerodynamic series, Formula 1, IndyCar, Formula E, that rely a lot on aerodynamics. if you look at some of these cars, they look like boxes on wheels, and they don't really have. They do have aerodynamics. It's just not as prominent as the mechanical grip that you get out of these cars, and that's what makes GT3 racing so beautiful to me. That there's a great balance between mechanical grip and aerodynamic capabilities of a car, and both of them have to be perfectly aligned to have the best setup, which makes it very difficult to get the theoretical best setup. And also because there's so many different cars, as you can see now, there's a Ford, there's a Nissan, Lamborghinis, Lexus, Aston Martins, McLarens, Ferraris, Porsches. Every single car is basically on this grid, besides the Jaguar on the right there. I'm gonna have to pray for that one in next year's 24-hour race. But there's so many different cars, so many different ways of setting up a car that's not aerodynamic. It's always going to be a guess as to what they've changed in the car to make it run that way. Of course, you can see that when they're going over bumps or when they're going over straight lines, and there's just so many variables. It's mainly up to the driver to make the car work and to make the car fast.
I mean, you still got a lot of aerodynamic surfaces at play. You've got diffusers, splitters, canards. You've got aqueduct. You've got additional fins. I mean, we were looking on board with the Lamborghini a minute ago. That's channeling some of the same vibes as early DTM cars, of very aggressive body kits. Though there is still a large element in terms of aerodynamics, but at the same time, like you're saying, like they're not fully stripped down racing only machines, open wheelers. They've still got to conform to the road car with which that they're based on. So there is some restriction, but within that box, we've still seen some of these cars and some of these designs either get very creative or actually stay very true to their original design. I mean, look at the Ferrari. It is, barring, of course, some specification parts like fog lights as well as roll cages and a couple of additional aero surfaces, it wouldn't be remiss as a additional model in a Ferrari showroom. It looks very much like a performance model of the traditional 296, but then you switch gears. If we look away from Ferraris for a moment, we look at something like the Porsche. So again, it is extremely close to what you could see in a road car while still having a lot of the aero work. I'm just trying to find where we were before, find where the Lambo is. Let's see, we go, Maximilian Pro. This is both very Lamborghini, but also where you can see a lot of just designers and aerodynamicists just going crazy and extracting the absolute maximum that they can. Pressure relief, everything is at play here.
And that's also a thing that's beautiful about this series. Like you said, it's close replicas of the road cars, meaning that I've looked up how expensive a McLaren 650 or a 720S is, and I have to say can't afford it just yet. I'm gonna have to save up for a few more years and make that about like my entire life. But I have looked them up to see how different they are from their racing counterparts, and like you said, they're quite close. If I see the McLaren 720S in the showroom, I can see that it's a 720S because I know them from racing. So, and they. Exactly like you said, there's some extra aerodynamic surfaces taped on there, some of the fins that aren't on the showroom cars that are road legal, but they are very close to what they are supposed to be on the road cars. And of course, they have aero, but most road cars, if you look around you on the public roads, they're all mechanically grippy and not aerodynamically grippy. Yes, they have a certain shape to reduce the drag, which gives you a little bit of aerodynamic capabilities, some downforce. Some people like to put little spoilers on the rear of their cars to give them those 2 extra newtons of force on the rear. But most of them are mechanically grippy, and if these cars are based off the road cars, that means that they have a lot of mechanical capabilities. We see that happening especially with cars like the front engine cars. When they go over bumps, we do see them take that pretty well because of the weight positioning, or the engine positioning. And as soon as they take some more of those turns, we can really see that mechanical grip come into play as well.
If you want to step it a little bit farther into nostalgia territory, it goes back to the old adage: you win on Sunday, you sell on Monday. So if you see a road car in race trim, like we see here with these GT3s, you can almost relate that in your mind. I see that Vantage currently leading off of the Porsche we're on board with right now, the 718. And then I can then go down to the dealer and see, minus the aggressive aero kit, the same car. And I'm going to think of this battle. I'm going to think of this fight. Same goes with the Mustang that's currently on the outside. Like, if they're getting involved, if they're fighting tooth and nail, that's what I'm going to think of. And this is, for me, probably one of the purer forms of racing, because you are taking a road car, you are souping it up a little bit, but you're not deviating too far from the core concept. And you can argue that other disciplines have their strengths, technological pinnacles, and endurance tests alike. But these GT3s right here, this is where you can see some great action. And then bring it home, you can see similar cars to these racing machines on the roads. Ooh, very big send there from Max Frank. I think he got a little bit impatient there. I think he was getting a bit bored of being stuck behind Vasquez Rodriguez. He's thrown himself a second and a half out of kilter, but that was a very deep send into the bus stop, and that could have ended in disaster if he wasn't careful.
I thought that was going to be a good move there. I thought he had it, but a little bit deep on the brakes, and the Aston 224 car has been relieved, as we are going to relieve part 2 of the stream as well in just a few moments time. I completely forgot to mention it. The time has been flying, as I've been enjoying the race quite a lot. We just have a few more minutes before we have to switch over from part 2 to part 3. So everyone watching at the moment, if you have your audio on, listen for just another moment. We're gonna have to swap the streams. You can go to the Assetto Corsa YouTube channel and you can find part 3 there momentarily live. It should be on already, but it's planned for exactly 10 a.m. CEST, which is in about 30 seconds. So we should have a new stream hop open in just a few moments time. So I'm going to sit on mute for a moment and watch the stream switch, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yep, so you can see live chat right now. New link is available. Get onto part 3. This stream is about to cut. It'll be a seamless transition. We won't be seeing any drops in the coverage, but due to YouTube's limitation, we have to jump onto a part 3. So we'll see you there, folks. We are going to be jumping over as well in just a second. So make sure you're over there, because that's where we're going to be seeing out the final few hours of the 24-hour Spa event here with LFM and with Assetto Corsa official 505 games. But the link is in the chat now. Make sure you are over there.